So just tell me when you're ready. Okay, now I heard it. There we go. All right. So good morning and welcome to the June 5th, 2024 City Planning Commission meeting and welcome to summer. It's starting to get hot outside. Our meeting will follow the advertised agenda. We begin with the consent agenda items followed by the regular docketed items. Regular agenda items will be open in the anticipated cases to be continued to another date will be heard first, so we can continue those. Then we will hear the remaining cases in order as they are published on the docket. Today we are expecting a long meeting, so patience is requested by everyone, especially those in attendance. And those that are cases are down the line, we'll get to you eventually, but patience is requested, please. The commissioners do look forward to hearing your case today, as we understand every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure that we address all of the docketed items individually with the attention they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. We also believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. So because our meeting is hybrid and recorded, we have time limits for the cases that we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations and 20 minutes for the applicant, plus any questions by the commissioners. Then we will move into public comment. I will call on those that are here present first, followed by those who are joining us virtually. We do have a timer to keep our meeting on track and expect public comments to be no longer than 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when representing a community association or a larger group. And all this is please be brief and limit the amount of repetitive comments. If somebody has spoken prior to you and you have the same things you want to discuss, just let us know. I agree with the person that was before me. I do keep tally on those kind of things as we go. So, and then if you're joining us virtually, please be ready to go with your camera on and your name correctly displayed in your profile there. So as we get started, I ask staff to go through a few more rules that we have and to make sure that our meeting is a good meeting without disruption. So Anna, can you please go through those rules, please?
Thank you. So I'm going to be describing some more details for this hybrid meeting. For those online, please know that there are 2 categories of people participating in the Zoom meeting. We have attendees and panelists. So right now, the only panelists are any commission members who are participating virtually and city staff participating virtually. If you are an applicant or a participant who is interested in a case, use the raise hand function in Zoom when the chair calls your case, and this is going to let city staff know that you wish to be promoted. There is going to be a ribbon at the bottom of your screen if you're using the Zoom app on a computer or through a web browser on your phone. You're going to click that hand to raise your hand in Zoom. When that promotion happens, you will need to accept the promotion, and then it is going to appear very temporarily that you've been disconnected, but please don't panic. This is just Zoom changing your function from a attendee to a panelist. And then when you do that, you're going to want to turn on your camera and your microphone when it's time for you to speak. We understand, as previously mentioned, if you're joining us via the browser, the app on a smartphone or on a computer, etc., that please change your username to your legal name. This will also help with the promotion process. If you are calling in via a standard phone, we understand that you can't address your screen name or use the icon in Zoom to raise your hand. How you're going to raise your hand is by hitting the star by the number 9 key, and this will let city staff know that you would like to speak on a particular case. When you are not actively getting active testimony, you will need to keep your microphone muted at all times. This is going to help with the audio negative feedback during the case. And as a reminder that the chat box on Zoom is only to ask questions about the agenda or to address any logistical questions or concerns about Zoom. Merits of each case cannot be discussed in the chat box. For everyone in person, when it is time for public testimony, you're going to approach this microphone. Applicants will sit at the desk. If you have exhibits like a presentation, a phone number, or excuse me, a photograph, maps, you're going to have those ready on a jump drive so we can share those on the screen. And then you're going to email those exhibits to the staff planner attached to this case. If you are in person, there's also no need for you to also be in the Zoom meeting. Sometimes when there's multiple microphones on at the exact same time, we have a lot of additional negative audio. And again, we want to diminish as many disruptions as possible. And that's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So let's begin with the consent agenda items, beginning with docket items C2 and C3.
We've got the first item being continued, and that is C2, case CD CPC 2024-53. This is a request to approve an MPD final plat in District MPD, which is the Master Plan Development Zoning District, to allow for the construction of a mixed-use development on about 2.12 acres, generally located at the intersection of East Riverfront Drive and Berkeley Parkway. This is a continuance request to the 18th.
You mean the 19th? The 19th is the Wednesday, 18th is Tuesday. So,
But we're gonna be holding CPC on the 18th because the 19th is a holiday.
okay. So you want to open C3 as well?
And then that one's just to be, okay. C3 is CLD Final Plat 2024-9. This is for the I-49 Commerce Center. This is a request to approve a final plat in District M2-5, which is a industrial zoning district on about 48 acres, generally located at northwest corner of East 155th Street and Highway 71, creating 2 lots and 1 tract for the purpose of an industrial development.
Okay, so any commissioners have any questions regarding continuance of docket item C2 or questions on C3?
No.
All right, so at this time, we'll open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody that would like to speak regarding docket items C2 or C3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
No one has approached the microphone and no one has raised their hand in Zoom.
Okay, I'll take a motion on these 2 cases, please.
Chair, I have to recuse myself from C3.
Okay. All right, so let's just do C2 first and then C3 as a second motion.
Chair Crowley, move to continue docket item C2 without fee to June 18th.
June 19th.
18th.
It is 18th?
Yes. Yeah,
That's
the-
Oh, that's right. Sorry, my fault.
Second.
All right, so I got a motion and a second for continuance of docket item C2 to June 18th. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Yep. Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crawl,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Kasich,
Aye.
Lynch. Aye.
Okay, that motion passes 6-0. So now we'll look at C3.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item C3 with conditions. Second.
Got a motion and a second for approval of docket item C3. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Beasley,
Aye.
Crawl,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Kasich,
Second. Aye. Excuse me.
Lynch. Aye.
Okay, that motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go back to docket item C1 because we won't pull that off the consent so we can hear some testimony from the staff.
Correct. This is docket item C1, case CD CPC 2024-45. This is a request to approve a project plan in District UR, which is the Urban Redevelopment Zoning District, to allow for temporary signage extension for the 3 light apartments on about 1 acre, generally located at the northwest corner of East Truman Road and Walnut Street. Justin Smith is the staff planner attached to this case.
Good morning, Commissioners. Justin Smith, City Planning and Development. I'm not seeing Adam Lockard online. I don't see him in the crowd.
So the applicant's not available?
Not at the moment.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and hold that one then and move to docket item C4.
We have C4 CLD Final Plat 2024-7. This is a request to approve a final plat in District MPD, which is the Master Plan Development Zoning District, to allow for the creation of 3 industrial lots and 2 tracts on about 209 acres, generally located at the northeast corner of Mexico City Avenue and northwest 132nd Street. Justin Smith is also the staff planner attached to this case.
All right, and they are gonna request to have some conditions modified, so I'll just go through those conditions real quick.
Okay.
The first condition is number 4.
Hold on, Justin, you just want to talk just a little bit about the project, what it is first, and then we'll go through the conditions?
Yes, this is KCI Logistics second plan. This is for the second phase of the KCI Logistics master plan.
Okay.
And so the first condition that needs to be changed is number 4. And this would be language to that, and the highlighted red for, instead of reading as the approved plan, it would be the final MPD for each lot. And then condition number 13 reads about to verify extending the existing sewer system. The sewer has already been constructed, so the applicant is requesting that this condition be taken off. Then condition number 15 would read, the developer shall grant a BMP and/or surface drainage easement to the city as required by the Land Development Division prior to recording the plat to issuance of a building permit associated with the lot being developed. And then they're requesting condition 16 be removed. Condition number 17, they are requesting to be removed as this is a restatement of condition number 8. Condition number 18, they are requesting to also be removed as this is a restatement of condition number 15. Condition number 19, they are requesting to be removed as this is a restatement of condition number 6. Condition number 21 reads, the developer shall submit a preliminary stream buffer plan prior to approval of the plan in accordance with section 88-415 requirements. The preliminary stream buffer plan was previously submitted and approved with the MPD plan, CD CPC 2022-97. They're requesting that that also be removed. Condition number 26 is a restatement of condition 9. They're requesting that be removed. And I can take any questions.
Any questions from the commissioners regarding the modifications to these conditions?
Yeah, I'll need to go back to at least 15, 16, and 21. Is there any way we can move the Zoom banner to the right? Yeah, thanks. Sorry.
Is Travis Kiefer online? He's seen all these?
This was put by Terry Thomas. I
Okay.
don't know if he's available right now.
Harry is available.
Okay, it's 16.
1 second, I'm promoting Terry now.
Can you repeat why this one is being removed?
16?
Yeah.
You want to speak on it?
Aaron Young with Hot Midwest. Commissioners, thank you. 16, I believe the issue was, the request was that the stormwater pollution prevention plan that we submit to Missouri Department of Natural Resources be submitted to the city. Oh, thank you. Be submitted to the city. The reality is that plan doesn't actually get submitted directly to Missouri Department of Natural Resources. We apply for that permit online. So it was less, less a request to not submit a particular document. It was more the fact that the document they're asking for doesn't ever get submitted to the state in the first place. So we would provide the stormwater pollution prevention plan that was prepared for the project to the city, but it wouldn't necessarily be one that had been submitted to Missouri DNR.
Okay. Does does Land Development Division want it to be restated as such, where it's as stated, secure the site disturbance permit, secure the other permit, or?
Our request would be that in that condition, we simply strike the words submitted to the Missouri Department of Natural Resources.
Terry Thomas.
Yeah, well, we require some verification because we need either a copy of the permit that you get from MDNR or a copy of that approved plan to verify that you've performed that coordination. So the condition needs to stay. The language can be modified to say just that you need to provide the city with verification that that coordination has occurred. But we typically require the plan. If you're saying that you've pursued an alternative process for getting a permit, then that's fine. We just need a copy of that permit.
That's acceptable to us to provide a copy of the permit obtained from the Missouri Department of Natural Resources.
Okay. Any of the other ones, Mr. Thomas, that they're looking to be remove?
Condition number 13, that also needs to stay. Again, it's a requirement. If you've done it, and that condition ultimately becomes satisfied, if the sewer has been extended, that's fine. That just means that you've satisfied that condition. So condition 13 will probably need to stay. Condition 15, that can be modified as requested. Because I don't think there's any BMP easement or surface drainage easement that was recorded with the plat, but they might be required as the lots develop. So I'm okay with modifying that condition 15 as requested.
I guess the question on condition 13 from our perspective is a sanitary sewer main extension was constructed previously to serve the site. And as-built drawings, including a capacity analysis for that sanitary sewer, were submitted. At this point, we don't believe any additional sanitary sewer main improvements are going to be needed to serve the proposed lots. And so our request is that condition 13 be considered satisfied by virtue of the fact that we had submitted the capacity analysis with the previously constructed sanitary sewer main.
Yes.
Yeah, I think what he's saying, maybe the sewer is already in, but each time a lot is developed, you just have to show how much sewage is going to be provided just to make sure the capacity is there, because you might have one project that's just strictly warehouse. Another one may come in that's a canning company that needs a major sewage kind of thing. So they just want to have that verification for each of the lots and that it can handle the capacity of sewer.
Okay, so which we don't have a problem providing. I guess the concern is that will the existence of this condition, if we don't have those improvements designed or a particular or a final development plan for a particular lot prepared at the time that we want to record the plat, is not having this condition satisfied under those circumstances going to keep us from actually recording the plat?
Yeah, so it sounds like maybe this could be modified then to just to confirm per tract or whatever that ties into this particular sewer?
That would be acceptable, as long as we don't, as long as design and capacity analysis of a particular improvement
Yeah.
that may or may not be built at the time the plat's recorded, as long as we don't tie the recording of the plat to that event.
Okay. Is that something we can modify?
My reading of it by saying prior to issuance of a building permit seems like you're in the clear.
Okay.
I don't think, is that staff's reading of it as well? It
Yeah,
wouldn't
I think
affect.
it's more just to verify. Terry, do you have anything else?
Yeah, I agree with the commissioner. Yeah,
Okay, so, 4 makes sense, 15, makes sense, 16, I think I have to go over that again. I wasn't prepared for this amount of rework. Is this something where, does it make sense to have staff try to work on some of these conditions and bring them back later today, or?
No, I think it's just to
Go
make
through
the
'em.
statement on this one is just a show verification went through MoDNR to get the site disturbance permit
Okay,
or land disturbance permit, whatever they call it over there.
okay. And so then move on to water.
Yeah.
Lucas, can you walk through the relevant conditions for water services and let us know if those are restated sufficiently enough by the other conditions? Do we know if Lucas is on?
No, I don't see him, but Kirk Rome is on.
Great.
I don't know if Kirk wants to answer stormwater.
Right, but
Morning, Commissioners. Kirk Rome with KC Water. I apologize. I'm not going to be able to comment on this condition.
I can confirm that condition number 8 was submitted by LDD, and condition number 17 does read the same.
Okay. All right, I'm good with moving 17.
Yep.
Condition number 18. And I can confirm that is a restatement of 15.
Great.
Okay. 19.
That is a restatement of condition number 6 as well.
Okay. And then 21 and 26.
So they are requesting that be removed as a stream buffer plan was previously submitted.
Condition 21 is the preliminary stream buffer plan. We submitted and had approved a preliminary stream buffer plan with the initial MPD.
The master plan, yeah. Kind of figured you would. Okay. And then 26. Same.
They do number 9, those read differently.
Then which one?
So
Oh, not
condition number
9
9 is the developer shall enter into a covenant agreement for the maintenance of any stormwater detention area as required by the Land Development Division prior to recording of the final plat.
Okay.
And as a little more language, the private open space tracts and stream buffer zones. So
Is the applicant okay with that?
Just for clarity, I think we would prefer that one of those two be stricken if we want to, if 26 is the one that we want to keep, I think that would be fine. We would be okay with striking number 9, but I think just for clarity, we would prefer that that both of those conditions not be retained.
One's a law department.
So I have a clarification question. I thought I heard one of them said land development, and this one reads law department.
Condition number 9 requires, requests
Mhm.
that we enter into the covenants that are required by land development. Condition 26 requires that we submit those covenants for review by the law department.
So is there supposed to be some type of coordination between those two departments?
Yes, and law coordinates with city planning, you could fold that into one if you want, or you could just leave them
I mean,
the way that they are. I don't think.
Yeah.
Either way.
I don't think it's any extra
Well,
work.
and I think you need to combine those two departments.
That's fine.
I mean, now that I sit here and read through them, it's condition 9 requires that they be submitted, and condition 26 requires that they be reviewed by the law department. So
Yeah, it's
know that creates
the same thing or same process.
Well, that is the process. They're submitted to city planning. Planning works. So again.
If we want to, if we want to fold it into one condition, that's acceptable. If we want to leave them as 2, that's acceptable.
Okay. Think we got it?
Yeah.
All right, so anything else from staff and applicant side on this?
I don't have any.
Okay. All right, so with that, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item C4, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature.
No one has approached the microphone and no one has raised their hand on Zoom, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll close public testimony then. There's nothing else to discuss. I'll take a motion.
Yep, I'll go ahead and make the motion. Prior to that, realize these projects are complicated. We certainly hit my capacity at 9:30 in the morning to contemplate all these changes. So I would appreciate in the future if staff can try to work through these changes and make the revisions to the degree possible ahead of time. Chair Crowley moved to approve docket item C4 with conditions, amending the following conditions, amending condition number 4 to read final MPD instead of approved plan, amending condition 15 to note the recording of the plat prior to issuance of any building permits associated with the lot being developed, amending number 16, providing verification that coordination with Missouri DNR has occurred before site disturbance permit. And I think that's it.
No, removing 17, 18, 19, and 21.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. Crosses that as those were good. And removing conditions 17, 18, 19, and 21 and 13.
Okay.
I thought 13 was staying. We're just going to confirm that. That one, it didn't matter because it's the same. Okay, remove 13. All right. So I've got motion and second for approval of docket item C4 with changes made to conditions 4, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, and 26. And some of those changes are removal. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Parkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Kasich,
Aye.
Lynch. Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 6-0. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thanks, Commissioners.
Has the applicant showed up for C1?
Yes.
Are they online or are they?
I'm trying to promote them right now.
Okay, all right, so we've already opened C1. And we're waiting on the staff presentation on that.
Adam, you need to accept promotion.
All right. Good morning again, Commissioners. Justin Smith, City Planning and Development, Development Management Division. This is a project plan for the 3-light signage at 1477 Main. This is located in the downtown loop in the Power and Light District. And we'll be focusing on the northwest corner of East Truman Road and Walnut Street. This is a request for a 3-year extension for the signage per 88-445-08H. Signage is for safety and promotion of the vacant space. There's currently an open code case for compliance under the case number listed on the screen. Here is a photograph of all the signage to be included in this project plan. So we gave the applicant 3 paths to compliance. The first one would be to take the signs down completely, meet the sign code of 88-445, or submit a project plan for a 3-year extension. Those signs must meet the sign code. So I'll go through a couple notes of why they're out of compliance. The first one being the downtown development, 88-338. On corner lots, windows must have 60% of transparency. Abutting streets, windows require 40% of transparency. These windows currently have 0. 88-445-07, the signs may not occupy more than 10% of the window or exceed 12 square feet. These signs are currently occupying 100% of the windows. And then interim signs are not permitted within 2,000 feet of another such sign. They currently have 6+ signs, including the signs on the door, covering up the door within less than 2,000 square feet. Here are also the additional signages out of compliance. And staff's recommendation would be denial. So I can take any questions.
Any questions from the commissioners regarding docket item C1? All right, seeing none. Is the applicant available?
He declined the promotion 3 times. I will try again. Adam, you need to accept the promotion to speak on this case. Adam is connected.
Okay. Is Adam available here?
Adam, you're unmuted.
I'm available for questions.
Adam, it's hard to hear you. Can you turn up your microphone?
By now. Is that any better?
We're having a hard time hearing you, Adam.
Is that any better?
That's a lot better.
Thank you.
Good morning. Tell us your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Adam Lockard, Director of Facilities for the Power and Light District, downtown Kansas City.
Do you have a camera by chance you can turn on so we can see you as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you go, so the staff has given their presentation. Can you tell us why you need to maintain these signs?
Yeah, 1 second. Zoom. Get my camera. I apologize, my camera must not be working. So yeah, basically we install these signs. We've done this a few times around the district. The 3-light sign, the window film that's up there now, we black out these signs due to the high vagrancy area issues in the area. And you know, at the same time, if we can have promotional efforts, I think that's the reason why the design is the way it is on these signage, the signs that are currently on there. really see a lot of transient issues in the area, and leaving these spaces, they're vacant. So anywhere you see signage, there's not a open tenant space in there. It's a unit that we have available for leasing, and we're constantly touring. We found a drastic increase in damage to windows, storefronts, and whatnot once it's visible to see in that there's a vacant lot downtown, and also it also kind of invites people who maybe the transient population to reside out in the storefront area when they see that there's nothing inside of it. So the biggest reasons as a deterrent for the vagrant issues that we have downtown, the design that's on those signs specifically, I didn't personally design those were just put together from a marketing team. Obviously, as 3Light just opened up last fall, they're still trying to promote tenants to live there, which is why the specific signage is the way it is. But having those windows blacked out is really critical to just keeping the vagrant issue at bay around that block area on Truman Road.
So what's your plan over the next 3 years? Are you going to put something down there? Something?
Yeah, every window it's open for space. I mean, it's a high profile area. I would, my guess is it's not going to be even a year before we have the space under contract and leased. It'll be under construction. Currently, it's just a shell. We just build that so we can find the right tenant for the location, and then we work with them to build out the space. The window film will be removed as soon as it's leased.
Okay, anything else? Any questions from the commissioners?
How long has it been up now?
I believe it's installed last September.
Okay, anybody else?
I'm just gonna, logically, wouldn't it make the vagrant issue worse if someone got in the space and you couldn't see in the space?
We have cameras in the space.
Got a question for city staff. How does the city determine whether something is so beyond transparency? Is there a difference between something that's artistic versus advertising?
Usually if you had, for instance, like a mural is okay. It's when you start putting logos and your business on it is when it becomes more of a sign. Is that how staff would determine that?
Can you show me the slide with the pictures again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
What's the ultimate purpose of regulation to prevent the sign?
Safety.
To prevent the sign?
Well, you have a regulation that doesn't allow the sign. What's the purpose of the regulation? What are we trying to deter?
Yeah, so there are a couple of things here. There's the amount of sign that can be on the windows, and that is to encourage, transparency in and out of the building. And then these types of real estate signs, per the code, as Justin mentioned, they're only supposed to be up for a certain amount of time during construction to advertise for the business. And then once that's done, it's supposed to be taken down because theoretically, then there's more permanent signage for that 3Light building, for any building that does that. So this type of sign is not supposed to be up forever.
Any other questions?
Yes, so if they come up with a design that meets our transparency requirements, then they could have something similar to what they have now?
There's still the fact that this is a interim real estate sign. Signage, there's supposed to be more formal signage on the site to advertise the business.
That still would have to meet the transparency requirements, right?
They were to put it on the windows, yes.
Okay.
But then also the percentage, like the 10% requirement, right? So even if it was this big, transparency wouldn't help.
Yeah, so you could tint the whole window. Your signage would just have to remain within 10% of that window or 12 square feet.
And in theory, could they temporarily do something that's viewed as more artistic as opposed to signage that still hits some of their transparency goals?
Yes.
So like a rendering of what the space could be, would that be considered?
If it was not a commercial message, then that would put it in a different category.
So I'm gonna go out on a limb and ask this question because they say you should never assume. But this type of discussion was held between you and the client?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
we went out and met them at this location and discussed their paths to compliance.
Mhm. And we couldn't come up with an agreement.
They chose this path.
Okay.
Yeah, and the code reads that you're allowed to request an extension up to 3 years. The applicant has been very adamant that it won't be up for 3 years. This is just how the code reads.
Okay, any other questions? All right, let's move to public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item C1, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
No one has approached the microphone and no one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add from the applicant standpoint?
I just would, add that I think, the verbiage of what's artwork and what isn't, we do have renderings of future plans of the space and what the inside of, living in 3 Light looks like. And, I feel like it's kind of a way we are using that as artwork and, in a creative marketing way of doing that. But first and foremost, my purpose of this and going to this length of this is really to deter vagrancy. I don't know how many of you go downtown daily, but it is a serious problem. And having a space that's open like this is really going to create more issues for a beautiful space that's going to be built out eventually. And on top of that, it really is hard to lease a space when you're constantly battling vagrancy inside, outside of a space that you're trying to, that's been built to be, a restaurant or a future retail space. And I just, really hope we can get this approved.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we'll close all testimony and speak amongst the commissioners. And if there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion.
One more question for staff. Again, how long has it been up?
Since September of last year, 2023.
I'm open to something that allows it to be up a little bit longer. I think that I would like, 3 Light to activate the space as soon as possible. Understand that they have their own understanding of when the right time is to activate with a retail tenant. I would like them to, though, activate the space because that's going to be the best thing for downtown as opposed to signage. Don't like the idea of extending 3 years. That would be a really long time to have this type of lack of transparency and signage up. So I'd be open to something in between, but I'm also happy to follow staff's recommendation of denial because I think there are plenty of ways that the applicant can come up with creative solutions that still fit their needs.
Anybody else got any comments?
I guess I just have one question. Is it within our ability to lower the 3-year extension down to anything lower? Okay.
Anybody else?
Yeah, applicant, how realistically, how soon are you guys trying to get tenants in the space?
We have weekly tours of the space. We've already leased the other side. Chase Bank's already moved in. It's a hot commodity. We got to find the right tenant. We sign tenants down here for long term. So, it's something that they have to meet our requirements and whatnot. But we have restaurants in there touring the space on a weekly basis. So I really don't see this needing to be more than a year at most. I only listed the 3-year, like Justin said, was because that's what I was told to do. It won't be that long.
I have a question for staff. So if we do deny this, how quickly does he have to take that down?
Immediately, as soon as the disposition letter is issued.
Okay.
All right, I'll take a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept the denial as presented by staff on case number 2.
C1.
On C1?
Docket item
Oh, I
C1.
changed my page, didn't I?
Commissioner Beasley, if I made a motion for a year, would you be open to that?
For it as is, or for them to make adjustments for that year?
Yeah, let me pull up the case real quick. There weren't conditions or anything.
There's one condition, 3 years.
Okay. So yeah, then I would just amend that to 1 year.
But I want the transparency upheld.
Okay, well then you should recommend denial.
Commissioner, I would be in support of
But we extend it and give them a year, as long as they include the transparency requirement. I'm good with that. So that's what you want?
No,
See if
I was gonna
consider-
let them leave it as is.
No, I want it left as is.
I would say I was gonna leave it as is for 6 months.
I would leave it as is for a year.
I'll go ahead and make that motion then, since I think that's the
Well,
count.
You
Wait a
rescind
minute,
your
I need to
motion?
rescind what I
Okay.
did.
Okay. You doing
So I
that?
rescind my motion.
Okay.
Chair Crowell, I move to recommend approval of docket item C1, amending condition number 1 to state 1 year as opposed to 3 years.
And your statement of approval, so that's not, the staff's recommendation is denial. So it's, you approve the project as
Yeah.
is.
So I move to recommend approval of C1, not in agreement with staff's recommendation of denial and amending condition 1 to state 1 year.
second.
So I've got a motion and a second for maintaining the signs as is and only having 1 year from date of approval. So Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
No,
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Looks like the motion passes 5-1.
that's good.
Thank you. All right, so let's move on now to our regular agenda items. Only took us 50 minutes to get through the consent. We're starting with those that we're looking to continue to a future date.
Correct. So first item being continued is docket item 16. This is case CD CPC 2024-12. This is a request to approve a development plan to allow for the construction of a residential mixed-use building in District M1-5, which is an industrial zoning district, and B4-5, which is a commercial zoning district, on about 1.1 acres, generally located at the northeast corner of East 16th Street and Holmes Street. This is a request to continue to June 18th. Second item being continued is docket item 17. This is 17.1 and 17.2, the prospectus COD strategic implementation plan and the overlay district. This is a request to approve the overlay district and the TOD strategic implementation plan, generally along Prospect Avenue on about 854.28 acres, generally located to include properties that front Prospect Street, 12th Street to 77th Street, properties that front 12th Street from Charlotte to Prospect Avenue, in addition to adjacent properties along Prospect along the cross streets, which are Truman Road, 18th Street, 23rd Street, 27th Street, 31st, and Linwood Boulevard, 39th Street, Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, 63rd Street and Bayer Boulevard, Gregory Boulevard, and 75th Street. This is a request to continue both items to September 18th. And then last continuance item is docket item 18. This is case CD CPC 2024-50. This is a request to approve a rezoning from R.5, which is a residential zoning district, to O-3, which is the office/commercial zoning district, on about to update the zoning map to reflect existing conditions on about 2 acres, generally located at 4900 Oak Street. And this is a continuance request to July 17th. That concludes
Okay.
the continuance request.
Any questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of docket items 16, 17, or 18? I'd see none. Let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that wants to speak regarding the continuance of docket items 16, 17, or 18, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
No one has approached the microphone and no one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Okay, we'll close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to continue docket item 16 without fee to June 18th and to continue docket items 17.1, 17.2, and 18 as stated in the docket.
Second.
I got a motion and a second for continuance of docket items 16, 17, and 18. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Okay, looks like that motion passes 6-0. All right, with that, let's come back to docket item number 1.
Yep, we have docket item number 1. This is case CD CPC 2024-66. This is a request to approve an amendment to the zoning and development code 88-60503, the street naming committee section. And the Olufu Abaji is the staff planner attached to this case. And the sponsor of this ordinance, Councilperson Robinson, is in the room with us.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Council Robinson go first.
Good-
Good morning. Essentially, just want to let the commission know that this is an item that was already approved by the commission and was held off the docket and was brought back, and the council wanted to bring it back as a courtesy to the commission to review again. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions for her?
I don't have any. Olufu, do you mind speaking into the microphone a little bit more? You're hard to hear this morning. Pretend you're out
morning.
coaching.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I will stay on the microphone, so just share my, let me share my screen. Okay. My live. In case number CPC 2024-0066 is a request to amend the zoning and development code, specifically the street naming committee section 88-605. A brief history, the request, again, before is to amend this. The purpose of this amendment is to establish a renaming section in the code and also to require approval of honorary street name to come before the city council. As Councilwoman Robinson spoke earlier, this case was approved by CPC back in December of 2021, and that went to city council, and that ordinance was released back in January of 2023. As a result, Councilwoman Robinson revived the case with ordinance number 240351, and that was then referred to a CPC by the NPD back in March of this year. So I'm bringing the same ordinance. There's been no changes to the ordinance. It was the same ordinance that was approved back in 2021. And again, this ordinance amendment provides a new process for street renaming and then approval process that currently is approved by the director to go through the city council for any honorary street name. Those are the two major reasons. So again, the street renaming process now is going to require that the street renaming be reviewed by the street naming committee. It's also going to require public notice and hearing, and it will also require city council approval. So the public hearing will be at the city council level. So it will not come to city plan commission. And again, the root of this was, I think, a committee sub resolution number 200838 that was passed by council on November 5th, 2020, following the renaming of Paseo, which then creates a process that never existed. So, and this ordinance, as it goes through, I can go through and show you what the specific changes will be in the code and I'll just go through my highlighted. So in the actual text of the code, what's red is deleted and what's blue is added. So as you can see, the procedures takes it from the city planning and development director, and this is for honorary street name to city council when needed. And in section 88-60503, honorary street name consideration of nominee, rather than a brief statement, we require we require a map to be submitted with that. And we also now require, let's go to the next screen. Again, requires city council approval. So prior to this, what is required for honorary street name is 50 residents of the city of Kansas City writing a letter of support, and then with 75% consent of the people that bought that street signing an affidavit that they support that, and then the street naming committee just approved that honorary street name. With this change now, they'll be required to also notify the residents within 300 feet of that street, and also have a hearing before the city council, so that anyone that's receiving this honor at city, getting a name after them, should be before the council to receive that. So those are the two main corrections for this. And this is the new section that now provides a vehicle where street renaming can occur. So up to today, if you request an honorary street name, that's approved administratively by staff. If you are going to rename any street in the city, it will occur. There's no process for doing that. So, but council can technically rename that as we see it. So this provides that vehicle. That ends my presentation, and I'll take any questions.
Yeah, I think I just have one question. That's just making sure that the planning director and city planning commission still will hear subdivision, like when you name subdivision, streets within the subdivisions, that doesn't go straight to council for them.
No,
to-
no,
Okay.
that's a different
This-
process. Yeah.
This is just the honorary streets or naming.
Honorary street and renaming of established streets.
Yep.
So-
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from the commission?
Just to clarify, if that process is requested, they have to go to their council representative to start the process.
They do, because eventually they will appear before the council. So our requirement for anything that goes before the council is that you talk to the reps before it gets up there. So you must talk to your council representative at one point or the other. And we will probably make them initiate that so that they are aware of what's coming down. So, and council's policies, if you do not meet with them, they will not hear it at council. So they will hold you to then have that one-on-one meeting.
So I think where my question is actually process, because I can have a conversation with you, but where does the process start, that the paperwork starts, that we know that that is going through that process?
And
I can't see council doing that.
let me ask you a question though. Is it for the honorary street name or is it for the street renaming?
You said that they can do both, because my first question was gonna be on that honorary, but then a little bit ago, you said for both processes. And if we use the Paseo as an example, they wanted to come in and change the name. They didn't want to do an honorary name.
And that's the street renaming process, which is a brand new process. And in this case, consideration, it says the city council or Parks and Rec, in the case of streets under their jurisdiction, may initiate renaming of the street. The city planning and development director may initiate renaming only in this instance of fixing an error. The statement outlines the need to rename a street, and a map indicating where the street renaming is being requested shall be provided. Let me see. And
I guess what I'm trying to see is where is the connection to get the process going? So they come to council. So is council gonna come to planning to get that process going? Where are they going for that?
They will start with planning, a pre-application meeting. And if we need clarification, we can get that added as to,
Am I making sense to y'all?
I get where
Yeah.
you're coming from.
Yeah.
I think you're
Okay.
saying that,
Who initiates the application?
yeah, the
Correct.
block you were living on, you want to change it to Forstein Way.
Yeah,
What do you need to do? And so
Well-
you fill out your application but you'll go through a pre-meeting and talk about what you want to do. Then you send the application in, but it's also would be good for you to talk to your council member at the same time.
that first part is not what I understood them saying.
Okay.
I understood them saying I would go directly to council and say, this is what I want to do.
You'll do the
That's why I
pre-applic-
asked where was the connection? for the
Sounds like you'll
paperwork.
do the pre-application meeting and then fill out your paperwork to do that.
Is that
Do
in
what
there?
you want.
No, it's not, based on what.
Okay,
And-
so if you look at section 1, it talks about who has the authority to do this. So it is a city council person or the Parks Board. So I think
I'm good with
probably,
that part.
I think probably what Olafu was getting at is, it's not necessarily, it could be a constituent goes to a council person, right, with an idea. The application then, in section 2, the application has to be filed and then that goes through the street naming committee. But it would take sponsorship under this
That-
draft from
that is-
an elected official to make that happen.
Instead of the director of planning.
Right, because it says the director of planning only has authority to do this if it's to fix
Fix an
a
error.
mistake. So that wouldn't apply to the Paseo situation. That would have to be an elected official. That wasn't to fix a mistake, right? That was to rename the street.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure we're talking about keeping the process and paperwork straight. Who would have the
It would have to
requirement
be-
to get the
under this
paperwork going?
draft, It would require a council sponsor
require
to do that. And they would just, that could mean that a constituent submitted something to them that they then submitted to the street naming committee. But it would take sponsorship from a council person.
But it is not an application like a variance request or a project plan request through Compass Casey, is what Sarah is saying. If I'm hearing you correctly.
Right, yeah. I mean, there's no process in the code for this now, so this would
Well, that's what I want.
clarify it. I mean, you're free to recommend changes to this to the
this, yeah.
council.
And I'm.
No, I just wanted, if the average person wanted to make a suggestion for a change and they started reading this, I just wanted to be understandable for the layperson. Staff and them, y'all understand what you're reading, but the average person does not. And that's what I'm listening for when I heard the presentation. So where do I go? It sounds like I go to my council person and then they take the ball and do what's needed. And where my question came from is once council takes the ball, do they know where they're supposed to go? Does it come back to planning to do the actual paperwork y'all talking about?
We
I mean,
can,
I would say yes, because in the first section.
Or parks, because
it
parks
talks
are.
about city council or the Parks Board can initiate this. And then the second provision talks about the application being forwarded to the street naming committee.
Okay,
and from this inclusion, we have talked about amending our street naming committee process and form to make sure now we are able to absorb this application, so. That's the first thing we're gonna do once this is passed, so.
okay,
Right now, this is not. in the code. So
okay.
We have to figure out how to create that process to then be able to review those.
Okay. I'm good.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, any other questions from the commission, the city staff? Okay, with that, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody that would like to speak regarding docket item number 1, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
No one has approached the microphone or raised their hand in Zoom.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to add, Mr. Olafu?
No, that's it.
Okay. There's nothing else to discuss. I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 1 without conditions.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 1. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crawl,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes in 6-0. Let's move on to docket item number 2, please.
Docket
Um,
item number 2, this is case CD.
Put that up. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yep.
CD CPC 2024-18. This is a request to approve a preliminary plat, residential development plan, and a rezoning from districts M1-5, which is an industrial zoning district, R 7.5, which is a residential zoning district, and B3-2, which is a commercial zoning district, all to MPD, which is the master plan development zoning district, to allow for a mobile home development on about 50 acres generally located at Raytown Road and Blue Ridge Cutoff. Andrew Clark is the staff planner associated with this case, and the applicant team is in the room with us.
All right.
Good morning.
Morning, Chairman Crowell. Should I wait for Commissioner Lynch?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Well, good morning. Andy Clark with City Planning and Development in the Development Management Division. And I am here to present CD CPC 2024-18. This site is located at 4900 Raytown Road. It's just south of the Truman Sports Complex. The site has been vacant for a few years. It was a mobile home development that was actually annexed into the city. I could not find any approved plans from the city. The site is about 50 acres, and you can see in the northwest corner of the site, there is a sharp angle. That is a land bank property that is adjacent to this site. For context, this is if you're on Raytown Road heading south. This would be the former main entrance. The bridge is in severe disrepair, but the applicant has stated that will be repaired for fire. The new primary entrance for this proposed project would be from Snyabar Road on the south side of the site. The proposed plan here is using the existing pads that were formerly there and adding an additional 10 units. As you can see, the site is very dense, and this is staff's primary concern, especially with the amount of parking stalls located in the front yards. Again, here are your 2 access points. Staff wants to make sure that emergency personnel have access to this site. As we all know the history of this site, emergency personnel will need access to this site. Site's about, again, 50 acres, 157 for sale units. Staff has asked the applicant, as this has been advertised as a project that would provide housing choice and housing options. Staff has not been informed of what that price point is. 350 parking spaces. A lot of these are proposed to be 3-bedroom units. And as we know, if you're the price point and customers that have been discussed with staff for this development, it sounds like it could be mixed families living together with multiple vehicles. So staff is really concerned, again, about the concentration of impervious surfaces, vehicles, and this arrangement. There is little to no private space. There's no privacy. There are open spaces, but not everyone likes to have an open space. And again, there's no front yard. It's just a parking area. And if this was base zoning, as in like an R-5, you can't have more than 40% of your front yard be paved. And in this case, it's 100% paved for vehicles. So nowhere for a child to play in front of your home. This is a rough prototype of what was submitted on the elevations of the building type. These will be mounted to a foundation. They're not movable. They're not mobile. Proposed density. Staff figured the density of the actual developable area, which is about 18 to 20 acres. The overall site is 50 acres. So if you take 157 divided by 50, you have a really low density. But as you can see here, everything is very close to one another. So if you actually measure the developable area, we're pushing almost 9 units per acre, which is a very high density. It exceeds the area plan recommendation for setbacks, which calls for yards. And again, I will remind you the lack of private space. Here are two comparable projects. They're located north of the river, on the west side of 169. You can see on this site plan, people have yards. The parking areas are well broken up. There is also a storage area on the site that's on the right side of your screen. So if I have a trailer or a boat, it allows for me to put my items somewhere safely. Because if I live here at this proposed site and I have a boat or trailer, I'm a landscaping business, where's that going to go? And these densities are healthy densities for a healthy environment. Before I was here, obviously in 2017, mobile home developments were removed from the zoning and development code and put into a new chapter, which is chapter 72. The chapter 72 has a very simple sentence that says the only way to do a mobile home development is through the MPD rezoning process. And that is the criteria I had to work from when reviewing this case. When reviewing the MPD criteria, there are specific objectives. There are 11 of them, and this plan does not meet 4 of them. And I will go into each 4. Again, you heard me discuss the proposed density. MPD communities or MPD zoning should be for sustainable long-term communities that provide economic opportunity and environmental and social equity for residents. As you saw, no yards, concentration of impervious surfaces, very tight spaces, no dedicated storage area. It's on slab, no basement. People are going to have to spend money to store their items somewhere else. So it's an economic constraint. And staff is still unclear on price points for this housing option that's being proposed. The second objective is coordinated transportation systems that include an interconnected hierarchy of appropriately designed improvements for pedestrians, bicycles, and vehicles. The applicant is going to construct a new entrance on the south side, which will provide a sidewalk to the bus stop on Snyabar. But the topography and isolation of this site, it does not really provide any interconnected hierarchy. Compatibility of buildings and other improvements as determined by their arrangement, massing, form, character, landscaping. The arrangement you can see is very dense and does not support a healthy community. Concentration of impervious surfaces, not only is that going to increase the temperature around here, lack of trees, but also stormwater runoff, and again, lack of private space. The last objective is attractive, high-quality landscaping, lighting, architecture, signage. Staff has been provided with limited elevations and landscape information. We really were asking for section elevations to see where driveways could be moved, how we could have yards, and we could just never get to that point in this project. Because it does not meet the objectives of the MPD zoning criteria, staff's recommendation is denial for this case. And that presents my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners to city staff?
I feel as though that there are certain developments, perhaps maybe it's been like duplexes where there are garages facing the street. And so often they've been private streets and you have garages facing the street and driveways coming right up to them. And I feel as though I can picture situations where there's been little yard. Has there typically been some sort of variance then, or how would those come to be?
There is a percentage of how much the garage can cover, and there's a percentage in the front yard. Many of those cases, I did not study them, but my assumption, I know it's dangerous to assume, but deviations from the code because they would be considered development plans.
Okay.
And staff, I will tell you, does not support those type of developments at all because it not only is a lack of impervious or a lack of open space, but then you eliminate your on-street parking.
Yeah, because I know I've been in plenty where, you know, the driveway's right in the front and sometimes there's not as much yard. In terms of private space and how it relates to density, so in some ways I feel as though it's somewhat analogous to an apartment complex where people don't have in its essence, private space that's directly in front of their unit, and it's more shared private space. How are you differentiating between that? And why does this feel insufficient?
Number one, it's the isolation element of this location. I can't just walk out my front door and go anywhere. This is an isolated site, topographically and physically. So it's not easy for me to walk anywhere for an amenity, and not everyone wants to go to a large shared space. Also, the other part that's concerning for me is the lack of private space when this is a for sale unit. And if you have a family here, there is nowhere for a child to play adjacent to your home. You have to take them to these open spaces.
Yeah, I appreciate some of your comments on density. I also want to be careful that like we're not imparting preference, our own personal preference, because again, someone who owns a condo, owns it outright, doesn't have private space directly in front of or behind their space. So with the trying to understand what you're talking about density, one, could you go to the other slide that you had of 2 examples? And then secondly, so is there pedestrian access to that shared open space?
In the proposed plan?
Yeah.
Yes, they have one sidewalk that will navigate you through there. People aren't blocking it with their vehicles. That's the other,
And
you're
so
gonna
I-
be walking in the street.
And so I guess I'm wondering if your, frustration with the site plan is more the overall concept of it, or if it's the execution of it. Because I feel as though, again, we see so many development plans that have one large shared space that's the primary shared space. Some of these yards, it might hit 40%, but it's not a yard that anyone's playing in, to your point. It's really just a patch of green space to make up for, the code. And so I feel as though we've seen situations that follow what this plan has done relatively similarly. And so is it more about the execution of it?
It's the execution to give people space. We're okay with the building type and using this property. No one wants it just to be vacant. We want neighbors to have neighbors and someone to own the space and take care of it. It's the concentration.
And so then
that is,
with these 2 examples, you're saying the difference here is space behind the units.
and even to the side.
So the spacing between these units is greater than the proposed plan.
And yes, I mean, I feel like the density paints the picture perfectly. We're looking at 3 units per acre, close to 5 units per acre. In this plan before you today, we're pushing 9 units an acre.
Okay, thanks.
So is this using existing layout?
They tweaked it just a little bit, but primarily using the existing layout.
So the yellow on this display is parking and the reds are the unit?
No, they're the different unit types.
And there's no play area anywhere within this?
There's a play area on the south side of the site. You can see that green square. So they push their open space to the south of the site.
Is there ability to add additional areas?
There are a few little pocket areas.
Okay.
But
And I guess I should wait for the applicant because I'm concerned with pushing the main entrance to the south. Why aren't we just using both? So I'll wait on the applicant for that part.
Okay, any other questions for city staff? On some of these setbacks, just can you kind of confirm with the MPD, you can establish what you want for setbacks and side and rear and front setbacks. So just want to make that clear with the commission too. That's part of the reason going to an MPD on this. Okay. With that, let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Crowell and members of the commission. My name is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm, here today on behalf of Stonecroft. And with me is Chris Lamos, who is with Stonecroft and the larger entity that has manufactured home communities all throughout the United States. And Matt Schlicht is our engineer and has developed the site plan. I'm going to have some preliminary comments with regards to this. We're very disappointed that we're here today where we are, but we have no choice given the discussions that have occurred. We believe that Stonecroft should be able to reestablish the use that existed out there since before this property was annexed into the city. I'm going to show you very telling pictures because what existed out there when Stonecroft acquired the use was not something anybody in the city would want. They've come in, they've cleaned up the site, and we met last November, not only with the planning staff, but with the 2 district council members. It was the planning staff who told us, rather than going for a certificate of legal nonconforming use, why don't you work on an MPD zoning? So here we find ourselves today, after having worked since last November on the MPD zoning, telling us today that we don't qualify in any way on the MPD zoning. So we're going to show you that timeline. I've got a PowerPoint presentation we're going to go through. And what the goal of this is really, we've got a crisis in this city. We have a crisis of not affordable housing for the normal people who are working minimum wage jobs. Both parents are, sometimes they're working 2 or 3 jobs in order to be able to afford their living expenses, including their rent. This provides an option to these individuals to be able to purchase their own property, their manufactured home, and the price ranges that we've talked about with Andy, I'm not sure why he doesn't say we know it, but it's between $75,000 and $100,000 a unit. Those are all of the units are 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom units.
That's the lot plus the home?
Well, that's the home, and then the rent for the lot is something separate. That would end up being about $1,000 to $1,200 a month for individuals.
Well, the lot rent will be around $400 to $500 a
Right.
month, depending on if they finance the home or not, or rent to own or not. Then the total payment may be in the range that she listed.
Right.
Okay.
A month.
What?
You said a month?
A month, yeah. Somewhere around, so if they finance the home, it might be somewhere around $1,200 a month. Or if they rent to own it, it could be around $1,300 a month, something like that. Depends on credit worthiness, down payment, all that good stuff.
And Bovida has programs to help people be able to purchase their homes.
Even if they don't have credit or.
Well, I don't want to interrupt your presentation. I was just commenting on what I thought I heard you say the price point was 75 to 100. But then you came, yes, but then you came back and said the actual lot rent, when we asked about the actual lot, was an additional amount per month.
Correct.
Yeah, so residents
That is
will.
what I heard, right?
Yeah, so residents will own the home. So say they pay all cash, it may not be the case, but just say they own the home outright. The space rent, because if I sold them the dirt, it'd be like another $200,000, right? Something like that, 100,000, 200,000. So they pay for the space, it's gonna be around $400 or $500 a month. And then I maintain all the infrastructure. So, because we own the dirt. And so think of it almost like an HOA. I maintain the roads, the landscaping, the common areas, all that kind of good stuff.
So let's go back to the beginning that I can go through. So you can see the rendering on the front as well as the rendering of the actual site plan. There's green space all around us. That is property within our boundaries. According to the calculations in the development code, I know Andy is using a separate calculation to calculate our density. You include all this green space. You don't pick and choose. And I can point to many examples throughout the city where all that private open space has been included. So we are requesting that you recommend approval of the rezoning to the MPD district and approval of the MPD zoning district itself. Again, this is the outline. The right-hand side is from the city parcel viewer map. You can see the pad sites that previously existed for the former manufactured home community. And then this is the zoning map showing the zoning all around us. These pictures next is the condition of the property when we acquired the site. It was a site that was creating much issues for adjacent properties. And there were homeless camps going on that. Our client went in, got this all cleaned out, and these are now the pictures of the existing pad sites. And this, as Andy said, this property, we took Andy on a tour of it. This property is beautiful. It's just right south of the stadium, sits up on a hill. It has a huge amount of existing trees. It is a beautiful property for a community to live in. And our plan is we're not removing trees. There may be some we have to trim up. If one is in the way of something, we may have to take one down, but we are not removing trees. This is a beautiful site. The timeline, which is very crucial here, and I ask you to pay attention to this. So November 20th of last year was when we met with the councilwomen. Chris came into town. We met with Joe and Andy Clark and several other city staff members to discuss Stonecroft. And we were discussing why we believed we should file a certificate of legal nonconforming use application. Because in my view, even though the homes had been removed, the pad sites had not, and we believed that we were entitled to that. There was a disagreement by staff with regards to that. At this meeting, staff told us, we're supportive of you reestablishing this. We know we need affordable housing for people. So why don't you seek the MPD zoning? At that point in time, Chris and I discussed it. We decided, what's the best path? Is it to fight with the staff and fight with the city as to whether or not a certificate of legal nonconforming use should be granted, and with the potential of an appeal to a circuit court on that issue? That would tie things up for years. Our interest was getting housing in there. So at that point in time, we decided to pursue the MPD zoning. And Andy Clark was very good with keeping up with us. January 11th, I have an email from him checking to see if anything on the city end is holding up our submittal. I responded to him that we were working on the plan. In February of this year, we sent Andy a draft of the MPD plan and met with him with regards to it. We took into consideration several of Andy's comments. We added, and we'll show you our green space, because we believe that what you're being told by staff, that people don't have any green space to go out and enjoy the area around the homes, is wholly false. So Chris will go into that. So then you can see we submitted our application in February. We had the applicant DRC meeting in March. We submitted revised MPD plan. We toured the site with Andy. And we've had several conversations with Andy on his remaining issues. And then we got told right before we were supposed to have the first hearing, before everything got shut down because of Compass, we got told the Thursday before the Tuesday meeting that staff was now recommending denial. Felt like somebody was pulling the rug out from underneath us at that point in time. So this is the initial MPD site plan that you see, and it's true, it's 50 acres. We have 157 single-family residences. There are about 147 existing pad sites on the building, but we pushed out a lot from that existing pad sites. We've got amenities, we have a shelter, we have the trail system, we have a playground, we have benches, we have a dog park. And our calculation of density, according to the way every other application in the city has been calculated, is 3.19 units per acre. This is the landscaping plan that's been submitted. We did agree that we would submit final landscaping plans at the time of building permit, and that's a condition in your site plan. The slide on the right shows the phasing of how we're going to start reestablishing this mobile home community. It's phase 1 first, phase 2, and phase 3. And then this is the preliminary plat. And at this point, Chris is going to talk about who Boa Vida is.
Boa Vida.
Boa Vida.
Which means good life in Portuguese. Yeah, so we own about 170 manufactured home communities and RV parks across the country in about 30 states. We're about the 10th largest operator. That number kind of fluctuates here and there. But our mission is to provide clean and safe, affordable housing for people of all walks of life. And we've been doing that now for over 20 years. Affordability is probably one of the top priorities for us, obviously, because.
Yeah, you skipped this one.
Oh, and okay, so you guys can see there's some of our other communities. We got some in Kansas and Arizona, just some highlights there, some aerials. Those are some larger communities, and the density actually in these shots is more concentrated than what we're proposing. So, and the images that Andy showed earlier are denser than what we're proposing. So we'll show you renderings later in the presentation. But back to affordability. So roughly nearly 40% of American households, 40% American households earn less than $65,000 a year. If they spend more than about 30% of their income on rent and utilities, they're considered cost burdened. That's the case for obviously almost half the country. Because our prices are going to be under 100,000, I'm targeting about 75 to 85,000. They won't be cost burdened. You know, a lot of people think, all right, it's an affordable home, it's going to be a piece of junk, it's trash, it's going to fall apart. Not the case. Our homes come with a 7-year bumper-to-bumper warranty, roof warranty of 25 years. And in 1976, HUD took over the national build standard. Okay, so it meets the highest standards of any state or local enforcement. And they're built with the same materials as site-built homes, virtually, but because they're built in the factory, it's much more efficient, much less defects, which is why our warranties are so phenomenal. And again, yeah, HUD really made it much better process than having stuff vary state to state or city to city. We also have the option to spec our homes to be zero energy ready, which basically means they exceed Energy Star standards, which it essentially reduces the residents' utility cost by about 40 to 50%, depending on how they set it up. So, you know, if it has like the solar system option and some other things, it can basically offset up to 100% of the annual energy use. So these are things that you can't achieve that with a site-built home without spending, you know, 50, 60, or $100,000. It's just because the way these homes are constructed that allows them to be so efficient. But let's check out some of the renderings here. Yeah, so the photo that Andy had up earlier, unfortunately, was just a very basic concept sketch that we provided initially, but these are what they'll look like. And I think they're awesome. I mean, for $75,000, it's kind of a dream come true. And then here's the interior of these homes. Again, same materials as a site-built home. Like with our rent-to-own option, say it's around $1,200 a month. You cannot in this city, state, virtually anywhere else, get something of this quality, brand new, and own it, it doesn't exist. So this is why, you know, it's been such an awesome experience for us to grow, and again, being about 30 states, offering this opportunity to so many Americans. But let's show you some more of the density highlights. So we're 16 feet structure to structure. I think the residential,
There's 8 feet
8?
requirement for side yards in a normal single-family subdivision.
So we're
So this meets that.
yeah, so we're 16, and without zooming in here, we have sidewalks. You're gonna have room for a shed. You know, we're gonna have roll cart, trash, curbside service. It's basically a residential, you know, master plan type community. I mean, like a site built community. So we think they're very livable. All our other, I mean, we have approximately 25,000 residents right now. Everything's very livable. Obviously, you're not going to have sprawling acreage at $75,000. It's a starting point. It's a pathway to true home ownership down the road. This is the first step. If we keep going through, we'll show you some
Well,
other.
The next slide talks about the density calculation. So Andy took the isolated site and calculated 8.8 units per acre. But if you include the entire property we're talking about, you're at 3.19 units per acre. That's the calculation according to the code. A typical single-family zoning is either R7.5, which means you got 7,500 square feet per home, or R6, you got 6,000 square feet per home. R5 density, or R6 density is 7.26 units per acre. And typical single family R7.5 allows 5.8 units per acre. Then we're going to go into the MPD zoning and why we believe it's appropriate and it meets the objectives. So the 88-280-02B lists examples of objectives, but it does not require you to meet every objective. So this is our statement that was required according to the code on our MPD statement of intent. These are the specific objectives that Andy is saying we don't meet. We certainly believe we do. I mean, you just heard about the energy savings and what we're doing. We believe that we are creating a sustainable community. As you know, the city council has found flexibility in the MPD zoning. You've seen this slide before. I keep adding to it every time that the council approves an MPD zoning. And then we believe that the staff is incorrect in blanketly stating we don't meet the KC Spirit playbook. There's no specific provision that is stated that we don't meet, but this is directly out of the KC Spirit playbook. So one of the things of the KC Spirit playbook has vision statements. It says creating affordable communities for citizens, livable and diverse housing mobility options. This is the first step for a family that's trying to acquire a piece of America and then to be able to continue moving on up. The KC Spirit Playbooks has 5 big ideas. It says fostering neighborhoods that accommodate all ages, lifestyles, and incomes by diversifying and densifying. Here he's telling you he doesn't like the density. The KC Spirit Playbook says we want density, densifying housing choices and creating complete communities. It also states respecting land as a limited resource by balancing outward growth with infill development. This is infill. This is reinvigorating a site that used to be a thriving residential community. Preserving natural resources. We're saving all the trees out there. And developing in an equitable and sustainable manner.
We're getting down to like the last minute here.
Okay. Housing, the next sheet is on the housing and neighborhoods KC Spirit Playbooks. talks about accommodating a variety of housing types and affordability and rent. And housing choice is a big issue. So here are some renderings that Chris can speak from, and
Yeah.
then we're pretty much done.
So, yeah, I mean, playground, we're gonna have trail system. So we have 50 acres. We're only gonna use, I don't know, what is it, a third of it roughly? So there's gonna be a lot of additional, amenity space. I mean, you can see here that people have plenty of space on the side of their homes. But most our residents are concerned about putting food on the table, not parking their boat or RV on their lot. So this accommodates most of the needs that of the folks that are going to be moving into our communities.
So finally, we would request that you approve the MPD zoning and the MPD development plan, subject to all of the conditions that are mentioned in the staff report at the end of the docket, with the exception of condition number 9. Condition number 9 simply says that we gotta make some corrections prior to council ordinance introduction. And we're available for questions, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners to the applicant?
Yes, you say there are 3 bedroom. What's the square footage on them?
They're going to be around 900 square feet on it. I mean, there's two different sizes. So one of them is a 16 by 76. So that's 1,200 square feet. The other one's going to be a 16 by 66. So actually, yeah, that's 1,000 square feet.
And so this rendering on the front of your packet, the porch will be a part of it?
Yeah, that's the 76er. That's the longer home. So the porch doesn't eat up the livable square footage.
But it would be on both versions.
Yeah, they're going to kind of stagger just to make it look nice and not like every single one's the same house. They both
So my question is, both of them will have a porch?
Oh, no. So one will, one won't. So the example I have of the different hitch-in elevations, I forget which slide that's on. Oh, okay, it was on 18. So you'll see on 18 how some have it, some don't. So just keeping the elevations, different, not exactly the same on every single home. Because some folks actually don't even want one. So it works to just kind of stagger it. Some do, some don't. Otherwise it's like super cookie cutter.
So you were saying that a couple of things, and I'm just gonna go straight to the chase. Who pays property tax?
So we will get it, and then it's paid. I mean, they don't have it because they don't own it. They don't own the dirt.
But you said some of these are for sale, so how are you gonna do that?
So like how this community existed prior, they pay space rent. They don't own the dirt, so they don't get an assessor parcel number assigned to them. It's just one big property. I pay that.
You'd pay taxes if you'd pay tax on a car, right?
Right, a
Property
personal
tax.
property.
Yeah,
they
on their
would pay.
personal property, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so they own the unit, but they lease the space to set the unit.
That's the way,
That goes back to that 400 a month you were talking about.
correct.
Yeah, essentially. But it's not necessarily a pass through. It's just a cost for me to maintain that large of a property.
Just trying to understand, because you had said that some of them are for sale. So if I purchase something,
Yeah.
part of that purchase is the land that I would have to pay taxes on.
It's just the home. So it's considered chattel. So when they get a loan on the unit, it's chattel personal property. They're not getting a real estate attached to the dirt loan. So the 75, 85,000, that is just for the unit. It's not for the dirt.
Yeah, there are single family homes that sit on common area too, and people don't own the underlying ground. They
'Cause-
own
So it's a
the
land
units.
lease?
Right, essentially, yeah. Because look, if I included the dirt, it'd add another approximate 100,000, 200,000 to the purchase price, which makes it unattainable.
So you had mentioned something about it being acquired to the city. Did I hear that correctly?
No.
Prior
to taking the property. Is that what you're talking about?
Say that again, huh?
Saying prior to taking the property, that it was abandoned?
No, I thought I heard him say that before it was acquired into the city.
Annexed it.
Annexed into the city.
Annexed into the city.
That park existed before KCMO expanded its annexation city limits.
was
So
it
that's
part of-
probably in the 60s. when the
Has it
city
been
did
part
that.
of Raytown?
No,
It was probably not in any incorporated area in the city.
So they had no zoning and stuff to go by because it wasn't really
Well,
under anyone?
No, I don't think
Jackson
so.
County.
Jackson County has zoning. If you don't live within the city limits of a city,
Mhm.
you live in unincorporated areas
Yeah.
and counties. The counties have zoning requirements too. I appear all the time up in Platte County in unincorporated areas.
But typically our unincorporated areas are further out east.
And there's plenty in Jackson County that are unincorporated. Like if you go recently along 435, there was an old schoolhouse that was in much disrepair. That was in unincorporated Jackson County. It wasn't in the city limits of Blue Summit or Independence or Kansas City.
So let me go back to amenities. If this is mobile modular homes that are on a foundation, that means to me that it's not necessarily a basement, it's a foundation. Within your amenities, is there a facility for tornadoes? What do we call those
Shelter.
shelters?
There's
What are we doing for that?
there's a requirement in chapter 72 of the city's code that Andy talked about
Mhm.
that requires a tornado shelter. So
Okay.
yes.
So we do have that?
Yeah, we will accommodate the code, yeah, with some of
As the code requires, yeah.
So one of my earlier things when I said I'd wait for your presentation, Andy had mentioned that the original main entrance on, is it Raytown Road that has the bridge? That you were gonna repair it, but you wanted that to be for emergency, that you wanted the main entrance to be up on Snybar.
Yeah,
If my visual effect is holding clear for me, Snybar and Blue Ridge is a downward slope.
Matt can talk to it.
So is there a reason why you can't just have both of those entrances for people to use? Why are you trying to designate one for emergency entrance?
Well, so we still could use both. I mean, that decision is, I need to finish talking to Fire about really, how they see that, what they want it built to, all that kind of good stuff. I'm not really hard and fast one way or the other. I mean, it may be. I just like the idea of a grand entrance off Snybar. This area is really awesome. It's super wooded. It's I don't know how far it is, maybe 300 yards, 400 yards. Awesome drive in. We're going to have community manager, kind of like a check-in booth at the front. It's just better security, better surveillance, that kind of stuff. But we may have that bridge entrance still as a ingress egress for residents. We'll see as we get further into it.
Yeah, the existing drive off of Snybar is much more grand, and that's why we want to use that. And we want to be able
I
to
was thinking
control
Raytown.
things.
That's okay. I'm not tit for tat.
The other thing that Snybar gives us an opportunity is that there's really no link to transportation opportunities like the bus system. If we get a connection out to Snybar and create the sidewalk, these residents then now will have an active space to be able to get to someplace to get onto the bus system to get wherever they need to go. There are bus stops out on Raytown Road, but like the nearest stop is up there kind of at the north corner of like Blue Ridge and Raytown Road. And it's just a difficult walk. So we will have two access points, which the current location before it was done only had one. So we've improved emergency systems by putting the second. And then again, our thought is that the managing office, the security office is going to be at that southwest corner, right as you came off of Snybar. We have better flow and control of who's coming in and out of the site to have our managers be available and knowing what's going on. And then additionally, it gives better pedestrian access, more safe. And when you kind of go out there and see it, it's just a continuous tree row. So it gives kind of a neat and unique experience heading into the facility versus Raytown Road. You have to go up about 40 feet to get to the site. It's just a pretty nasty hill. So those were kind of the ideas of how we got there. But like Chris said, there's no reason we have to close the Raytown Road. It's just our opinion that we have better control using the Snybar access, create an opportunity of entrance better than we do on Raytown Road.
I finished.
I have a couple questions. Is this yellow area on the front page, is that green space?
That's gonna be the kind of trail system area, walking paths,
Yeah,
benches,
it
all
will
that
be
kind of good
green
stuff.
space.
Yeah.
Okay. And then if these properties are viewed as chattel, I mean, a lot of lenders don't finance that kind of stuff. Do you all have relationships with any lenders to
Yeah.
send these people to?
Yeah, so 21st Mortgage, it's a Berkshire Hathaway company. So we have an exclusive program with them to essentially offer folks that, don't have any credit, even limited work history, things like that, help them get loans.
What was the name of that?
21st Mortgage, they're in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Thank you.
Yep.
On the density conversation, so the majority of the the pad sites or, the foundations being used are existing, is that correct? Or are they being reconfigured?
Well, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong on how we expanded it. We're actually increasing the spacing between the homes and how it was there before, but the overall layout of the community, the way the sewer and water mains and laterals are running, it's all essentially the same. So it's really a restoration of what existed and what was there. But everything needs to be completely redone.
If you look back at like so it was, mid-60s, somewhere in that range developed. The number of pad sites that we always kind of contemplated saying 147 were there. If you look back at an image like on Jackson Lake Parcel Viewer 10 years ago, you'll see people turned trailers sideways. They built double wide. I mean, they went all sorts of different ways. What we've done is kind of going to have to go back in, rebuild the roads, rebuild the pad sites. But again, just to start creating order of where the sites need to be located so we can then generate the 16 feet between, create the open space in the front yards and backyards. Because Andy's correct. The front of the buildings do have the parking areas, but again, between each building, we've got 16 feet. And typically at the rear of each unit, we've got 25 feet. And those are pretty much the standards of a single family residential development. In addition to, as you were talking earlier, the yellow space is what we're calling our active open space. There's still all of that dark green that around the west, east, and south that'll be maintained basically or just left as nature. And so you still have about 15 acres additionally that's open space that we're not calling our active open space on site. So just so yes, changes will happen as minimal as possible, obviously to control cost. But if you go up and see it, the roads are just in disrepair, need some improvements. The sanitary sewer, water, every utility needs some improvements and upgrades, and everything's going to be taken up to current standards before the development starts.
Sorry if I missed this. What's the rough age of the sewer system up there and the age of this development?
I think it was built in the late 60s.
Yeah, so we've been
Yeah,
struggling.
we're redoing
Yeah,
all
we've
the
been
sewer and
struggling
water.
to get as-built, but as-built we found are late 60s, 70s, and like I said, everything's coming up and getting redone from water, sanitary, stormwater. Currently, there's no system up there. We're going to set in a system and actually add some BMPs and water quality elements to it. And then again, all the access from that side will be taken care of.
Got it. Thanks.
I just have one question. How much of the existing streets are being removed? Is it all of the existing access streets that are being removed?
Yeah, so I mean, so the access point, like off of Raytown Road and the drive locations will generally stay the same. I would anticipate that everything will come up to get rebuilt because it's just kind of broken up and a hodgepodge of maintenance that has occurred over the years. So my expectation when we get into construction will be everything should probably get removed, rebuilt to a current standard so that we can start fresh. So I believe everything will get started over and put back at basically where it was.
The layout that you have proposed is all new. It's not based off of existing layouts.
Right. We kind of laid it off generally where the existing was so we could reuse utility locations, reuse road beds and that types of pieces. But we tried to improve some of the curves. We tried to improve some of the radiuses and the sites. We tried to improve some of the grades as it went through the site, just to make it, again, a better situation than what currently is there.
I've got go ahead. All right. So I had a quick question. You guys mentioned a couple times, this being a first step for people building equity and things like that. So what is it like? What is the life cycle like when they're ready to sell it? How does that work? Is it just, is it building equity, right? You have to make some money. What's the interest rates on these? Like what's happening to the people in these homes?
Yeah, well, life cycle wise, I mean, average tenancy is at least 7 years.
Okay.
And it gets into the teens. And some folks on the other end of it stay forever. So there's that part of it. Yeah, interest rates are higher. I mean, if you look at today's average rate, it's like around maybe a 7. Depending on credit worthiness, we're going to be closer to like 9 to 11, but that's because we're taking on all the risk. We personally guarantee their loan. So they default, I have to buy it back. And that's the only way you give this person that has virtually no credit and income that, you know, doesn't have a lot of history, opportunity to own a house.
Yeah, but what's like resale? Let's say they buy $100,000
Yeah.
unit. What are they selling it
Yeah,
for?
appreciation's like maybe 1% per year. They don't go up dramatically in value. I mean,
But
here's the
they
other
will
thing.
go up.
Oh yeah, well, so with 21st Mortgage, we have a restricted margin of 10%. So we're not making money on the homes. That 10% actually half goes to 21st, and the half that we keep like barely covers costs. So our business is the dirt. That's what we do. But we're not making money on the homes. That's why they're so affordable. But resale, yeah, it's maybe 1% per year. But in a market like this where you have nothing of this quality at $75,000, they might see 10 to 25,000 bump in value immediately. Like you do with a new construction type development. You see values go up dramatically in the first 3 years. So I could see folks seeing a pretty good bump in this particular market.
Are these homes that like a senior could live in and get around in, say, a walker or a wheelchair, or have a ramp built if they needed to, if they were
Oh yeah.
disabled?
So there's plenty of accessories for ramps. They run alongside the homes and they have a very slow, long slope. I mean, everything is ADA, friendly. They're not going to necessarily be custom built for ADA, but there's nothing that would prevent someone of age or disability to utilize the home like normal.
Do you have any information you might offer about like your eviction rate on other properties or developments that you've done like this?
I mean, I don't have a great rate, but I can tell you, like, say through COVID or whatever other dramatic events that could have caused a high eviction rate. I mean, we were at about 1%. And that's because, again, the affordability and because tenants own their home. An apartment, it's like, I don't care, I don't own this place, whatever. I mean, just, the people don't want to lose their home, so they pay. And if they can't, there's programs to help them.
As a real estate lawyer, I can say that's really low.
Oh, yeah. No, it's awesome. It's awesome. Yeah.
Anybody else got questions for the applicant? I've got a few. I'm more concerned or curious about the actual operation. So I know you said that you're going to be the one that owns the ground. So who actually manages the property while you're wherever you need to be?
Yeah. So in communities that have 50 spaces or more, we have a full-time manager on site and a full-time maintenance person. Something of this size will probably have one full-time manager, one part-time manager that assists the full-time, and then one time full maintenance, and then another part-time maintenance.
So they live
On
on the
site.
property?
Correct. Yeah.
And they're part of it. So if somebody has a complaint, there's a pothole
Yeah.
out in the
They go
street, they'll get
straight
it
to.
fixed
Yep.
or,
Yep.
so the water would all be private, sewer would all be private, stormwater's managed as well. Mowing, who does the mowing?
Tenants are going to be responsible for their lot, their immediate lot. And then I know you didn't ask about utilities, but we are responsible for the utilities up to the connection of the home. So we do everything else.
So you're meaning if there's the main line out in the middle of the street, they're responsible all the way out to the
No,
to
just to
connection
the
there?
connection of their home. So
Oh, so
literally where it
you're-
hooks up to their home.
Okay.
So essentially, if there's an issue, their warranty covers whatever the problem is. I have to pay for everything else.
Okay. One of the hard things for me on this, some of the visuals you have with your submittal is the actual lot layout. So meaning you've got a 26 by 88 foot lot, and then you put a unit on there. It looks like there's very little space, front, side, and in the back for that. But then you look at the actual units themselves, they're 15, 16 foot wide by 70 feet. So it does give a better, once you start calculating that out, it does provide a little bit better of a representation of, you've got more green space per lot is kind of what I'm getting at. But I'd make sure on your MPD and your language there that you have steps coming out the sides. Can you shift the unit over a little bit if you have stairs coming out one side and not the other? So that way you have a little bit more space on that. Maybe you can add a deck or something of that nature to the side. And then, of course, I need a space to keep my lawnmower, my weed eater, and that kind of thing too. So making sure that there's storage of that. But the way it's drawn, it looks like there's only about 8 feet between units.
16, so 8 to lot lines.
Okay.
And we put the picture back up on the screen so you can start to see the layout of those units. So in between building to building, you'll see the measurement of 16 feet. And we put some sidewalks in there so you can start to see kind of that space that's available around the unit.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm looking at your C101 that just shows the lot, the actual typical lot detail, 26 by 88, and then how
Right.
that.
Yeah.
kind of-
Originally in this, we were trying to show kind of multiple options. I think that's what Andy and I were talking through. The ideas of the best ways to represent this is difficult, because like
Sure.
I said, you want to show a lot area that would be technically the purchaser's area to have, but then also you want to show the unit that doesn't occupy obviously all the space. But this representation, I think, gives a good idea of what green space would be available
Between each unit.
between each unit, behind the unit, and around it.
Okay, so somebody actually owns the unit and just like they said, maybe they want to move somewhere else. Can they take their unit off your site and put it on their new site?
So technically they can, and I really don't want that to happen. So we would offer them, hey, can we buy it from you? Pay you, market value, whatever, but technically they can
So
move it.
you want to be available to, if somebody comes and looks, oh, I like this site, you want to be able to provide them the unit as well. They can't bring their own?
Well, technically they could if I had the spaces available, but we pre-spec and build, and think of it like a car dealership. I'm going to have everything there, the models there. They just pick what they want and buy it. Because most of our buyers are like, I need it now. I don't, they don't have much time to plan ahead.
Okay. That's some other note here. Wanted to ask, put it on.
This might be a quick question, but if someone went in and decided to purchase 4 of them, could they rent them, or is there something against?
No
that?
sublet.
Okay, perfect.
No way. Doesn't work.
Just want to make sure.
Yep.
Can I get 2 lots and put a double wide?
Nope. Nope. Fortunately not.
Okay.
I mean, maybe, but traditionally no.
So there's no fencing allowed either, right?
No, because even though we have rules and regulations, like CCNRs, they just turn into trash collectors. So, even though we're,
Taking my dog and my kid, if I've got space on the side or the back,
yeah,
I want to have some way of knowing their safety is
yeah.
good, because you're saying the play area is a distance away.
Yeah. So, right now it's a very unlikely that we'll allow that. We do have communities that have fences, and the experience is not great, but this is unique in that everything's gonna be brand new. Most of the time we're infilling existing, that already have homes there, and a certain design of the community's already been established. But something like this was a clean slate. Maybe we will. It's not like an absolute no, but it's fairly unlikely just based on past experience. But, I don't know, we do some depictions that make it look like it's possible and looks good, then maybe.
So we also talked about like a couple, or you guys talked about a couple like a la carte options, right? Making kind of Energy Zero and other ADA accessible pieces.
Yeah.
So they're paying lot rent. Let's say they have an animal. Are they paying additional rent for pets?
No.
No.
Might be a pet deposit, but not on a monthly basis.
On a
Like
property, but they own it.
Well, no, if they do a rent to own. So well, hold on. So if they do a rent to own, so I mentioned rent to own multiple times in my presentation. So if they do a rent to own,
Okay.
then there are different lease terms.
And that's for people with pretty much no credit at that point.
Correct.
Okay.
And well, really no down payment. Maybe they do have some credit, but they have no cash. We're going to help them build that up. So in that case, then it is treated more like a traditional rental. But yeah, if they own it, they can do whatever they want within the rules and regulations.
Your phasing. So you say the west piece would be done first, so your access would definitely be down from Snybar.
Yeah, we're thinking phase 3, depending on, or a 3-phase, depending on quickly it fills up. But yeah, that would be the first
So
section.
when would you improve the east access over to Raytown Road as part of
Well,
phase 2 or 3?
yeah, so the utilities, the roads, all that's going to essentially be done. Think of the phases only pertaining to really how the homes are going to roll in, but all the utilities are going to be done more or less at once. including the roads and, everything. So it's going to look really nice early on. And then it's just, all right, let's bring the homes in and whatever order they fill up.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners? All right, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. Whoops, sorry.
Chairman Kraut, can I respond just to a few things that were mentioned here? And it's the basis of my staff report is it's not that the applicant ever had the choice to use MPD rezoning. It's the only option. I just want to make that clear. And this project was not eligible for a certificate of legal nonconforming use because the use had been abandoned and removed in 2022.
Well, and what I will tell you is that's not for certain. We chose not to seek it based upon the fact that we felt like staff was going to work with us. I believe a court above, and Sarah disagreed with me, would say the use still exists because the pad sites exist. There are cases in the state of Missouri that state that. So we're not arguing that.
And I would just say briefly that it's been a while, but Patricia did share a case with me, and my reaction to that case was that it was very specific to a particular city's code, not Kansas City's code. So, we disagreed on that.
Right.
Okay.
The second part is flexibility to MPD zoning. The City Plan Commission did vote denial for a parking lot for Ford vehicles. The council did approve that, but that is a case where it did not meet any of the objectives of the MPD zoning. So I just want to make those clear.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon. I will start with those here present first and followed by those that are joining virtually.
Good morning. My name's Rick Osborne. I live on 50th Terrace, and it's the closest residential area to this development. I've seen it de-evolve over most of my life, which is like 65 years. When I was a kid, it used to be called Camp Falls. The trailer court was along the river. They're developing mostly on top of the hill. And later on, that development came. And I don't know if anyone's researched it. There's all kinds of videos and information on this site, and they've showed you some pictures. It was looked like a set out of Mad Max, Escape from New York, use whatever disaster movie you want, but they had to level the place. Some of the trailers burned. The police and fire lived there for almost a year. I'm surprised they're not here to argue against this site. So when that site finally imploded and the city took it over and did their legal actions with it, I was amazed. I was surprised the whole neighborhood was celebrated because that place had become a source of crime that was leaking out into the surrounding neighborhoods. So I would say, believe your city planner on this one. I admire Ms. Jensen. She's always a great advocate in these type of cases, but I have to vote no on this one or suggest voting denial because of, in my history, child endangerment seems to be the primary theme. I remember kids getting on the bus when I was a kid. They were emaciated. It was a horrible environment. And then, of course, at the end, it was a horrible environment. So obviously my history thinks that we're just setting in place a similar type of urban disaster.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good seeing you again. Anybody else?
No one else has approached the microphone and no one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and close public testimony then.
Chairman Kraut, could I just make one comment?
Sure, yeah.
The city never took the site over. It was Stonecroft that acquired the site on the courthouse steps, and they're the ones who cleaned it all up. The city has never owned this site.
Yeah, okay. I think for me, that's why it's important for the management of the site is to prevent decay, so to speak, and that it'll be maintained, houses will be maintained throughout the life of whatever, and then people get help that are there. So that's why I've been more on the maintenance and the operation side of this.
And I would agree with you. And given Boavita's history, they maintain them throughout the country. I mean, it's just like any house in a neighborhood. If it falls into disrepair, it spreads cancer throughout the neighborhood.
Okay, any other comments?
No.
Okay, so at this time, we'll close testimony then and speak amongst the commission. There's nothing to discuss. Then I'll take a motion. I guess I'll start just my comments. It's sometimes these type of facilities or these type of subdivisions are tough to approve just because of past history given with mobile home parks. And I think that's just a stigma. In this particular case, it's replacing one that was there before. It sounds like they've got a good management plan where you can actually own your own unit, so you have to take care of it. You want to take care of it. This is your asset. But you also are paying a monthly rate for help with maintenance of facilities, sewer, water, street, storm, all of that to help take care of your site. Plus, I'd imagine some security or something like that to keep your residents from doing something they shouldn't be. So I'm actually in favor of this particular project, given the information presented.
I'm not sure we know of any other feasible alternatives for the property, do we?
I don't know. Nobody's come forward with anything else on this site that I know of since I've been on planning commission.
Any other thoughts before I make a, before I make a motion?
Yeah, one thing, I don't want to impose, I mean, you guys obviously manage quite a few of these around the country. One of the things we mentioned was storage for outdoor maintenance, lawnmowers, those such of things. Because of the way the boundaries between a lot of these are kind of blurred, I would recommend you guys have someone, whoever mows everything would mow people's property as well, because they're not going to have that ability or, you know, the money to finance lawnmowers or other things and keep them operable. That was just one of the comments I had. Just without fencing and all that, you're blurring the line, you're causing issues between tenants and such.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, and again, we may offer that. So in some communities, we have that as a service. So it just kind of depends. And there's going to be room to have a shed at the rear. But again, yeah, there's an expense to owning that kind of equipment. So, I mean, there's other cases where we just end up maintaining lots because other folks didn't. And we have to do that to keep the spirits high and everything on track.
I'm not in favor of this development because I keep hearing too many changes and add-ons. I don't think the process has been completely thought out of how you're going to manage this project. There's things that we brought up that I don't think you even thought of. And in part of your presentation, first they're buying it, then they're leasing it, then they're maintaining the yard, but they have nowhere to store anything to do that. I'm not in favor.
Chair Corral, for condition number 9, all corrections shall be resolved prior to ordinance request. How are we looking to amend that?
We asked for it to be deleted. There are no corrections listed.
They're all
in the
conditions.
No, there are corrections. Examine parking ratios to it's really revising the site plan on your parking ratios to provide each unit with more green space.
Which condition are you looking at?
These are corrections.
And where are those then?
So we don't put the corrections.
Yeah, they're not in your report.
To keep the applicant moving through the process, we allow them the option to accept the conditions to get past the city plan commission. They also, the phasing plan needed to be updated. And then there's still a correction that the council can discuss with the housing and neighborhoods department, but there's a land bank property that the land bank had asked. There's a lot.
Yeah, so without seeing them, obviously,
I would
tough
not
for us to
recommend
make a
removing that.
decision on it. So I'm not going to change anything, but perhaps maybe there are times where we should see the
Yeah, I will.
corrections.
I hadn't heard this lately about the land bank property. So I will tell you, we tried to communicate with land bank as Andy pointed out, there's a triangle of property that is owned by the land bank. It's not usable. It just sits up. There's really no access. They told us, why don't you try to incorporate that into your site? We went to land bank. I called land bank, tried to have a meeting. They were insisting that Chris Lamos fly in from California to file an application to acquire that land bank property. That was in November. I heard nothing from them until more recently, John DeBush said, I've got an idea. You know, it's hard for me to change people's processes here. Why don't you have Chris Lamos take a picture of himself holding his driver's license by his face, and we'll accept that. So we are against any of those corrections, and we would request that you delete 9. We'll continue to work with Andy on phasing that he has to clarify.
Thanks. Sarah, is there a reasonable way to, say, amend condition number 9 to say that all reasonable efforts should be made to resolve all corrections prior to ordinance request?
I think that's fine.
Okay.
I agree. I thought the corrections used to be part of the report.
It
in the
did.
Past, yeah.
Yeah.
So that would have, maybe we should.
I think
consider
so.
that.
It's helpful.
Yeah.
It's tough to be blind on making that decision. Okay. Appreciate Chair's comments and Commissioner Beasley's comments. My decision's based upon the site as it exists. Fully appreciate staff's concerns with the project. I like the idea of using the site as it exists, and my personal belief is that it's sensible to work with someone who has a lot of industry experience, and based upon my own mental math, I don't think anyone is profiteering, taken advantage of, which I think is a major concern. And then I also think that maintenance is a major concern. So with all that, I am going to make a motion to recommend approval of the MPD of docket item number 2 with all the conditions, amending condition number 9 to say that all reasonable efforts should be made to resolve all corrections prior to the ordinance request.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 2 with conditions stated. And the approval is not what staff has recommended, but more approval of the project. Meredith, can you take Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
No.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Thank
Okay.
you all.
Looks like the motion passes
Thank you.
5-1. Thank you. We got that one done just right at an hour. All right, let's move on. Docket item number 3, please.
Docket item number 3, case CD SUP 2024-6. This is a request to approve the renewal of a special use permit to allow for gasoline and fuel sales in District B3-2 on about 1.1 acres, generally located at East 27th Street and Prospect Avenue. Andrew Clark is the staff planner associated with this case, and the applicant is in the room with us.
All right, next up is docket number 3. This is CDSUP 2024-6, and I will share my screen.
Is there a way, is there something we can turn the air conditioner on? It's like flipping hot in here.
Yeah, we've contacted, admin is working on
Okay.
contacting maintenance.
Okay, the site is located at 2604 East 27th Street, and this is a renewal for a special use permit for gasoline and fuel sales. The site is located in the 3rd Council District on the northeast corner of 27th and Prospect Avenue. As you can see here on the right was a convenience store that's been there for a very long time. To the south, or to the north left on your screen, is the gas station that was approved in 2019. The special use permit has since expired. The applicant is here to renew it. There are no changes to the plans. This is the site plan. Again, nothing has changed since 2019. The applicant is conditioned to to allow or for the city to allow for gasoline and fuel sales for a period not to exceed 5 years. City staff did receive some phone calls from residents concerned about loitering and asking the property owner to really try to keep activity away from the eastern perimeter of their site. I did not have any formal letters or emails. The developer also shall resolve a few KCPD corrections related to SEPTED, raising the dumpster door, and some business operation information that KCPD would like to have on file. And they need to correct their site plan to show the correct zoning before they go to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. And staff recommends approval with conditions, and that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. And just a statement, this is not per the,
Moratorium?
yes,
No.
thank you. Okay. Any questions from the commissioners to the city staff?
When did you officially open?
When did they open?
They opened about a month ago.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so we'll go ahead and welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Tell us why, about the project and why you should get your special use permit renewed.
Right. My name is Riyad Baghdadi. When we got the original special use permit here, there was a condition that we have to renew it every 5 years. And I'm still not sure why this condition is there, and I'm not sure why this time too is going to be issued for 5 years. So on all other projects that I'm involved with, I mean, there is no time limit on this. So I don't know what's particular on this site, on this location, why it's 5 years.
It's concerned
The-
from the neighbors and from KCPD on the operating characteristics.
And in regard to that location it's at the corner of 27 and Prospect. And across the street, there is the police department is located just across the street. And then at the corner, at the very corner, as you there is the bus stop. And the problem to the owner too, is the bus stop, because he cannot tell people not to stay there. Now, he's not allowing people to loiter on his site, on his property, but he really cannot do anything regarding that bus stop. And the police is just right there. I mean, the police responsibility, I imagine, to clean up this area or keep an eye on what's going on at that corner there. So I think putting that burden on the owner doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, he has no power, he has no authority to ask people to move from the bus stop or from the sidewalk next to his property. So that's one thing. So he's gonna go every 5 years and gonna come here and do this?
You also only opened a month ago, so we don't know how he's operating it. You
Yeah,
never
but
got.
I mean, I haven't seen this condition on any other sites in the city.
For gasoline and fuel
For
sales,
gasoline?
it's very common. Yes, on your projects.
On my project, this is the first one I have seen. I mean, all my projects is just one special use permit and goes like that. But this is the first time we have to go back and renew the special use permit. The other more of a technical issue is we are asking for a variance for the sign. The sign has been installed. The owner actually went ahead and installed the sign, and we show it on our site plan. The setback does not comply with the side setback. I know you mentioned that the sign needs to comply with the sign regulation. So we need a variance for the sign setback.
Okay.
In this. And the zoning will revise the zoning to B3-2, sorry. But I'm still, if we can delete condition number 1 or remove the condition number one, that would be the most important.
Can staff confirm that that's on, that condition is on other projects as well?
Yes, so I can't answer specifically to any projects he's personally
No,
been
just
involved with.
general.
But in general, in the past 10 to 15 years ago, it was less common for planners to attach expiration dates to special use permits. And we've noticed a problem now with these SUPs that are just like approved in perpetuity, and there's no recourse to review them over and over again when, on a case-by-case basis. So now we have been, enforcing a condition to renew the SUP every 3 to 5 years, depending on the case.
In my personal recollection, I would say that it seems like a good practice, but it also, in my personal view, differs when the site is built for something or not built for something. So if it's built a certain way to only be something, then it seems more onerous to the applicant to come back when it's like you'd have to change the whole site. Whereas if it's a building that's being used in a special, unique way to the zoning, to me, that feels more fitting. But I do feel as though we've been trying as a commission to add timelines so that we can have checks and balances.
Yeah, reassess.
And a lot of that came from KCPD. I know they're across the street, but after 5 years, if they have repeat calls for certain types of cases, then they can ask the property owner to make some tweaks to how their site operates, primarily fencing, lighting.
So I think we need to make a distinction here because the existing property had been the nuisance. This one just opened. So I want people to realize that the previous history is not on this operator.
But they're all on one property.
I know. I couldn't understand why they did it when I saw it happening, but just to keep it clear, they haven't established their track record yet.
Could be a good reason to have a check in 5
Yeah.
years.
There's also nothing that says when you come back in 5 years, we couldn't remove the exception.
The exception.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
No one has approached the microphone and no one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to add this particular time?
No.
Okay.
No, just the variance for the sign and
I think that's a separate application, it seems like, to get your variance.
It'll be reviewed by the Board of Zoning Adjustment.
Yeah. At the same time as the SUP, or is that a separate?
It can be.
Okay,
with this one.
that'll be good. All right. With that, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Carl, I move to approve docket item number 3 with conditions as stated.
Second. I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 3 with conditions stated. Can you please take roll call on the motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, it's 11:30 now. Everybody's okay? So I think we hear the next case and then probably take a lunch break after that. Just
Okay.
letting everybody know. So after docket item 4, so like 5, 6, 7, we'll take a lunch break. So 5 on, the lunch break will be about a half an hour and then we'll come back. So that'll give you plenty of time to stretch your legs and that if you want to now.
Docket item number 4, this is case CD CPC 2024-33. This is a request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved development plan, also serving as a preliminary plat to allow approximately 127 residential units in District B3-2, which is a commercial zoning district, and R2.5, which is a residential zoning district on about 19.5 acres. Generally located at the southwest and southeast corner of Northwest Inglewood Road and North Mercer Drive. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner attached to this case, and the applicant is in the room with us.
Morning, Commissioners. Docket item number 4, as stated, is for a major amendment to a previously approved development plan located at approximately 1101 Northwest Inglewood Road. And it is for the Kinsley multifamily Phase 2 project. Site is generally located in the Northland, just west of Highway 169. And this is the subject site outlined in yellow. It's currently 2 parcels, which abut an existing, some existing residential buildings and neighborhood. This is the previously approved development plan that will be amended. This was a residential development plan approved in 2022, which had 3 multi-unit buildings, so more apartment style with associated parking and connected off of the existing stub at Northwest 55th Street. And then we have the site plan of the proposed development, which is a little bit different building style. These are multiplex, so they have private garage, private internal drives, and whereas the previous plan approved around 300 units, with the change in building style, this development is proposing around 126 units. And as mentioned, all drives will be private except for this southern extension of Northwest 55th Street, which will close a connectivity loop as well as utility loops as requested by the Water Services Department. And then I also wanted to point out that Northwest Inglewood Road to the north is actually a designated boulevard. So this project was reviewed against the boulevard standards for mostly the architectural design and also having adequate pedestrian connectivity. So we have some general elevations. All the garages point towards the private drives, acting as sort of the front facade. So again, a variety of 2-unit duplex buildings, 3 units, 4-unit quadplex. And then again, some front, and then you have side elevations. And then what's being considered as the rear elevations. And then I just wanted to specifically point out this elevation, which staff and the applicant have been continuing to work on. I believe we reached an agreement earlier this morning with the Parks Department, who was also reviewing this against those boulevard standards. And as part of the requirement, there must be sort of an enhanced entry articulation feature. So in this case, we have the awnings provided over the doorways. And this is a previous iteration, but staff and the applicant have discussed incorporating the masonry stone material, which you see on these sort of front facades on the rest. So the applicant will provide revised elevations prior to this project moving forward for council approval. And then I just have a couple of street views of the site. This is looking south towards the site on Mercer. So the subject site is both to your right and left. And then looking north on Mercer, again, subject site is on either side of Mercer here. And with that, staff recommends approval subject to conditions, and I can take any questions.
Okay, I think you had one of my questions, and that's what the unit would look like on the boulevard. So is that what you showed? Is that like what's on G208 of my sheet here? 27 of 31 of the PDF. I think it's that one. And that's going to be improved, so it has a, with what?
Oh.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Aaron March with the Rouse Fretz White Cost Law Firm here today on behalf of the applicant, Taurus Investment Holdings. My client, Alan Peacock, is available online should you have any questions of him, as is Andrea Lemkin with our engineering firm. I did want to come up here and say we agree with the staff report and ask that you approve this, but to answer your question, we've been talking about, first suggested that where there's a 12-inch band, we thought we would put the masonry across that band. Parks Department has said they like the 12-inch band, and when we put the veneer under the windows, so it more mirrored the effect that we had on front end. This morning, we agreed and acknowledged that we would do that, and that revised elevation will be submitted as part of our packet prior to going up to City Council. So with that, with one comment, just as a fact on condition 18, we don't have a problem with condition 18. I just wanted everyone to be aware that on November 2nd, 2017, we entered into an impact fee credit agreement with the city, and any impact fees that we would have to pay under the city's impact fee program would obviously include any credits that are available under that agreement. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, as well as I'm sure Mr. Peacock or Ms. Lemkin, should you have anything more specific about the development. Thank you.
Other question would be, everything that's along 169, that's going to maintain the commercial that it's presented in the past. You're not changing anything there?
We're not changing anything there at all, no.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioners to the applicant?
Thank you.
All right.
For being short for the first time in my life.
Being short and having a plan worked
I
out.
could have fit a couple more in before lunch.
Genevieve, does so the massing facade is taken care of? Nothing needs to change with conditions?
Nothing needs to change with actually, so there is one condition from our parks reviewer, I believe, which just says to enhance that facade. That would be condition number 32, thank you. And so when the revised elevations are submitted, that will be removed as its result.
Great.
Okay. There's no questions for the applicant. Let's welcome or go to a public comment. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item 4, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
No one has approached the microphone and no one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. There's nothing else to add, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 4 with conditions as stated.
Second.
I got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 4 with conditions stated. Margaret, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Parkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crawl,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
All right, looks like it approved 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. So at this time, we're going to take a lunch break. Maybe called it premature, but I think it's lunch here or no?
Margaret, is lunch? Yep.
Okay. So it's 11:40 right now. We'll be back at about 12:10.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's right out in the hallway.
To the left.
Yep. This one not.
Oh, wait, there's one in the back.
Yeah, that one's a little,
I've got 1 o'clock meeting I gotta do.
Use it your own risk.
Ready to resume?
Yep,
Okay.
I'm ready.
Here
We'll be losing Commissioner Beasley for a little bit. She has another committee meeting she's got to be a part of, and she'll join us virtually later this afternoon. Okay, so we're ready for docket item number 5, please.
Docket item number 5, this is case CD SUP 2024-16. This is a request to approve a special use permit for an event venue serving as a community center in District R6, which is a residential zoning district on about 0.28 acres, generally located at the southwest corner of West 26th Street and Bellevue Avenue. Larissa Chompey is the staff planner associated with this case, and it looks like the applicant is in the room with us.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen before I forget. All right, as was previously mentioned, this is a special use permit for 2600 Bellevue Avenue. The subject site is located on the southwest corner of the intersection of West 26th Street and Bellevue Avenue. You can tell that Boulevard Brewing is just to the north, and then the parking lot is to the northeast. You are seeing the special use permit today because there's a section of code that states when a special use permit, I'm sorry, I'll start over. This is currently located in the R6 district, and they are asking for an event venue that'll be used as a community center for senior residents. There was a application approved on the site in 1988 for a community center. However, that use changed, and so in order to get back to that community center, they have to go through that special use permit. So that's why you're seeing it here today. Here is the outline for the site. As you can see, the applicant is adding kind of a drop-off area here to the east, and then a reverse only in parking south of that as well. The rest of the site isn't changing. The parking will remain on the rear of the building, and the existing square footage of the building will remain, and the facade will be updated with the permit. The applicant is proposing landscaping in compliance with the code. And they will need to submit an alternative parking compliance plan. Since they're not increasing their parking lot size, they don't meet the requirements. However, they'll apply for that and get that approved prior to certificate of occupancy. They're already talking about this agreement with the Boulevard Brewing to the north. The applicant is proposing stucco and wood accents for the building. The staff did ask for the north and the east, I believe, to be updated with some murals, trellises for the landscaping to climb up to provide some relief to that blank wall. The applicant did state that based on the landscaping they're providing, that landscaping will provide a relief to the blank walls in the future. The police department also asked for a revision to this gate prior to the certificate of occupancy, just to make sure it's not quite as climbable and provides a safer environment for the users of the space. And so the special use permit does have to meet these criteria, and I won't go through all of them. However, I mentioned C, which is compatible with the character of the surrounding areas in terms of site planning and building scale and project design. It is compatible with the site planning and the building scale. However, the design does have a few blank walls. In the future, we can come back and see, because there is a renewal period for the special use permit as well. So we'll be able to see if that landscaping does provide a relief for that wall. D is compatible with the character of the surrounding area. The applicants provided operating characteristics, and it will not have a negative impact. And as for the pedestrian safety or comfort, the applicant is moving that sidewalk and will provide an easement that'll have to be approved by Public Works, and that's also included as well. And so here's just a few pictures of the site as it is today. Here's the view from Bellevue Avenue. And the view here is the access on the south from West 26th Street, looking over here where the parking will be. And then just from the corner showing the layout of the building And with that, staff is recommending approval with conditions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff? Okay, seeing none, let's welcome the applicant. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Barrett Kroll. I'm with Urban Prairie Architectural Collaborative, representing the Guadalupe Center. I think Larissa did a good job explaining the project. We are in agreement with the conditions attached with the exception of number 3. And that is that the special use permit is issued for an event venue serving as a community for a period not to exceed 3 years. After listening to the previous applicant and the explanation of the renewal for the special use permits, I think I understand the intent. However, in this case, as Larissa explained, this building has always been owned by the Guadalupe Center and was previously used as the community center, specifically the senior center called Casa Feliz. And we're returning it to that previously approved use. The Guadalupe Center asked that I request a reconsidering of that term, whether it be longer or be stricken entirely, so that we don't have to come back and renew quite so often.
Okay, thank you. Any thoughts from the commissioners on that?
I'm fine extending it.
Yeah, I would feel comfortable doing 5 years for that.
5 or not have a limit at all?
Yeah, I'm open to no limit or 10 or, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with Tyler.
Yeah.
I guess, how does the city feel about that? Or how does staff feel about that?
So the renewal would allow staff to make sure that those blank walls are completely covered by the landscaping as, since it's hard to create renderings about the height and all of that. If coming back in 5 years would allow for that landscaping to grow, and we can have pictures submitted to make sure that that isn't quite as just stucco.
Okay. Give you some time to think about that. So let's go to public testimony then. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 5, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
No one has approached the microphone and no one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Now you're thinking time is up.
How expensive is the process of renewing an SUP?
It's the special use permit application filing fee, and I don't know that off the top of my head. But then it's submitting, it would be this, if nothing has changed with the site plan, same site plan, and providing pictures of the exterior of what's been created.
And then for those applicants that choose to hire someone to represent themselves outside of time that we see them, how much time is typically, in your estimation, spent on a renewal with city staff?
Off the top of my head, the pre-application meeting, and then they don't normally go through the DRC process, so they wouldn't really hear from us on that point, and then the pre-meeting for CPC.
Okay,
So-
thanks. Would we be required to do the public engagement portion of it and everything?
Yep.
So if I may make one more comment, just about if the concern is the blank wall on, which elevation is that? It's in the north wall. Is there the rendering that we included, is that in the slides? The project is going to be substantially more attractive after this project is over than the building is currently. And I think that we would just ask not to have to come back and present this to the commission over a blank wall that's going to be a lot nicer than the wall that's currently there.
And the rendering is not in the PowerPoint, but it is attached to your staff report.
Fine, getting rid of that.
Okay. What are you thinking, 10 years?
Yeah, it seems good.
Okay.
Seems so arbitrary, but I don't know. I mean, I'd be fine to get rid of it, I think.
I'd be fine to get rid of it. I mean, just looking at the elevations, I don't think that's an egregiously
Good.
large
Yeah.
amount of blank space.
I agree.
I think it's used well where it is, so.
Great, I'm fine.
So what is that, strike 3?
Yeah, I'll take a motion.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 5 with conditions, striking condition number 3, removing a term limit or a time limit on the special use permit.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 5 with removal of condition 3. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Pasek,
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Yep.
Moving on to docket item number 7. This is case CD SUP 2024-12.
Can you
This is a-
speak in your microphone more, please?
Yeah, sorry. Case CD SUP 2024-12. This is a request to approve a special use permit to allow for a drive-through facility for an eating and drinking establishment in District DC-15, which is a downtown zoning district on about 0.8 acres, generally located at Grand Boulevard and East 12th Street. Andrew Clark is the staff planner associated with this case, and the applicant team is in the room with us.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andy Clark with City Planning and Development in the Development Management Division. Before you is docket number 7, CDSUP 2024-12. This is for a special use permit for a drive-through facility at 1125 Grand Boulevard. It is located within the downtown loop, directly west of us on 12th Street on the northeast corner of Grand and 12th. Here's a view looking east from Grand Boulevard. You can see the plastic delineators for the bike lane that was recently installed.
I don't think we can see your.
Yeah, we can't
Oh.
see them.
I don't see it.
All right, great. So here's a view looking east from Grand Boulevard. As I said, you can see the delineators that were installed for the bike lane. There is one bike lane on each side of the street. And then here's a view looking south from Grand. The applicant, this is the site plan, is proposing in yellow to add a drive-through lane for a proposed eating and drinking establishment, which in this case is a coffee shop, but a coffee shop falls under eating and drinking establishment. So it's a very broad category. Just a quick timeline on this property. Prior to 2018, it was offices only with a ground floor bank and bank teller window with ATMs. In 2015, the Boulevard and Parkway standards were adopted by the city council, which is why they're here for a special use permit for a drive-through facility being adjacent to and within 150 feet of a boulevard. In 2016, construction begins to renovate the offices into residential with ground floor retail. During that period, and you'll see photos, the drive-through becomes abandoned according to our code 8861004-D. During that time, there was a plan that was submitted to City Planning and Development, which erroneously approved the ATMs because that's a drive-through use after the Boulevard and Parkway standards had been adopted by council. It could have been erroneously approved because it was such a new ordinance and the plan reviewers were not aware of the new standards.
Erroneous because it would have needed an SUP.
Correct. So here's evidence of the ATMs in 2016. Obviously, they're not there. They've been removed. That's a loss of non-conforming status. In 2017, the site is completely under construction. In May 2018, there are still no ATMs or drive-through uses. Site is under construction. March 2019, finishing up the project. No ATMs, no drive-through uses. 2023, 2024, the teller window, vacant. Staff's recommendation in this case involved reviewing the downtown development standards that are in the zoning and development code, which this plan does not comply with, related to a drive-through facility. It does not comply with the greater downtown area plan. It's in direct conflict with the Vision Zero program to reduce pedestrian conflict and fatalities. It's not compatible with the surrounding area. There's no other drive-throughs in the immediate area. It is a danger to pedestrians and cyclists. And most importantly, it sets a dangerous precedent for more drive-through facilities in a transit-oriented development district. Also, an important note, this will go to the Board of Zoning Adjustment after being heard by your body. A drive-through facility is its own use, and the state of Missouri, state statute 89090, the BZA cannot grant a use variance. So our development standards for downtown development states a drive-through facility shall not be a principal use of the parcel, but rather shall be accessory to a principal building on the parcel. This is two uses. They're wanting to open up a eating and drinking establishment, which is one, but also a drive-through facility. Staff is okay with the coffee shop itself, not the drive-through facility.
So with that, what are you saying then? That the actual use then is?
It technically can't be approved. Would be a use variance, staff's determination.
Wait, so it says a drive-through facility shall not be a principal use of the parcel. So you're saying the drive-through is principal and the coffee inside is accessory, is not principal?
Coffee, there are two principal uses. It's a drive-through facility as one use, and it's a
Even though
coffee
it's
shop as the
like
other.
serving the same thing inside and outside. It's
Well, like a
separate use?
scooters would be a good example. You can't go inside of them. It's only a drive-through facility. So it's a eating and drinking establishment and a drive-through facility.
But like a bank, you would have a drive-through facility, but also be able to go in.
Or like a dry cleaner to drop off. This is where, when the development standards were written for downtown, staff was under the impression that this was put into the code because of how many buildings have ATMs or banks on the ground floor. Otherwise, we'd be creating a huge nonconformity. And banks are a much less intensity than perhaps a large brand drive-through facility selling a certain type of food or drink.
And if there's other things in the building, that's irrelevant.
Right.
Okay.
The applicant did do public engagement. Staff did receive a letter from the Downtown Neighborhood Association, a letter of concern. Again, this is in direct conflict with the Greater Downtown Area Plan, where this plan is proposing to encourage more vehicular traffic rather than pedestrians. The Downtown Neighborhood Association also encouraged the applicant to look at alternatives of turning the drive-through lane into a sort of enclosed space when it's cold out, but also in the summer, it'd be nice and shaded, patio, different types of amenities over here. But again, this causes, as the letter states, causes issues for bicycles commuting on the bike lanes and pedestrians walking along Grand. Staff's recommendation for this special use permit is denial.
If they decided instead of this being for vehicle drive up, but for pedestrian walk up?
That would be fine, because
Okay.
drive-through facility in the definition, it's only when you're getting served in your vehicle.
Okay.
And then where's the entrance? And is it used for other, like, do cars go through there ordinarily or not?
They go through there, there is some parking for the apartments, and then the two ATMs that were erroneously approved, they come in from the west side.
I thought you said once they were removed, that removed the ability to have that.
Right, so they were removed and should not have been, you can see in 2019, they were wrapping up the construction. But what happened is they were erroneously approved by someone in city planning to put ATMs back in, but they should have had to have gone through the special use permit process.
So we already have cars driving through there.
For financial services, which is, my point is different
Sure.
intensities.
Gotcha.
And right now, does anyone drive through there for other purposes? Like, is it an exit of anything else?
Just that parking, that's how many spots are back there?
Right, for future residents,
Oh.
that's what it says on the ground.
Is that like 10 spots or 100 spots or? Oh, future, as in like your visitor
residents,
residents.
yes,
Gotcha.
yes.
Not as in we're gonna have a whole bunch of people living here someday. Okay.
Exactly.
How are you projecting how much traffic it's gonna get?
Just an ATM is, it's planning principles and, professional practice, but an ATM is a much less intense use than an eating and drinking establishment. I'm not gonna say a certain brand's name out loud. That's a little bit irrelevant. It's setting a precedent for more drive-through, more restaurants that depend on drive-through services to develop in a downtown. Also, one thing from a planning perspective, when it comes to safety, typically when you order something from a eating and drinking establishment, you're hungry or thirsty. And what do? Start drinking it or eating it. And now we have a bike lane right here. So just the user conflict compared to an ATM, usually just putting your money away so it doesn't blow away. So that's what I'm trying to say. There are different types of drive-through intensities.
But how did you determine that a coffee shop is gonna have more intense traffic than the bank?
Peak times.
Yeah, the Commerce in East Village, like over here, does more volume than most coffee shops probably in terms of drive-through. So I get it, but I'm sure in general, yeah, it's a safe assumption.
But your peak time between 7 and 9. And then you also have your residents that are using the bike lane. It's just direct pedestrian conflict.
And just to be clear, there will be indoor coffee as well, right? There'll be in and out facility. And the parking, that future tenant parking is not for the coffee shop, correct? That would only be for, okay.
Yeah. Any other questions? All right, let's welcome the applicant then. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. My name is David Waters. I'm with the Spencer Fain Law Firm. And just for your information as well, I also serve as the mayor of Westwood, Kansas. And prior to that, I served for 8 years on my own planning commission. So I certainly know and appreciate the job that you all do. And thank you for having us here today. Are you able to control the slide?
There you go.
This one? Okay. Whoops. What do you want me to push? Just next?
Yes.
So please allow me to first introduce Prefix Coffee to you a little bit. In 2014, Joel and Lindsay Friedrich brought a small cafe off Main Street in Grandview, Missouri. Spent years learning, laboring, longing to establish their own company, and they loved how their cafe brought the community together. In 2017, Joel and Lindsay relocated, and Jonathan, Joel's younger brother, started working at that cafe, began taking interest in the art of roasting coffee, started roasting their own coffee for their shop. 2018, Colin Dwyer, who is with me at the table here today, who always saw more potential in his friend's business, started dreaming with the two brothers about how they could grow it, and he joined the company as a partner. 2020, at the height of the pandemic, they began work on opening their second location in South Kansas City. I'll go through their locations for you. And in 2021, Prefix Coffee was officially launched. 2023, just last year, Prefix acquired 2 new locations, one in Midtown on 31st Street, one in the Lightwell building at 1100 Main. So this is a company that is invested in Kansas City, Missouri. And here in 2024, Prefix is excited to be opening up another new location in the Grand development, 1125 Grand, helping reinvigorate this area and this development. And as for this project, they're requesting your support this morning or afternoon now. Just to show you a bit, this is their building on the Lightwell building at 1100 Main. This is their facility in Midtown on 31st Street. And then this is their new space opening at 1125 Grand. Again, we think that this shop is going to help revitalize street level activities in the area, aid in the development of the downtown core quite a bit, and also serve as an amenity to the residents who are living in the Grand. The question was whether this was inside as well. Yes, it is. It is as well. So we think that this will be an amenity for the residents that are living in this area. As you know, the Grand has been a key development in this area, bringing new residents while also restoring a historic downtown property. As you probably know, Sunflower Development Group worked with the National Park Service to designate Traders on Grand as a historic building. Originally the Kansas City headquarters for Traders National Bank, the building had fallen into quite a state of disrepair and was half vacant by the time that it was purchased in 2016. It's now been completely revitalized, and Prefix is one of the last pieces of the puzzle. Now, I do want to make clear, my client is the Prefix Coffee Shop itself. We are not the owners or the managers of the entire building, or we are a tenant in the building. And that's our status here in this building. We think our application day is pretty simple. We'd like to continue to use the existing drive-through lane located on the north side of the building in order to serve coffee. There's no new construction other than tenant finish work. The drive-through lanes already exist. I think there was a statement earlier about how we're adding a new lane. That's not true. That lane has been and is there and will remain there. At an earlier time, the lane closest to that building, the one we're talking about, simply served as a bank teller window. And Prefix would like to use that same window area to hand out cups of coffee instead of bags of money to people that come through. So I've highlighted the area, but those are also in the pictures that staff presented to you. Now, we certainly do understand and appreciate staff's concerns regarding drive-throughs, suggesting they're not compatible with the area. We would disagree for, among other reasons, the following. Again, these lanes already exist. There are ATM machines there that are utilized, there's available. These lanes are already used for other traffic coming through. This use is already existing. We're not adding anything here. These long-standing lanes have not caused the concerns that we believe staff is alleging. We've not been able to locate any showing that there have been any accidents in this area because of this. There's no additional construction of any substance here. So again, simply like to use what's already there. And we think it would be a waste to not allow the small business to use this existing facility. To your point, Mr. Enders, we know that this is an exit only onto Grand. All the traffic comes in from the west from McGee Street or through the parking garage and comes through that way. So this is not an in and out situation. Cars are already using these lanes, whether as pass-throughs, they use it for a bank or they use it for the ATM purposes. This is a photo from couple photos from the inside of the site for you. And again, you see that this is a pre-existing feature of the property. And again, we're trying to convert the existing bank teller window into a coffee shop window. There's really nothing new here on this. We would strongly disagree with staff's statement that this is a primary use of the property. I mean, the primary use of the property is a multi-story residential conversion building with a coffee shop on the lobby level. This is clearly an accessory use to this. This is not a primary purpose of this building. You know, even some of the features that you have on this lane, the portico, and I apologize, I do not speak French, so if I butchered that, I apologize. That was redeveloped as like a little dog park area on the top of that. So some of that work into that as an area for residents. So the notion that we can just do something else with this property is not reasonable or feasible at all. Again, we do not control this property, and a lot of development also went into that and to create that little dog park area. We do know that the city does have performance standards for drive-throughs. We think we've been able to show staff through this application that it meets every single one of those that are listed in the code. And there's something like 25 different ones. And all of these have been met. And I'll just go through a couple of them. It's a minor accessory use of the building. I mean, that in itself, since that is a factor for drive-throughs to say it's an accessory use, I think that by definition says it can't be a primary use if that is one of your factors for drive-throughs. It's got the required structure already in place above it. The length of the drives meet all stacking requirements and distances from street standards. Traffic is only one way. That's just a few of the examples, but we could go through all of those as well. We do understand that they do require special attention and consideration, and that is why you do have those 24 different standards in your code for how to handle a drive-through. And we again believe we've met every single one of those, and we've laid that out for staff before. And all of that makes sense because again, these are existing facilities. That's why we comply with everything that is required for a drive-through, because this has already been a drive-through. It already is used for drive-through and for lanes. It has been discussed, again, we take the position with staff that the existence and use of these lanes was already approved by the city as indicated by these stamped plans for the overall grand project, which again was done in coordination with the National Park Service and other historic groups. They retained the islands, retained the lanes and everything else with it. So I know I can't speak for the developer myself, but I know this is probably causing quite a bit of confusion for them that they do all of this work, go through the city processes. And now the city is saying, we need a special use permit of some kind. We did try to work administratively with staff. Those efforts fell through. We worry a little bit about this is the tail wagging the dog. Instead of having transportation improvements being in the service of residents and businesses, we seem to be saying that it's more important for people to be able to get to businesses that can't open. That's the primary key of the area, that instead we're putting businesses into the service of lanes or whatever that in place, where it really should be the opposite. We try to do these multimodal facilities for the service of the businesses and to attract those businesses to be there. And that's why we plan for these things. Now, to address some of the concerns from staff and perhaps to anticipate some of the things that you might be thinking about as well. We have agreed, it may not be in your staff report, but we have agreed to certain additional improvements to the site. We've agreed that we can install a speed bump or a speed table. We'd be happy to work with staff on the exact dimensions of that, et cetera, to address the concern, which I think staff originally brought up about if somebody's pulling forward, do they want a physical indication that hey, you are about to enter a sidewalk, you're about to enter a lane, something that bumps you a little bit to gives you a visual notice there. Let me note, of course, though, that even without this special use permit, vehicles are already allowed to use these lanes and exit onto Grand without this type of improvement. Meaning denial of this special use permit isn't going to do anything to mean that vehicles will not use these already existing lanes to exit onto Grand. All denial really does is hurt this small business, send a message that the investment of millions of dollars in this property, all with city approval, really isn't welcome. We do think, however, the community is better served by allowing Prefix to use the existing infrastructure to help and support and grow its small business and provide a level of downtown engagement that really doesn't exist in the area. Other things we've discussed with staff that we'd be willing to look at and install would be some additional signage, exit signage notice of cars, pedestrians, et cetera. We've talked some ideas. Is it a lit up light? Is there a blink? Something like that. We'd be happy to work with staff on those types of things. Installation of, I won't get the term right, but those big circular mirrors that you go by and you see what's oncoming. That's something that we've offered to staff that we would be willing to install as well. Again, we understand that some and staff might prefer that this be different uses, that it be set up as a patio or something like that. That simply can't occur here. There are ATM leases in place. There are agreements for these lanes to be open. This is not something that we, of course, as a tenant can agree to on this. So these types of uses aren't going to go anywhere.
Who are those leases with? Is that the actual building owner that has to maintain those?
The building owner has lease agreements with the ATMs.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We have, of course, engaged with the community on this. I note on the Downtown Neighborhood Association, I may have been a little bit, I said general support on that. I understand that they have submitted a letter asking for denial on this. What I meant by that is really that we did have a productive and good conversation with them. Everybody did feel good about the business and things like that. We understand that they've since been a little bit less supportive, but I don't want that on my slide to go as if I'm speaking for the Downtown Neighborhood Association correctly. This is probably not in your packet. If you indulge me for just 2 minutes or 1 minute, probably. We did receive a letter today of support from the Downtown Council. I have provided that to staff, and I'd like to go ahead and read that if you would allow me. The Downtown Council of Kansas City, Missouri, DTC, was recently given a presentation on the proposed coffee shop at 1125 Grand. The DTC supports its proposed development and its request to utilize the drive-through lane. Downtown Kansas City is undergoing a renaissance. No other time in history has our downtown experienced such significant redevelopment. With impressive new neighborhood amenities from Power and Light District and the Creative Crossroads Art District to the City Market and our riverfront, downtown has positioned itself as a thriving neighborhood for those choosing the urban lifestyle. 12th and Grand has many challenges. The long vacant Palace building at the intersection has been the cause of crime and blight. We need more positive activity to remediate the problems. A retail shop such as Prefix Coffee would help do just that. As we understand it, there is a drive-through lane already in use at that location. We believe that this will not be a deterrent to the safety of vehicular and pedestrian traffic. The creation of construction and permanent jobs downtown is vital to our city's ongoing development and will economically bolster the transit corridor. It remains imperative if we are serious about growing business downtown, that we continue to develop empty retail space such as this opportunity at 1125 Grand. We believe the development at 12th and Grand will be well received in the downtown market and tremendous success. Thank you for consideration. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. Best regards, Sean O'Byrne, Vice President, Downtown Council of Kansas City. And with that, Prefix Coffee can't wait to begin serving the community, but I'd like to introduce them to maybe speak a little bit about Prefix Coffee and their business.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Melissa Dwyer. I'm one of the owners of Prefix Coffee, and I just wanted to share a little bit that, as has already been shared, that we're just excited to be a part of the downtown scene, and we're looking forward to just serve the community here. We understand that it's a downtown has its unique lifestyle and just different demographic here, and we're excited to do whatever we can to ensure that people have a great experience. And we have not seen like a drive-through in the area, and I think that's one of the things that, as we've talked to people, when we share about what we're doing or what's coming up next, that's one thing that they're like, oh my goodness, I'm so excited about that. I would love to have a drive-through as I'm going to work or whatever the case may be. And so I think that just even hearing from people, other customers, or just people that we're sharing about, this is something that seems to be, in general, people are very excited about.
Yeah, just to a few of those points too, about especially about increasing traffic volume. I think that in general, it's not going to really increase traffic in the city much at all, because it's not like a lot of people are going to be coming from the suburbs just to come to this drive-through and then go back to their work or whatever. So it's already vehicles that are coming into the city, most likely. They'll probably be the bulk. They already know where they're going to park and everything. I mean, you could even make a case that if it was a walk up, it would create maybe more of a hectic situation with people trying to find parking to be able to come in. Because when people try to park downtown, they just do dumb stuff. And that, I mean, we aren't a big brand. I mean, I would love it if we could hit some like Starbucks numbers. That probably will never happen. And we also do more specialty coffee, which is a little bit, Starbucks really pumps it out and they have so much volume. But we probably won't end up having that. But yeah, I mean, I don't even, we've tried to work with city staff, and, we're not like against the neighborhood. I felt like we had a good meeting there, and like we're open to adding those extra things. And we really want to make it work for everybody as much as we can.
Hours a little bit, that might be something of interest. Anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, probably to start our, we'll start opening around 7 or 8, and probably be open till around 5. I'm not sure if that like affects too much, but that'll be, yeah.
With that, we thank you for your consideration this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission?
Yeah, I've got a couple questions, clarifications. If someone can pull up the kind of plan view that you guys showed the speed bump on or something like that. Trying to figure out functionality, how this works, because it looks like you go in one end and then come out the other end, or do you have to turn around?
You would come in, all vehicles come in from the west.
Well, east. On Grand? Coming from
I'm
Grand?
sorry,
From the east on
I'm sorry,
McGee.
I misspoke there, from McGee.
Oh, so you come in and then pop out onto Grand?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I misspoke my directions there.
And it
And
appears.
that is not an engineered rendering. That was something that I put together trying to work with staff and saying, hey, this is an idea, but if you tell us what you want in terms of length and width and height, we will work with you on that.
So, and that flow of traffic is for all 3 of those
Yes, sir.
lanes, all out?
Yes, sir.
So hypothetically, you'd mentioned Starbucks numbers. We've all seen a Starbucks drive-through at 7 a.m., 8 a.m., around the block throughout. I love coffee. We have a great coffee culture here in Kansas City. If you're producing good coffee, you're gonna have a line. Where does that line go?
Yeah,
It
so
goes all the way, that drive and that area is covered all the way back to McGee.
all the way back to me.
It's
But that, I mean, if,
several hundred feet. I just couldn't get it all. on
Yeah,
this
so I
one
think it was
call.
projected like 12 to 14 cars just there.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, the picture is cut off.
That's cut off. That's just a part of the plan, but I mean, these lanes go all the way, the whole city block.
It's probably like 2 or 3 times that size.
okay. And similar to like other drive-throughs, right? When we have your orders, not, I'm assuming you guys offer some sort of food, you know, quick, yeah. So,
Grab and go, yeah.
yeah, so it's grab and go, so it's not like, you know, oh, you have to wait over here or and then, okay, that answered my questions there. Next question is your other locations, do they have drive-throughs?
Yes, one does. And the volume is extremely low. Something we want to push,
Are the
but
number, are the numbers the same for the one that doesn't have a drive-through and has a drive-through?
which numbers?
Your
Of-
Just general business.
general business.
Yeah, what we're projecting is probably a little bit more here. It's very low drive-through numbers at the other location.
I guess my question is
Mhm.
the lack of a drive-through, is it gonna hinder business or is it just a bonus
Um,
that you guys want?
Yeah, I think it will hinder just because of coffee shops aren't huge margin, especially with inflation lately. So we're just really trying to make anything work. And, you know, we projected at least something through that drive-through. And without it, especially with a build out, I mean, we won't be making any money for years. And that's if we continue to lease after I've already done the build out.
Okay,
There's been a lot of investment in this space.
There's been a lot.
So are you projecting more drive-through traffic than your other location at this particular location?
Yeah, we're hoping to, but even if it doubles, it's still pretty low.
What's
Especially
low?
relative to a Starbucks.
10,
Joel,
10 an hour, 20 an hour.
how much do we have at Midtown? How many people come to the drive-through?
20%.
I can't hear.
What does that
what you're
equate
saying.
to?
20 a
Said
day.
about 20. a day.
20%, he said 20% of total volume. So what
Yes.
is that?
Like 20 to 25 cars a day through the drive-through. Which is probably less than the ATM.
So you would project, even if you double that, a maximum of 50 cars a day?
I would hope for more. We have one there and we've been there a little while. Obviously, we're still getting established there. So hopefully that will grow too. And hopefully this will grow to more, but after having real life experience, it might be a little while before it can even grow to bigger numbers. And I'm not sure where that cap would be.
We do recognize it is a difficult site. You do have to come in through from McGee, all the way through to get to it as well.
So I have a couple questions. First of all, what year was this building constructed?
Originally,
Yes, with the drive-through.
oh, I don't know. It's been decades.
Decades though. So do you have any idea of which decade it was built in?
I do not know.
I think maybe just from what I remember years ago, talking with the landlords, maybe the 60s or 70s where it was
Okay.
Yeah.
a bank
That makes sense.
drive-through.
So, okay. And then my other question is unrelated to that, but where do you expect your clients to be, the drive-through clients specifically, where do you expect them to be coming from? And where do you expect them to be going to after they've used the facility?
Yeah, my guess would be that most are going to be coming to get it on their way to work, going to park in their.
Well,
parking
more
lot.
specifically,
Mhm.
where are they coming from? Like, where are they living and where are they working?
I don't know how we
City.
could know where people are working.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a downtown.
Well,
core,
because,
assume a
you
lot
know,
of-
you
yeah.
had stated previously that you don't expect people to be driving out from the suburbs to here and then back, right? So there has to be some estimation as to where they are working or where they are relatively living. And it doesn't have to be exactly
Yeah,
which
gotcha.
streets, but
Yeah.
what,
I think we anticipate that this is going to be an amenity that serves the downtown core.
so, okay, but do you expect the people who are driving through the facility to be driving from a downtown apartment, for example, to a downtown job?
Well, I can say something. I think what we're trying to say is that the people that are coming in are people that already are working here. Like maybe they do live in a suburb and they're already working here. So we're not creating new coworkers in downtown. Like these are people that already are doing this commute. And so what we would be adding is just that they would have now an ability to have a drive-through, pick up coffee on the way, and then just proceed to their work that they're already going to today. Like
Okay, so you expect that they live elsewhere, work downtown, and they would use the facility somewhere between that commute, correct?
I think we fully expect that downtown residents would be able to use this as well.
yeah, it's not exclusive to people coming out from the burbs to go to work.
Sure, but you think they would work vice versa as well, and that's what you're saying? That people living in downtown commuting to the suburbs would also be able to use the facility. But the reason I'm asking is because, I don't know if there's an expectation that people are driving from a downtown location to another downtown location and using the facility somewhere in between there, or if they're specifically using this facility and going back to where they had originally
I
started.
don't think we have that type of data on where customers all live and such, but primarily this is going to be a downtown service.
Other questions?
Got a question for staff. This site's been marketed for years and it's been marketed to me many times, and to other companies. The way it was marketed, at least like 6 years ago, and I never went and looked at it, was this is the only site that could have this. And this was before I was on CPC, so I didn't know I just took it for granted, but you say that there's a lot of ATMs and you're worried about precedent. Do you have any sense of, because I don't go to any drive-through ATMs downtown, so I have no idea. So I don't know if there are like 6 other spots that could pop up like this. Do you have any sense of how many drive-through ATM places are available?
I do not know. I mean, how many garages that we have that are no longer in service. This is a precedent though, where, I know along Grand, as you go north, there are garages that are no longer in service, and someone will be able to say, the building was built with this drive-through. And this case they're going to use as a precedent. But I can't give you the number of properties. It was just when they made the downtown development standards, that is the only feasible idea of why they wrote it that way, was to not make financial services legal non-conforming uses.
I think under that type of analysis, then, if there is a garage that might be used right now, then you might as well be telling property owners, we're not going to allow you to use your garages anymore because that might have the vehicles. Actually worse, those are usually, there's one right across the street, an in and out garage there. You might as well be saying that those aren't allowed to be used
Parking isn't
anymore.
allowed use, so I would not really pay attention to that. But I mean, in the staff report, 1, 2, 3, 4, there are 4 different stipulations within the downtown development standards that this is not meeting. You can't have egress onto a street from a drive-through. And that's why I brought up the ATMs being erroneously approved. Just because the city made a mistake in the past doesn't mean we have to continue making a mistake.
I would disagree with that analysis. I mean, you have certain parkway standards in your code that do have additional criteria for drive-through. And we've again met every one of those. So, you can't say we've got standards for something that isn't allowed to exist. Why even have the standards in your code?
They're the downtown development standards.
Real quick, David, I don't know if you know the answer. Maybe the landlords do, but I know the timing is like really close. Were the plans approved before like the special use permit was needed? Because I know how long plans and building things can take.
I'm not sure it matters when, but again, I think it does go to that, plans were approved. It's been marketed this way. This was a historic renovation project that was done with several other agencies involved, all anticipating that these uses would be there. And again, we're not even building anything new. This was an anticipation that we could build something. There's an anticipation that what is already there can just be used.
Clarification, the drive-through was built in 1983.
Thank you.
In that drive-through, is there any access to the garages on either side?
I don't recall off the top of my head. If they are, it's towards the back, towards McGee's side. It's back there that way. There's quite a bit of fencing, I know, that blocks out some of the decking that you can see.
Okay, and if this should go through, I'm just curious, where would you put your menu board to order, or is it right at the window?
It's a little bit before, so we can start making the
So you'd
orders
have
before. There's like
One
I'm
or two
saying,
cars?
yeah, it'll be a few cars back. There's a little alleyway there. I think it's not. I don't think it gives access to the garage. I might be wrong on that.
I don't
I
think it
think it's
does.
more
It's
for
all
like
fenced off.
Yeah, it's fenced off, and I think there's a dumpster back there or something. So we're putting the drive-through menu a few cars deep back.
Okay. All right, any other questions for the applicant? All right, let's move to a public comment then. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 7, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon. Good afternoon.
Hi, Nicholas Morris with the Downtown Neighborhood Association. They graciously met with us a couple months ago. And like on his slide, like I said, when generally we support the business. I mean, I myself am a prefix customer. I love your coffee. But that does not mean that we think there should be a special use permit for this drive-through. Because, just because it's an existing drive-through does not mean it is an existing coffee shop. It is a new use for this, and it does not mean the greater area downtown plan standards or downtown development standards. Nor like myself cycling, a lot of us do. We're really concerned about the amount of cars here. And I'm almost getting like two different sides. They're saying like there's not going to be many cars, so it's not going to be a problem, but also somehow cars are a key component of this business model. Like without cars going through this drive-through, essentially, I don't know if it won't work at all, but we think we would love to see this coffee shop here. I think it's an addition to the neighborhood, but we do not believe that it should be approved for a special use permit.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
We're supposed to have somebody from the owner's rep coming in on Zoom.
Then the first person is Aaron
Yes.
Messer
Mesmer, yes.
and Mesmer, and there's 2 more after that.
Okay. Let's go with Aaron then.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I did want to just clarify a couple of things. So I'm Aaron Messmer. We are the building owners of the property. And I was there earlier, but had to leave due to the duration of the deal, but glad to be able to join here now. So the building was built in the 1960s. It had been a drive-through for US Bank for decades and decades and decades. And then just to clarify one other question I know that was asked a moment ago was, there is not a connection to the parking garage through the drive-through. You enter either into the drive-through on McGee or into the parking garage, but there's not a connection between the two. As a bit of background, we began construction on the property in 2016, as was stated by staff. I want to point out, though, that that was after we had been in a planning approval process for almost 2 years. That planning approval process included the staff at Kansas City, Missouri, as well as the National Park Service. The approval of those plans were very specific to incorporate the historic nature of the property. The historic approvals required that we keep the drive-through with the canopy above it. And that was one of the conditions that we did. One of the things that you'll see, and I think staff showed in the photos earlier, is that we had to enhance the structure of that canopy in the drive-through in order to do the pet park that you now see there, our residents enjoy. We wanted to make that an amenity, bring the outdoors, indoors, and so forth. But the drive-through component actually was a critical component of the historic approvals and of the approvals that Kansas City, Missouri did at that time. And so when those plans were approved in 2015 and 2016, that was obviously prior to you having any sort of ordinance related to changing the drive-through use. US Bank, like I said, had been there for decades and they would have stayed. I don't like the characterization of the drive-through being abandoned because you can't do construction and not, and maintain the use at the same time. So at no point was the drive-through abandoned in any way, shape, or form. It was approved as a drive-through. It was intended to be a drive-through upon completion of construction, upon approved plans. And I also don't like the characterization of the drive-through with Enterprise Bank's ITMs, which are interactive teller machines, being characterized as an error by the staff. Those were intentionally approved. And they were done so with the full knowledge that that's exactly what this property was supposed to be from the onset, with the city's approval and with the city's intention. So as David pointed out, stopping the coffee use actually will not stop the drive-through from continuing to exist. The bank will continue to use that. Our future resident parking will continue to use that. And it was always intended to be there. I do think that the safety improvements that Prefix has proposed is a benefit to the property. But I want to point out that there have been zero documented safety issues related to the drive-through. And the characterization of, hey, when you get fast food, you just pull out real fast and you're not paying attention because you're hungry. When you're in an urban environment, that's not really the case. When you have buildings on both sides of you and a very narrow space in which to navigate, and you've got a lot of different signals in the environment that this is a place where you need to be slow and drive carefully, which would be enhanced with the improvements that Prefix is discussing.
Aaron,
That
please go.
signals to a driver that they need to exit that thing safely. So I would say that the city has previously approved this. They have always said this is going to be a drive-through. This is an accessory use to a multi-purpose mixed-use building that includes residential, office, and now retail. So I think from that
Thank you, Aaron.
standpoint, there's
We'll have
no.
to wrap up. Thank you. Anybody else?
Peter, you're next.
Hello, my name is Peter Carnicelli. I'm the president of the Downtown Neighborhood Association, and I'm also speaking as someone who lives downtown and cares about safety. I'm speaking today to oppose the special use permit, a drive-through on this location, a busy location on Grand Boulevard leading onto a sidewalk with bike lane. It causes unnecessary collision points and puts vulnerable people at risk of harm. Drivers exiting a drive-through tend to be distracted, putting their coffee and wallet away. The risk of collision with a pedestrian or bicycle rider are much increased. The applicant says that the numbers for drive-through are extremely low, but this is in conflict with their statement that their business would not be viable without the drive-through. And the Downtown Neighborhood Association has a history of promoting walkability and bikeability downtown. It was our organization's advocacy that helped lead to drive-throughs not being allowed by right, but requiring a special use permit. And I feel that if we grant special use permits to anyone who asks for them, it defeats the purpose of our advocacy that led to this. I understand that the lanes for the drive-through already exist. This doesn't change anything for me, as adding additional drive-through traffic through there is an unnecessary safety risk for our area. A drive-through here is against the downtown area plan. It's against the safety goals of our city and our organization. I fully welcome a coffee shop to open downtown, but not with a drive-through. I'm also very concerned about the precedent that it sets that would lead to more drive-throughs being allowed downtown. So Downtown Neighborhood Association urges you to deny the special use permit as it's dangerous and unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
And there is one more, but maybe they lowered their hand. Initials CK. Nope, I think they lowered their hand.
What's that?
I think they lowered their hand.
Okay.
No, I'm wrong.
I'll just add one comment that,
Hold on. So that's all the folks we have from the public?
That is correct.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and close public testimony then. Okay. So with that, I also heard some comments from neighborhood and folks about the project and.
Man, I suppose I would add to the last comment, the statement that, we work with you to grant, to develop special use permits in the area. But then it was followed up by, and I don't think we should actually grant any. The reason you have special use permits is because, yes, they sometimes do require special consideration, and your code is full of special considerations. And that's exactly why we're here. The point of it, if you weren't going to allow anything, and that was the point of the planning work that's been done, then you wouldn't allow them at all. But instead, you do have a special use permit process. You require additional look through. You require us to come to a meeting like this, get the feedback, talk to the neighbors, and meet all the different higher level performance standards. And we've met those. And then that's even in addition to our primary argument would be that this should have been allowed by right. But again, as some other applicants today spoke about, we decided, we made those points. We tried to work with staff on those. Those were not successful. We agreed to come through the SUP process as part of this.
Okay, thank you.
Can I have 2 points of clarity? That the special use permit process is the required process for this type of use. There is no room to allow for an administrative review because the code specifically calls out the special use permit process for this. And
We disagree with that, but that's neither here nor there.
And then the tenant finish permits that were applied for in 2022, calling out the drive-through use, does also have a note on there specifying the special use permit requirement as well.
Okay, thank you. So this time we'll close testimony from everybody and speak amongst the commission. There's really nothing to discuss. I'll take a motion, but
I'm supportive. I think it's worth noting the sidewalk, and I would have liked it called out, but it seems like it's very wide and offers a lot of daylighting. So in terms of, I do think that the main concern and my understanding of the I don't know, regulations, stipulations about the intent of reducing drive-throughs in this area, I think a lot of them are about the pedestrian safety, accessibility, et cetera. And so if we're looking at safety issues, I do think it's worth noting that I think there's a lot, it's not blind. There is a lot of daylighting, the way that the parking was set up. It's a huge sidewalk. And so I think in that sense, I do think it's unique from a safety perspective.
I've got a few comments myself. Are you finished,
Yeah.
Commissioner? Okay. I want to start on a macro level and then kind of zoom in on this, because I think that what's really important, that's something that's not brought up, is the values that are communicated through what we're building, especially in downtown. Because, and this is why I asked what era that this was built in. Drive-through specifically was in the 80s, but the building itself was built prior to that. That was an era of downtown, and especially the city as a whole, where we were more focused on the circulation of vehicles. This was seen as a way for downtown to sort of keep its relevance as the suburbs were rapidly expanding in the area. And so we saw this through an increase in drive-throughs. We saw this through lots of vehicular lanes that supported high volumes of traffic, high speeds of traffic. We saw this through increased parking. So there was a lot of accommodation towards vehicles in the downtown area. This idea of using that accommodation to keep up obviously failed. There's a reason that downtown is going through a renaissance, and it's because it had to come out of a depression, essentially. And part of that depression was because of this value system that we had established for downtown. The values have changed since then. The values are much more focused on walkability. They're focused on businesses that support one another rather than acting as though they exist in a vacuum. And so with that, I think it's important to look at that the value that, even though the drive-through was built in a different time with different values, that we should be upholding the values that we hold today, which is that we want the businesses to be more pedestrian focused. We want people to stay in downtown, not necessarily to cater to people who are driving in from other locations or vice versa. We want to encourage people to not only walk to this business, but also to be able to window shop or walk to other businesses in the surrounding area. So I think it's important that when we're considering this vote, that we're looking at what the values are today, not necessarily what the infrastructure was built for at that time. Now, looking at the safety concerns for this, I can speak from personal experience because I have used the bike lanes at this location several times. I have used them during rush hours, both in the mornings and in the afternoons, as well as on weekends. I typically don't have that many problems with, from a cyclist standpoint, don't have that many problems with vehicles. But when there are vehicles that are there, The problem that generally comes up is not necessarily that they're distracted when they're coming out or that they're speeding through it, but that what will happen is that they will pull out into the bike lane so that they can see past the parked cars that are, you know, the parallel parking that's there. They can see past that. And so I, as a cyclist, have to make two decisions, one of two decisions. One is I'll either wait for the car to have an opening and then they move through. And then I have to start momentum back on my bicycle to go uphill in that direction. Or I have to go out and in front of around the vehicle who may or may not see me and then proceed to go while I'm crossing in front of them. That's where the safety concern is for this. And so I think that there are actual safety concerns with this. And I understand that even though this may not have a programmed use, if this is denied, that there are still vehicles that could potentially come through. I do think that having a business that is encouraging people to drive through there will increase the traffic, especially around the morning hours that I think this is particularly catering to. So with the idea that I think we should be upholding the current values of downtown and also safety concerns, specifically from a personal standpoint, as someone who is not using the facility, I would be voting to staff's recommendation for denial.
One interesting thing I'd ask you to consider with the business side of it, or like the macro, I think if you consider downtown retail as a whole, it's struggling a lot. And so if you think about the 3 Light case where they're trying to fill a spot, or if you think about Power and Light and how many vacancies there are in general, what's unique and nuanced about this is that I think there's a decent case that could be made that, you know, but for a drive-through, it does not make sense to have that amenity. And so it's a little bit of a trade-off in that sense, but I fully understand what you're saying about, like, you know, the motives that brought drive-throughs to downtown did not pan out as a whole. But I think in particular, if you look at just the retail landscape in downtown, it is not strong.
Well, and let me just clarify too. I am supportive of a coffee shop in this corner. I think that Grand specifically needs more activation, and I think that this would be a great use for that. I just the drive-through is not a component that I can support, and so my qualm is specifically with that.
Yeah.
I think I agree, but for a different reason. I just don't hear that the safety concern of the pedestrians is really outweighed by a benefit that we're bringing to either the tenant or the building owner.
No comments? Okay. From my standpoint, I agree with what Tyler's saying about this. I mean, it's an existing in and out. It's been there for years. You've got a very wide sidewalk before you even hit the bicycle path. I totally understand it's against downtown plans and standards that have been established, but this is something that's been in existence since its beginning and before any of the plans were even put together. So I see it, you know, being a tough one, but I don't see it being a huge issue to maintain it.
So one question, could we require that the special use, similar to some of these other cases we heard today,
Sure.
be reassessed? As it's a starting business, I wouldn't want to stifle a starting business, but if traffic gets insane, reassess and see in, I'm not sure, a determined amount of time and say, hey, we can't have 20 cars an hour going through there.
I mean, we would accept, we know you've talked about it today, you know, terms on the special use permit. I think that's something we can accept.
What kind of time frame do you suggest?
How long has your other businesses been open? Sorry, the drive-through.
The
one.
drive-through, about a year.
And from start to now, have you seen pickup or?
Not a little bit, but not a whole lot.
I would say realistically, you know, businesses typically take 2 years to really get up. I would argue that a 2-year would be reasonable to get it up and running at its.
Yeah, I would think 3,
Sure.
actually, just because it's going to take time to actually do the tenant finish and get everything set up before you can actually open. And then I'd give you a little bit of time to see how the business goes. My suggestion.
I would be in support of that.
Okay. Anybody want to make a motion? See how it goes.
Commissioner Lynch, was there anything with, in terms of safety that you thought could be conditioned that would improve the situation or not really?
I mean, I thought the speed bump idea was a great idea. I would support a condition like that.
Yeah, another thing I was thinking of is leaving it to one lane in there versus, the whole thing you could have 3 lanes in there, really. Just limit it to one lane throughout the.
We're
the
not,
drive-through.
we're not able to do that because of the existing contractual agreements we have with the machines.
But yeah, nothing's there to stop you from doing it.
I'd like to add again with the safety is it's not so much the speed or the relative carelessness here, but rather people actually pulling into the cycling lane that is currently there. Because that's what people almost have to do in order to see around the cars. But regardless, it's what people do. And unless there's a way to mitigate that, I don't think that there's a way to really improve the safety situation other than to discourage additional traffic from traveling through here.
But Mr. Chair, to your broader point, we would certainly accept it if you want to have conditions on the types of things that I mentioned, the speed table, signage as into ensuring that it's listed as no entry or signage of, exit with care. We'll be happy to work with staff on what those should look like.
Okay.
The city staff, I was trying to reference my handy Vision Zero guide for bike things, but is there anything to prevent what Commissioner Hassek's talking
That in
about?
your
where-
wallet?
There are a lot of good tools and ideas here. Is there anything that allows cars to pull out to look at oncoming traffic without is there any solution that?
I mean, unfortunately, Bailey Waters, our chief mobility officer, is in a meeting today and is not at this hearing. They also recommended denial on this project,
Mhm.
Vision Zero, because there is no.
Well, sure, Vision Zero. I mean, yeah,
But there is no
Yeah.
safe remedy. People don't read signs. No one uses the context mirrors. We did propose to the applicant of bringing it to a single lane, right turn only, to try to make things a little bit better, but there is no good solution for what this can bring on pedestrian vehicular conflicts. And that is why it is a recommendation of denial.
All right, well, unless someone says otherwise, I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion for approval with a 3-year term. And was that a condition number that I should be looking at?
No, that's-
I don't
It's a
believe it
new
was.
condition.
It was one we offered.
Okay. Chair Corral, I move to approve the special use permit for docket item number 7, adding a condition number 6, putting a time limit of 3 years for this special use permit so that the project can be reviewed again.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second, excuse me, for approval of docket item number 7 and adding a condition for 3-year on the special use permit. So Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hasek,
Nay.
Lynch.
Nay.
Looks like it passes 3-2. Thank you.
Thank you for your time this afternoon.
All right,
Chairman, I need to head out here, so.
okay,
That makes this. That's still fine.
yeah, we still got,
There's a
Four.
quorum.
Okay, so got-
yeah,
No one pass out.
you're gone for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I'll
Courtney
have to
said she
be out
might
for the rest of the day.
join, but last time her connection was.
When is our other
shoddy,
person coming
so
back on?
Okay.
Run 4.
We might.
What I heard.
Betsy, I think, Forstein's gonna rejoin us when she gets done with her meeting.
She did say it was gonna be virtual.
Correct, when she rejoins us. Yeah. All right, let's move on to docket item number 8, please.
Docket item number 8, this is case CD SUP 2024-14. This is a request to approve the renewal of a special use permit in District B4-2. That's a commercial zoning district on about 1.2 acres, generally located at Van Brunt Boulevard and East Linwood Boulevard. Andrew Clark is the staff planner associated with this case.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Crowell and fellow commissioners. I will share my screen. Before you now is docket number 8, CDSUP 2024-14. This is a special use permit renewal for a Taco Bell drive-through at 3026 Van Brunt Boulevard. This is located in the 3rd Council District. It is located at the very interesting intersection of 31st, Linwood, Van Brunt, Cleaver, and 40 Highway. Here are photos of the now completed drive-through facility that the applicant worked closely with city staff, including the Parks Department and Public Works, because this is on a boulevard, actually two boulevards. It's a development node. And the applicant was required to come back after 2 years to make sure that everything was built correctly, as well as some easement conversations with Public Works for future plans to improve this intersection. Staff has recommended approval with conditions for this project.
Okay, so it's been in operation for a couple of years now and
Full months now,
couple of months. Yeah.
but it was really just getting them through there was a lot of right-of-way concerns and making sure we all got to this point with a finished product.
Okay. All right. Oh, you're done with your presentation? I'm
I am
sorry.
finished. That was a quick one.
Yeah, okay.
I'll make it
eh,
longer if you
No.
want.
Any questions from the commissioners to the city staff? Okay,
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, Aaron March with the Rouse Fretz White Goss Law Firm here today on behalf of the applicant. I'm sure in attendance by Zoom are my clients, Andy C. Miller and Max DiCarlo. We agree with the staff report, staff recommendations, and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
okay. I don't have any questions on this one. Anybody else? Okay, so with that, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 8, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
No one has approached the microphone or raised their hand in Zoom.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony. This one does not have a time limit on coming back again, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, if there's nothing else to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 8 with conditions.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 8 with conditions. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Looks like that approves 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. All right, let's move on to docket item number 9, please.
To conclude the Andy show, we've got docket item number 9, case CD CPC 2024-31. This is a request to approve an area plan amendment to the KCIA area plan for a mixed-use community to commercial/industrial on about 59 acres, generally located at Interstate 435 and Northwest Cookingham Drive. Companion case CD CPC 2024-30, a request to rezone about 59 acres from zoning district AGR, which is an agricultural zoning district, to M2-3, generally, which is an industrial zoning district, generally located at Interstate 435 and Northwest Cookingham Drive. And another companion case, CD CPC 2024-32. This is a request to approve a non-residential development plan to allow for communication service establishments in districts in the proposed M2-3 zoning district, which is an industrial zoning district, on about 59 acres, generally located at Interstate 435 and Northwest Cookingham Drive. Andrew Clark is the staff planner associated with this case, and the applicant team is in the room with us.
All right, thank you, Anna. So before you now is docket items number 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3. These are 3 companion cases: an area plan amendment, rezoning without plan, and a non-residential development plan located in the first council district on the northern perimeter of the city limits. Some of you may remember my colleague brought this project to you about a year ago for the area in blue. The applicant today is now expanding this proposed development plan, which also requires the rezoning for a possible future data center. As you can see, there is nothing here. This is a view looking southwest from Northwest Cookingham. And here we are looking northwest from Interstate 435. All the trees you see here are along the stream buffer that runs on the northern boundary of 435. The applicant has kept the elevations relatively the same from the original project. Staff is supportive of, creating some interesting textures with these walls for the proposed use. the site plan, they are expanding, as I said, to the east for 2 more lots. This will be a total area of 60 acres. And tract A on your right side of the screen is a Evergy substation that'll have its own drive from Cookingham, only accessed by Evergy techs. Staff has recommended approval without conditions for the area plan amendment and rezoning without plan, and then approval with conditions, including a deviation of 10 feet on building height for the non-residential development plan. The applicant has requested for a maximum height of 70 feet. And that concludes my presentation.
Is this site just east of Marsington Avenue,
It's right next to the airport.
or is it?
This is directly south of the Meta facility and
Oh,
Cattywampus.
169?
Yeah, Cattywampus from the Google. It's a technical lawyer term, by the way.
I bet it is. Okay.
Is it used as farmland or is it just vacant?
I can let the applicant team talk about the additional land.
It is, it's just vacant land right now. If it's used at all, it'd be for hay, but not actively farmed. Mr. Chairman, I could give you my 2.5-hour PowerPoint presentation or simply say we agree with the staff report and all of the conditions. We've clarified with staff that there is only one major entrance. There are 2 emergency vehicle access points that will be gated, and then the one for Evergy that is shown on our site plan. We agree with all the conditions and ask that you recommend approval. Thank you. By the way,
Okay.
with me is Graham Jones, sitting throughout this hearing. He is principal with GBA Realty, the developer.
Because I'm still trying to figure out where this is in my head. So it's,
Does this one help?
It doesn't look like there's a Meta building though on the
Right.
map.
Isn't that the one that's being built?
where's in reference to Vineyard Church? Is it just to the west of it or?
On the screen there, south of the Meta
So here,
rectangle is
this is
Vineyard
the, this
Church.
is the,
Yeah.
like, it's a
To the
construction
west.
site right now.
We are to the west along Cookingham,
It's this one.
Okay.
south of Meta.
Yep, that's all gonna be.
Okay.
The other side of the street.
All right. I think I got it.
So
Mhm.
if you need parcel viewer, Andrew
Okay.
can also pull that up if that's needed.
You have it found on your map?
Yeah, I got
I
it.
gotta figure it out.
All right, very good. Okay, any questions for city staff or the applicant on this one? All right, seeing none, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items 9.1, 9.2, or 9.3, please come forward and you will be called upon. Or raise your hand using the Zoom feature.
No one has approached the microphone and no one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add? Okay. All right, with that, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item 9.1 without conditions, 9.2 without conditions, 9.3 with conditions, amending condition number 9, asking council to grant a deviation of 10 feet on the building height.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3, and modifying condition 9 for the 9.3. Margaret, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Crawl,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Looks like the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your patience on the day here as it gets late. All right,
Next docket item, we have case CD CPC 2024-49.
yep, docket item number 10.
Did I say 9 again?
Yep.
Sorry. Docket item 10, case CD CPC 2024-49. The heat's getting to all of us. This is a request to approve the designation of the Carmen Building on 101 West Linwood Boulevard to the Kansas City Register of Historic Places, which is also a historic overlay district on about 1.45 acres, generally located between Wyandotte Street and Baltimore Avenue on the south side of West Linwood Boulevard. Larissa Chomby is the staff planner associated with this case, and the applicant is in the room with us.
Oh, good afternoon again, Larissa Chomby, City Planning and Development. Again, this is the historic overlay rezoning for 101 West Linwood Boulevard. And I think this is the first time a couple of you are seeing a historic overlay rezoning. And so just a brief introduction to it. The historic overlay is intended to protect, preserve, and enhance places, sites, and buildings. And it establishes additional restrictions and standards on uses that are permitted by underlying zoning districts. Once an application for a historic overlay rezoning has been submitted, no building permit for alteration, construction, demolition, or removal can be issued. And there are 3 ways that you can initiate a historic overlay. The first is the owner of the subject property can apply for one. The second is the Historic Preservation Commission. A member of City Council or a neighborhood association can apply for the overlay. And the third is a person or organization where at least 51% of the owners affected can apply for the overlay. So what you're seeing in front of you is an overlay or an application that was submitted by the neighborhood association. And so here is the location of the subject property. And just a closer view, it's currently zoned B3-3. And what is being put under the overlay is everything above this red line. So this yellow outline, and then it just stops right before it goes to that R6 zoning designation. And here's just a photo of the building from Linwood Boulevard. Mr. Wolf with Historic Preservation will complete the rest of the presentation for you. But the Historic Preservation Committee did recommend approval without conditions for this designation.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting us present this case. I will, so in general, I said the site is in Midtown. It's basically 2 blocks west of Main Street and along with Linwood Boulevard. According to the ordinance for the review criteria for listing properties as historic within our zoning code is 1, the criteria for eligibility based on the National Register of Historic Places, the economic impact of the designation on the subject property and the surrounding area, and conformance with the city's adopted plans and policies. And previously shown you the proposed boundary, really focusing in on that commercial part. There was a house that was included, that's that yellow line on the parcel that the Salvation Army used, but that's not included in the designation. So just a quick overview of the property. It was built in 1923. For the Diener Dental Institute, but was quickly bought afterward in 1927 by the Brotherhood of Railroad Carmen and served as their national headquarters until 1949. After that, it became a few uses until the Salvation Army purchased the property. Obviously, you can see the 1994 addition on the back, which served for social uses for the building, and the expanded parking lot and outbuildings. Just a quick overview of the site and the buildings. This is the original building, and it's under construction. and the 1927 edition. And this is the 1940 tax assessor photograph. So you can see it does retain quite a bit of the exterior appearance as it originally had from 27. So in general, it's being nominated under National Register Criterion A, which is for social history, not for its architecture. Really, as its association with trade unions in the early 20th century, the Brotherhood of Railroad Carmen were part of a larger movement of the railroads, really to unionize and retain benefits for the workers. So it was fairly significant in that, and there was a fairly significant act, the Railroad Pension Fund, which the National Railroad Pensions were created as part of the advocacy of this organization. While they were housed on the first couple upper floors, there was also rented out many of the spaces as income for the organization. A couple of the more notable ones, Ms. Burns and McConnell, were based here for a number of years. And the Missouri Valley Historical Society, which the Missouri Valley Room at the library is now named after, was also based here. In general, I said for the eligibility, basically the historic preservation recommended approval based on the criteria that was eligible under Criterion A for social history. In terms of economic impact, there are no approved development plans for the site, so the designation would not alter any existing conditions, and there's no other evidence presented to staff on economic impact. And in terms of adopted plans, the Midtown Plaza Area Plan is the plan of record. One of the guiding principles is to encourage preservation and adaptive reuse of historic buildings. Also, the future land use for this is mixed-use neighborhood, which promotes neighborhood serving retail on the first story with mixed use on the upper floors, which this building could be converted into very easily. And therefore, the HO overlay would not conflict with the future land use recommendation. And in terms of the Casey Spirit playbook, and that overriding principle of preserving and celebrating community character, history, art, and culture. In general, as I mentioned, the Historic Preservation Commission recommended approval of the nomination, and staff also recommends approval. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, any questions for city staff? I guess, was this the property owner, were they involved with this application, or this got
No,
filed on their behalf?
Basically, this was filed by the neighborhood association. The property owner had applied for a demolition permit, which was stayed with the application. Basically, with the pending application, it's delayed for up to 6 months. So we're still in that period. And basically the general process, the Historic Preservation Commission reviews it, then City Planning Commission, and then both recommendations go to City Council for approval or denial.
And if I can add, the property owner did submit a letter that's attached to the staff report asking for a continuance to June 18th, so that he could be present as well with his.
The applicant is present, or no?
He wants an
The applicant is present, the property owner.
Property owner, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. And what was it, trying to find, is that like towards the back of, there's 107 pages.
Yeah.
It was the last public testimony attached to the staff report.
Okay.
I mean, the questions I have would be directed at the owner.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, hold on a second here. I still haven't seen it yet. Okay.
It's lost in a sea of other letters.
I kind of wish this would have been brought up at the front of the meeting. That way, people that are here, you know, if it was decided by the commission to continue it, then everybody wouldn't have to stay till almost 2 o'clock on this. And the only reason they're asking is because they have some people they'd like to have present to listen and be able to participate in a meeting that simply can't be here to do it due to other commitments.
Would it be appropriate to have those people that are here say what they need to say and then continue it to let the owner respond?
Yeah, we can do that. And then knowing that there would be a continuance on the case itself, to allow time for
them to.
That way these nice people who showed up don't get mad at
Sure.
us and don't have to come back.
understand. Okay. I think that's appropriate. I mean, if we continue on and know that this will be continued to another date, we'd have to, it won't be the next meeting that we can do that because I won't be here and there's only 4 of us for the quorum. So it'd have to be the meeting after in July?
July 3rd.
That's a great day to have a meeting. Okay. All right, so I think we go ahead and proceed ahead with everybody that's here today and listen to the applicant as well as neighborhood folks that want to speak on behalf of this project, but I think we still need to give a little bit of time to the actual property owner to state their case and kind of go from there.
Okay,
Yeah, welcome.
she'll put my presentation
Oh,
up.
yeah, present.
Good afternoon. My name is Nacha Carpolo, and I'm the president of the Old Hyde Park Historic District neighborhood. And I am the applicant. I'm requesting historic designation for this property at 101 West Linwood. And Louisa is bringing up my presentation.
Okay, and you understand that we've kind of established a quorum, so the 4 of us get to listen to and finish this case. So
So just a quick question, will I be coming on July 3rd as well to present, or?
I'm assuming that's when we continue this docket. Yes, we definitely have you back for
Okay.
July 3rd. That way, any comments that are provided to finish out our public testimony, then you would have the ability to speak, in rebuttal of or in favor of testimony that was received.
Very good, thank you.
Okay.
So next slide. So just a few things I want to cover today. One is the general location and history, which Mr. Wolf briefly described, the property management and the current conditions at this location, just the question also of another vacant lot, and finally, what is the plan? Next slide. So it is, as mentioned, on Linwood between Wyandotte and Baltimore in the heart of Midtown, just a block from the streetcar extension route. Next slide. The building is in the Old Hyde Park Historic District neighborhood. However, it is not within the historic district boundary as illustrated. So in 1994, when the properties were listed as historic, that district was established, but the commercial buildings were left out. This is just a brief history. As Mr. Wolf mentioned, it was built in 1923. Significant to note is it was the Carmen Building for about 22 years, and then it had some other ownership. But in 1967, it was the Salvation Army, which is what most of us remember it as. The current owner purchased this in 2022, and then just this year requested demolition. So I want to point out that the owner is just identified by his location at a hospital in Lenexa and has not reached out to the neighborhood association. However, just as of yesterday afternoon, the owner did call me and said that he was going to pull the permit for it, withdraw his request for demolition. And that is the only contact that we have had. They purchased a vacant building, but they have not been responsible for it and have left us with an abandoned building. So these are some of the conditions that we have to live with. Residents, businesses, institutional neighbors. A lot of people are quite upset with the management of this property and the owner's negligence. And neighbors do believe that they are using demolition neglect as a tactic to tear the building down. So the idea of another vacant lot is not favorable. Just a few points to remind everybody why a vacant lot is not a good idea. Vacant buildings definitely reduce the value of surrounding properties. We have neighbors that have lived there for many years, invested in their historic homes. So this is of no help whatsoever. Secondly, local governments incur the cost for boarding them up and remedying the nuisances, and we have definitely have had codes out there numerous times. And then third, studies show that violent increases in neighborhoods with vacant lots, and there has been quite a few police calls to this property. I was unable to get an actual count, but it's been a real problem. This map illustrates the locations of the vacant lots that we have now. And there are, as far as we know, no plan for most of them, but definitely there is no plan for this particular property. So it seems demolition without a plan is not wise. So adaptive reuse is definitely favorable among the neighbors. Right around there are several that are in use or being rehabbed for reuse, including the Drexel Hall, MWA building, which is also a union building, ABC Storage, and the electric. So you'll see on there that there's 4 right next to this one, and this one has, again, no plan. These are just some photos to illustrate the historic character of the neighborhood. We did have our required public meeting. We had 20 people show up. Some of the comments included, if you tear it down, nothing will happen. If it's designated, it creates opportunity. The existing building is the most valuable part. The rest of the property is more of a problem. The outbuildings, the graffiti, just the general area. Mixed use with apartments and retail would be nice. And then finally, a good example of a historic building blended with modern is the Katz building on Westport. So this is a list of the different communications that we have had since we nominated. So we, as the board, in February, the board of the Neighborhood Association voted to nominate this building for historic designation. A month later, we had a community meeting to hear people's concerns. Shortly after that was the Historic Preservation Commission, which Mr. Wolf indicated that it was voted unanimously to approve. We also met with a Historic Kansas City, and myself met with the owners of the Irish Center, which is right next door in Drexel Hall, and they are really suffering because of the quality of the building. Actually, not the building, well, partly, but it's the property. And then we had a neighborhood meeting at which Codes, Sherry McHenry from Codes came and gave us an update on the work that they're doing to remedy the issue. And then I had a one-on-one meeting with Councilman Rhea and Bunch said that he would ask the owner to contact me, which he had not until just yesterday. And then finally, we had our public meeting in which we had 20 people show up. Again, I want to emphasize no development plan has been shared, so it does seem like not a good idea to demolish it and actually preserve it. Next slide. So finally, just a review. We reacted quickly to the concerns that our neighbors had and applied to at least put a pause on the demolition so that we could have a discussion and review this process. It is a historic district, so it does definitely add character to the neighborhood. It's a building that's already built, so it's the most sustainable way to build. Another vacant lot, as I mentioned earlier, is not favorable. There's a lot of potential here for mixed use. You saw from that old photo that there's storefronts. This is really perfect, frankly, for an area that's going to grow. And finally, again, there is no development plan. Next slide. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
I have one. If this property is put on the Register of Historic Places, does that limit its use? Does that foster some sort of development or put pressure on the owner to do anything?
I just generally, when it's locally listed, it requires that any exterior changes be approved by the Historic Preservation Commission. So, for example, if he wanted still to demolish it, he could apply, but if the commission denies it, then he'd have to wait 3 years. But in terms of reuse, it does open other opportunities, including special use of it, reuse of a historic structure and some other requirements that make it easier to redevelop older buildings.
If the owner chooses to go ahead and start finding tenants and, updates the building, would you stop the process of adding the historic designation, or are you intending to do that no matter what?
I'm intending to go forward, unless my board and neighborhood say otherwise, but it seems, you got to think about the future. And so this property owner might not own it forever. So I think it would be prudent to definitely go forward with designation. It definitely needs to be rehabbed, for reuse. So there'd be a process in which he did indicate in his phone call yesterday that he now wants to meet with the neighborhood to discuss. So that's positive. Of course, nothing's finalized until it's final.
Also, just one quick note, it doesn't prevent other structures being built on the site. We just would require them to be compatible. But for example, if another building on the parking lot was proposed to make a financially viable project, that could be a possibility.
About how long has the current owner owned the building?
2 years.
What we're really having an issue with is his management, is that it's just illegal dumping and graffiti and homelessness and crime. And so, people can buy a vacant building and then secure it. And it still be okay if there needs to be work on deciding what to do with it, but he's gone way overboard. So I know that's an issue, not really for this commission per se, but should be noted.
So can I ask, if he was a better manager of the facility, would you still want this historical designation on that, or no?
Yes, it's really what I was saying to Mr. Enders. I think it would be prudent because it is historic and it's in a historic neighborhood. And there's so many benefits to keeping it historic and keeping what we're losing every day in Kansas City.
Are there other buildings in the general area that would be worthy of the historic designation that you can apply for now before the actual demolition permit is actually put into the city?
I'm not sure that the Drexel building and those other ones that I noted in the presentation have actually been designated, but I would advise the owners to do that.
Drexel hasn't. The ABC and the storage in the electric car building were listed nationally for redevelopment to receive the tax credits. So
Does listing this as a historical building allow the owner to apply for such tax credits to develop and rehab it?
it would have to go through the national designation also to qualify for the tax credits. Though this would obviously be a good start.
All right, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, let's open it up for public testimony then. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items 10, please come forward. And then go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Lisa Briscoe. I live at 3514 Jefferson Street, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm an architect and urban planner, and I'm here today as Executive Director of Historic Kansas City. Now in our 50th year, HKC has been the only greater Kansas City non-for-profit dedicated to historic preservation of historic neighborhoods and the historic built environment here in the metropolitan area. We're here today in support of the designation for 4 primary reasons, and I'll hit those points quickly for you. I know it's been a very long day. First, in support of the Historic Preservation Commission, as Brad already stated in the staff report, it is eligible for listing. Second, HKC supports historic neighborhoods that take the lead when they seek our help, and in this case they did, to preserve the history and the character that is indeed important to them. Old Hyde Park is opposing the demolition, as she stated earlier, because it is sat vacant and has been allowed to deteriorate. Now, demolition by neglect is when buildings are destroyed not by the wrecking ball, but by time and neglect, when owners who either don't care about the condition or wish to raise a structure to develop the property, but can't get the permission to do it. The community's stuck in the middle, and the city's issuing citations to repair the building, which is indeed happening, and the owner ignores the citations. That leaves the neighborhood, the community, and adjacent property owners very frustrated and at risk. Everyone, in turn, blames the building. Now, the rapid decline of the structure demonstrates that the property owner is using demolition by neglect as a strategy to work around local laws, and will argue that prohibitive costs of repair because of deferred maintenance and what she's shown you today is going to create an economic hardship. I would argue that the owner's own neglect of the property should not be allowed to make that argument.
You should get a 5.
Hey, I was gonna say, I get 5. Thirdly, this is an existing urban fabric designated, as you know, a transit node where commercial and residential properties can blend together to become a truly transit-oriented neighborhood that the neighborhood does support, just as foreseen by the Main Street overlay, which you've talked about. The site can accommodate additional construction in or around the building itself, and your prime example that this very body reviewed, discussed, and approved is the Cat's Drugstore building, just a few blocks to the south, almost identical to this situation. The city did not choose Main Street as the streetcar route in order to adversely impact neighborhoods such as Old Hyde Park that have stuck it out through thick and thin all the way through all the various processes to become the streetcar route, to then be adversely affected by speculative development decisions that don't necessarily support the efforts and the financial commitment that each of them have made all this time. That in and of itself actually is a formula for gentrification and inequitable economic development. And fourth, preservation laws are no more an infringement on property rights than do many other laws and rules that Americans already abide by every day. Zoning laws, as you all know, you can't replace your single-family home with an apartment building or a condominium or a 5-story McMansion. You got to ask for permission. And if you lived in a condo, those rights are often much more onerous than anything that are being talked about from a historic preservation perspective, but our society readily acknowledges their existence and abides by them. In closing, it is unusual to designate buildings without owner support, but within the last 24 months, I would point out that the City Council has designated 2 historic sites without owner consent under very similar circumstances that you will talk about in this case. The first was at 31st and Main, and the other was 4526 Warwick. Demolishing this building without a real plan just doesn't make sense. Once it's gone, there's no going back, no do-overs. But saving the building for a 3-year reprieve offers a chance to reimagine what it could be done more thoughtfully. I would encourage you to look at your packet, find a letter by Mr. Berman. He is a local Kansas City, Missouri developer who bid on this property. He did not succeed, but he is quite articulate about all the arguments why this is a viable project to rehabilitate with tax credits. Demolition is a choice. The use of demolition by neglect, however, as a strategy really is a cancer on any neighborhood in Kansas City, and I would encourage your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Anybody else want to speak?
Okay. If no one else in the room would like to speak, we have Steve Vaughter online.
Okay.
Hello, am I online?
Yes.
Thank you for your time. I was in your meeting this morning, but I had to leave because I had to come home and take care of my boy this afternoon. But I was there till about 11:20 when you broke for lunch. Thank you for your time today. I write today to express my solid and firm support for the redevelopment of the Carmen Building property at 101 West Linwood Boulevard. I strongly oppose the historic designation of this property. The property is designated as a transit node within the Main Street Special Character Overlay District and has the potential to offer the community many more benefits in the future than the current configuration and layout. I urge you please to respect the vision of the developer and support the plan for the future of this property. We should all respect the past while embracing the future. I am a taxpayer and a resident of Jackson County, Kansas City, Missouri, and I have a stake in the future of this community. Thank you.
All right. Steve, can you state your address for the record?
My name is Steve Vaughter. I live at 6720 Edgevale Road in Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is that Mr. Chair?
That's it?
That's it?
Really? Okay. All right. Well, with that, we'll go ahead and close the public testimony for now. And then, as we talked about earlier, we're going to come back again July 3rd, a great day to have a meeting right before the holiday. And talk a little bit more, but I think it's more for the opportunity to the owner and his representatives to speak at this. So I think they owed that as part of this discussion. So.
I've got a question. Being that the owner reached out yesterday, if there's any further information, can the applicant upload or provide that for us, for staff report? Okay.
Yep. Okay, anything else we need to go through on this? Any thoughts on this, Sarah, by waiting?
Any thoughts? I mean, I think it's.
Okay.
Do you have a more specific question about waiting? I mean, obviously we've established the quorum here, so.
Yeah.
Everybody here present.
Yep. Yeah, so you can't leave for your Independence Day celebration until after the meeting. Because July 3rd is a great day to have a meeting. Okay. All right, so with that, so I need a motion to continue until July 3. And then Sean, I'd have you do that just so you can make sure in your request for continuance to add what you're looking for as you just asked staff.
Additional, yeah. Do I have to do the whole case number? Case number CD CPC 2024-0049, request for continuance, as well as any additional information provided by the applicant.
July 3rd.
Yes, July 3rd. A very good day to have a meeting.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for continuance of docket item number 10 until July 3rd to finish up the meeting with the request that any new additional information that's brought up between the applicant and the homeowner be submitted to the commission prior to the meeting as part of our staff packet. Margaret, can you take a roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Crawl,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
All right, looks like motion passes. Thank you for coming in and your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Let's move to docket item 11.
11, case CD CPC 2024-48. That's a request to approve an amendment to the major street plan to remove 128th Street from the east side of Highway 169 at the intersection of Northeast 132nd Street and North Virginia Avenue. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner attached to this case. And the applicant is in the room with us.
Right, good afternoon, commission members. As stated, docket item number 11 is for an amendment to the city's major street plan. And this is related to the recently approved Rocky Branch Creek Technology Park for the data center proposed on the 500-acre piece of land at 12341 North Main Street, which is located generally in the very northernmost portion of the city, just north of I-435 and east of Highway 169. And just refresh you on the site, there was a few parcels included in that rezoning to MPD with the development plan. So that is will be replatted as a part of that approval. And then just showing you the site plan again to jog your memory. So while the applicant was wrapping up this project with staff and taking it through the entitlement approvals, one of the challenges that was discussed was the city's major street plan identifying 128th Street, which you can see is this brown line. It was planned to cut through a portion of the development area, which was this northern portion of that data center site. And discussions were had with the city engineer. And unfortunately, due to the time constraints on getting that project approved, we weren't able to handle this major street plan amendment at the same time. So it's coming to you a little bit later, but staff is all generally in agreement with this portion to be deleted due to challenges with the topography and also some stream corridors and just the general feasibility of the city actually constructing this right of way. The applicant is not required to construct it, only dedicate the right of way. However, as this does cross through their site, which will be a completely secured site with secure entrance, again, the feasibility of having this east-west connection discussed between staff and the applicant did not seem very feasible in the end. So again, just pointing out, this is a clip from the major street plan, and this is the approximate alignment for 128th identified as a thoroughfare to be removed. The request is to delete this portion of the right-of-way as shown in the major street plan. And then just to show you a little bit of what the site looks like, this is the approximate location of where that drive would go. Right now, it's just kind of an entrance in, and it is right off of Highway 169. So as it currently stands, there's no really turn lane, there's no deceleration area. And then this is the view looking north. And on your left side, you have 128th Street as constructed for the Facebook Meta campus, which is directly west of the Rocky Branch project. And you can see there is some grade change from west to east here and about where this alignment would be. So another challenge was the feasibility of the actual crossing of 128th across the highway as well. So with that, staff is recommending approval of this amendment to delete that portion of the major street plan.
Okay, thank you. Just a question. So as part of the original project, was anything then for not doing this piece as part of the major street plan? What about 135th? Is that right? Up there. Is anything being done to that street as part of this project or no?
No.
We are, our development is doing significant work to Highway 169 there. We're working closely with MoDOT to construct turn-in lanes, J-turns, which allow the northbound traffic to turn back south and the southbound traffic to turn back north. We're working closely with them to pick the alignments and the spots and the locations for which the entrances to our development were placed. These were at MoDOT's request for the locations where those were put in. And at the 132nd Street, there is an at-grade crossing to be able to transition from the east to the west and cross and be able to go either north or south and then to turn from those lanes.
But that's at 132nd, right? Or up north there?
Yes.
And then I guess, so that's gonna be the only east-west corridor from 169 over. I can't tell what that is. The mapping is too small. So I need to go to a different map.
I believe it's for North Virginia Avenue.
Virginia.
Yeah, and so that's really the only way around this, the data center that's up there. So the folks that live off of Woodland Avenue, their primary access is going north-south on Woodland to Cookingham, but their secondary is going up to 132nd. Correct?
I believe so. I'm sorry, I don't have the entire extent of the map up. But again,
Yeah.
again, just the project that was approved covers approximately 500 acres and is a completely secured site. So again, with the stream crossings, the feasibility of an east-west connection, the city engineer did agree that.
So the main access for trucks and whatever to this facility is still at 128th?
It's the little turn in that you can see there. That's where all the vehicles will enter and then enter through our secured gate down to the south.
So that's pretty much in alignment with 128 to the west.
Sort of. So if you go slightly to the north, you'll see a dotted line that runs across. That's essentially where those two property lines were. And then I believe on the northern edge of that line, yeah, there you go. That was where the alignment was, which I think in the curve would end up crossing about 5 creek crossings, which would be very expensive to put in bridges to cross those and actually make those connections.
Okay. As part of the original project, was there any requirement for trails or anything through there that was a part of this roadway or not?
Not part of the roadway, but in the Neighborhood Planning and Development Committee, we did land on some revisions to a trail system aligning with the city's trail plan, and that's mostly focused on the southern portion of the site, and I believe the east and west sides, but it was not connected at all to where that right of way was proposed.
So connectivity for the trail system is along the south side of this property. And then I thought there's a piece that went north-south.
There is all along the eastern edge there, we've got a trail system that connects up about to where it jots back in, where that creek takes a bend to the east. Or
Okay.
west, sorry.
And that goes the full length of the north, clear up to,
Yeah, so essentially just after where her cursor is, it bends over and jumps back to the east side of the creek off the property. in
Okay.
accordance with the trail plan.
all right. Anything else from the applicant? Sorry, I kind of just started asking questions.
No, it's all right. My name is James McClure. I'm an attorney with Postinelli representing the applicant. I've got a presentation I could go through as well, but we generally agree with staff. We very much appreciate working with planning staff, public works staff, and MoDOT to get this accomplished and get the project moving. So
Okay.
happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay, so let's open it for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 11, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
No one has approached the microphone and no one has their hand raised online.
Okay, so we'll close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add?
We greatly appreciate your consideration on this matter and are excited to bring the project to the city.
Okay. With that, we'll close testimony and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 11 without conditions.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 11 Margaret, can you take roll call on motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Looks like approved, 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, commissioners.
All right, let's move on to docket item number 12.
Okay, docket item number 12 is case number CD ROW 2023-00053. A request to approve a vacation of public right-of-way in District R-7.5, a residential district of about 130 feet generally located on Fremont Avenue, north of East 55th Terrace. And the staff planner is Matthew Barnes.
Okay, good afternoon, Matthew Barnes, City Planning Development. Here with docket item number 12, which is a vacation of public right-of-way for Fremont Street north of East 55th Terrace, which is CDROW 2023-00053. It's located in the southeast portion of the city. Here's a closer view. Yeah, you can see 435 to the east, Blue Parkway kind of going north west there, turning into MLK Boulevard, and then the site is highlighted in red there. Here's a closer view of the site. Right here, this stub going to the north. You can see that currently East 55th Terrace kind of dead ends here, and there is public right-of-way to the west, but it is not improved. And the portion of Fremont Street, north-south, to be considered for vacation today is unimproved to city standards. Going back to 2016, you can see that between the two, there has been some modifications to that right away with a more gravel, and that was not reviewed to the best of our knowledge by city staff. And here's just the survey of the land, the right-of-way considered to be vacated. It is 50 feet wide by 130 feet long. And here is just a street view of that. You can see it is gravel and unimproved to city standards. There were no utility companies which had any kind of facilities in the right-of-way. This was reviewed by AT&T, Evergy, and Spire for outside utility companies. Internally, staff did not have any conditions, which was reviewed by the fire department, public works, streetlights, public works, traffic, and water services. With that, staff is recommending approval of the vacation of East 55th Terrace, of Fremont Street north of East 55th Terrace. I can take any questions.
All right, any questions for city staff regarding docket item 12?
Yeah, so it appears that there is a property back behind there. How is that accessed if that street disappears? We can, if there's other answers, we can move on and let you guys speak, and then we can talk that way.
So that property to the north is the Herbivore Urban Farm. They have an application under file.
They also have street access off of Bennington.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is access off Bennington.
They have public frontage on Bennington.
Gotcha. Okay.
The access that was coming here and the improvements from 2016 to 2022, those were done not through the city processes.
And then can you speak to the requirements of the percentage of neighbors that need to approve this and which neighbors approve of the right of way?
So,
Vacation.
yeah, for vacations, they require 75% of people who have frontage along the right of way to be vacated. And so they obtain consent from the property with the house and the property that is vacant to the um, west there.
And will we hear about who owns the property to the west?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions for city staff? All right, let's welcome the applicants then. Good afternoon.
I was beset with some computer problems and wasn't able to save an update, but the whole purpose of this is to basically show you that things are ongoing and kind of reiterate what we're dealing with. We made a presentation to the BZA with the full PowerPoint that shows all the traffic and the types of trucks, and there are so many different things, but I just wanted to show you this so you can get an understanding of what we're dealing with. So we live dead end street. This sign says dead end here. Let me get this thing started right there. That's what it says at the beginning of the street. So it's 1 block long, approximately 17 homes. I don't know exactly. 16 homes. Okay, 16 homes on the street. And I live on the top on the left, and I'm just going to play this this video. It's about 30 seconds long. If it'll play, will it play?
If you tap it, it
It'll
should.
play. It should play there. Yeah. Okay, I'll just tell you what this video is. Basically, I was coming home about halfway up the street. There was a mound of garbage and refuse in the street. There was a dog eating it. I went further up about another couple of homes, same thing. And then when I got up to the top of the hill near my home on the left-hand side, there was a maybe about a 30 or 40-foot trail of just goop. It got cleaned up, but these are the things that we're faced with the kind of traffic that goes on there. They have all the pickups at the various homes around the city, and so they carry the garbage uncovered through the neighborhood. So here was a recent, this is about 2 or 3 weeks ago, commercial truck. Thank you. Thank you. Commercial truck. And here's the owner pulling some material up through the street. This is one of the Absalon trucks here. It's a quick picture of that. One of the other things that I wanted to point out, though, that I don't know for what reason they choose to do this, and I'm not sure if I have enough pictures, but it happens frequently. The Absalon trucks, other kind of vehicles, the customers for the commercial sale, they'll often park in front of the homes and block the driveway. So I have been blocked into my driveway many times. This is another type of vehicle that we're seeing lately, is carrying some farm animals. Right here, that's a truck that's pulling open cargo of recyclable materials, whatever that is. This is the farm conducting business outside their property onto the little easement there, the right of way that we're under discussion, and they're taking material off the farm. You can see the tractor. It's hard to see right there, but this black farm is stopped in front of my home. I'm sorry. I'll click it and make it bigger. I think they'll have it. They can see it. And then the next picture is they were moving beehives and they parked in front of them. You can see clearly how they block things, and it's just awful. One of the things I wanted to point out was that the traffic, I'm not sure what's happened. I don't follow Facebook, so I'm not sure what happens on the Facebook page with the sales and what have you, but there seemed to be a concentration last year, one night on Thursday nights. Now the concentration is also on Thursday nights, but also on Friday mornings, Saturday mornings, and the traffic seems to have increased for me. It's noisy. You know, when I wake up early in the morning, open a window, I have to shut it because I can hear the crackle of the gravel, and it's constant. It starts at 8 o'clock in the morning. I've been outside. I told you I couldn't upload the changes, but there's one of the gentlemen who's always late to work. He's speeding up the street, and it's a public nuisance. That's exactly what it is, and it's nothing less. I know that they want to continue and expand their farm, and as they do that, the traffic's only going to get worse. This is there was one car that already went through the gate here, but these are 4 cars that were within feet of each other, driving really fast up the street, and they turned in there, and shortly thereafter, I heard the nails and hammers as they were trying to complete that building that they have there. And this is what next picture is just, I don't know if that'll play either. It may not. Okay, it's not gonna play. So that was just a picture of me. I was out watering my flowers, and all of a sudden, you know, the commercial traffic has started. It was very early in the morning. This is one of the things that I wanted to show you all, and that is that as an indication of the or a demonstration of the increased traffic, what's happened is that you see these vehicles, and then he showed a nice picture of this yard here. You can see this car right here, this silver car, small car, it's going to turn in because it sees these cars waiting. It's going to turn in, and they're turning over this curb and destroying the green space of this home right here. What the other thing that's going on, I put on there that they were honking. The access that the farm is using right now is a single lane. It's a dangerous situation for, you know, there's no safety provided in case something happens and people have to evacuate from the inside or even getting in and out. And so what's going on in this picture in various spots is that there are 2 or 3 people trying to get in, and they get up to the gate, and then someone's trying to get out. So they back on to this person's property, and they back on to that person's property. And so the destruction of property is an issue for us too. And this is more of the same. More of the same. I didn't get these pictures saved. This is just, right here is the indication of the open bins of garbage that goes up down the street. This is a pretty good picture. I guess I had this one on here. Pretty good picture of the types of vehicles that we see. These are mostly from earlier this year, but I just wanted to demonstrate, and I brought this with me, and I apologize, but as I said, I couldn't update. I have this on my phone if anybody wants to check the stamp, but this is Monday. It's a dump truck. And as they come up the street, they leave the trail of whatever it is that they're carrying. I don't have a picture of that. Here's some of the damage, accelerated damage that they're doing to the street. This is at the bottom of the street, and this is in the yard. And then there's also standing water here. And you can see here how this his yard is getting cut off as these big trucks can't get around there. So I just wanted to give you an idea of what the traffic is doing to our way of life. I mean, when I moved to this neighborhood, I've been in the neighborhood for 43 years, but when I moved into this particular home, what I used to see was people, it actually encouraged me to exercise because I would see people walking up the hill, and it's a great hill with a great grade on it that you can barely make it up. So it's good to exercise on. And then that all stopped. The kids have to walk through my yard. I'm not sure what they're doing down the street, but they are there's a lot of traffic in the street, just general cars. And I think at some point we counted on a Thursday night 140 cars on their commercial sale. And what that means for me, and all those pictures were taken out my front window, what that means to me is that that's 280 operations that I'm looking at on the dead end street. And that I bought that house there for a reason, to have peace and serenity, to have a calm place where I knew all the neighbors and was not going to receive a lot of visitors. Now I have 200, 300 strangers three or more in my neighborhood every week. My health is suffering. I talked to my doctor and I was talking to him about the stress of all of this and having a particular problem. I've been treated numerous times in the past year. My health is suffering from this. And he said definitely that stress is a factor. And every time I look out the driveway and see, 10 cars queuing up down the street or in that area, it does something to me, and it's not good. So, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm done. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, sure.
Hello, my name is Deborah Neighbors. I am a resident of Kansas City, Missouri, Jackson County. I stay at 6420 East 55th Terrace. I'm here in support of the property owners in my neighborhood to have the right-of-way vacated at the top of our street, of our dead-end street. The city has not done anything with this property in decades, and they don't intend to. As the staff report stated, all of the utilities and other departments that had interest signed off with no objections. They have no use for it. So I want to ask the council, and first of all, thank you all for giving us this time. I know it's been a long day for you, and we've been here all day too. But I ask the council not to get bogged down with the legalese that you're going to hear after we're done from the forum's attorneys and others that have absolutely nothing to do, don't have a dog in this fight, Cultivate KC or anyone that does not live in our neighborhood has not a larger voice than we do. So I ask that you guys just let this case be ruled on the merits of this case alone in its standing and not associate anything else with it, because what the forum has going on with all their other illegal activities has nothing to do with this right-of-way vacation. So again, there are several violations that have come about because of how they have developed, if you will, this road. They got no permission from the city, which is what they normally do, no special use permit, no licensing, no approval from anyone. They just do whatever they want to do. I want to speak to the character because I heard two of you guys ask about the people that are in the back. The character of the people that are seeking to have this disapproved today, continue to try to expand what was supposed to be a garden to a business district. We are residential. They were supposed to be residential agriculture. And the fact that they did not take the time to build out their own infrastructure prior to their expansion ambitions, we should not have to suffer for that. There are two other access points that they could get to their property. The first being their proper address at 5500 Bennington. If you can gravel out to the road from one point, you can gravel out to the next. And in fact, it is in their plan that they plan to put a road back there, but they do right now, and I've seen vehicles drive from the front of that property to the back because I butt right up to the farm. They do have a means to get their people in and out of their property without devastating the property of other neighbors in our community. And there is also an exit point at the northwest corner of their property, which they could use as well. So again, I'm asking that you guys let this be valued on the merits of the street vacation only, nothing to do with the BZA process. It is a standalone case, and I just ask that you would find in favor of our request.
Okay.
Can I ask
Anything else?
staff? Oh,
I think I'm covered.
Okay.
can I ask staff for clarification?
Yeah, I think we're just trying to wrap up here from the applicant, so I was going to see if there's any questions from the commission, the applicant or staff if you need.
I do have some questions, but I wanted to ask staff about
Go ahead.
clarifications first.
Yeah.
So that last house, I was just looking at the street view. It appears that that's garage for that house right there?
Correct.
Correct. So would there not need to be some sort of street getting to that, or would give that whole thing to the property and then they would be able to do whatever they wanted with that.
With the vacation of public right of way, it splits in half to each side. So the right of way would be cut in half. So this owner of this house in white here would receive 25 feet of that right of way.
Gotcha. Okay. That was the only question. And what was the initial purpose of that right of way? Do we have historically?
It was the way the neighborhood was platted. Generally,
So it wasn't historically meant as a road or a part of the street that just,
this neighborhood never came to its full fruition. You can see that to the west there.
gotcha. Yeah, that's a little bit more clear. Okay, thank you.
Another question for staff, with right-of-way designations, so this goes to council after, and then once council, if they approve vacationing, how quickly is that implemented?
The city clerk will facilitate the recording of the documents. So they approve it. It's 15 days or 10 business days.
10 or 15 days.
The ordinance goes into effect.
Yeah. And then it's recorded and process is finalized.
Gotcha. And then is there any reason, or has it happened in the past where right-of-way vacations happen at determined dates where it's set in the future, where it's, not immediate?
I've never heard of that. Never.
Just curious. No reason one couldn't, though.
Like a later effective date of the ordinance.
In theory, I mean, I'm not even sure that,
I mean,
there's a lot to be
suppose
heard still.
council could have a delayed effective.
Okay, thanks.
I got a question for the applicant. So should this be approved? What are your intentions? What's going to happen after?
So to be honest, the land would be split between owners.
Mhm.
That area would be fenced off for separation purposes. And then my intent was agricultural use for that strip, that side of the property.
So you block it off in some way to keep the access from going to the north, more or less?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And then just a question for staff on the site to the north. It's zoned R80. Is it the use that's going on there now, is that allowed?
The urban agricultural use is permitted there. What you hear referenced from the applicant is related to the composting facility, which is pending under certain appeals with the BZA right now.
It's, okay, so it's being reviewed in some way. Yeah, because they've got advertising for their site, for whatever they can get, composting and other material.
Correct, but the urban agriculture component is permitted.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we get a brief update? I remember Deputy City Manager Melissa was here maybe 6 months ago. What is the update on the property to the north?
Yeah, do you want me to go over the whole timeline of events or?
I think it's relevant.
Okay, yep, that's fine. So in April of 2023, notices of violation were issued to the property to the north regarding the composting facility and some other violations on site. An appeal was filed before the BZA in May of 2023. In correspondence with the property owner to the north, it was determined that the route forward to bring their property into compliance was to file for a master plan development rezoning and plan. And so then after the original scheduled appeal case in May or June, it was continued for 6 months to allow for them to file for that MPD. Then that brings us to the January of 2024 of this year, when the full case was heard, because the MPD was not filed within those original 6 months. And at that BZA hearing, they granted the property owners to the north another 6-month extension to file their MPD plan. And when in that second round, for the extension to file the MPD is where we bring ourselves with this right-of-way review.
So 6 months from January, sometime in June or July?
So July is when this would be brought back up before the Board of Zoning Adjustment, the notices of violation.
And do we have any insight as to whether the property to the north has
The property to the north has not filed their master plan development as of today.
okay. Do we know if it's on track, though, to be filed?
Do not know.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. So at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 12, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I have some exhibits to share with you, and I have a presentation as well.
Okay.
So before we get started.
Do you have an electronic one that we can put online?
Yes.
They provided with me.
Okay.
And then Nathan's going to help us with the appropriate.
Am I allowed to ask a question?
Right now, we're going through public testimony, so take your notes and then after testimony's over, then,
Thank you.
yeah, I think in most cases, we have the 2 minutes for presentations by individuals and up to 5 minutes for those that represent a much larger organization or neighborhood group of those kind of things. I think in this case, we need to give a little bit of credence to the property owner to the north because this is currently a public right-of-way piece that has access to their site. And so I think we need to give them a little bit of time to understand the impact that this would have on their property.
Please understand why I say that, because our time was not equitable in any of the BZA hearings. And so we do have 6 minutes that we did not use for the applicant. So I would ask that we be given that 6 minutes back for rebuttal.
You'll get time after the public is talked to actually kind of do a rebuttal to what we find from here and take the time you need to do that.
So much.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if you want to.
Yeah.
Take over to be able to.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you so much. My name is Kristen Ellis Johnson, and I'm an attorney. I represent the Herbivore Urban Farms and the Compost Collective KC, as well as the owners who are the farmers and residents of the north adjacent parcel. As mentioned before, it is zoned R80, and so the uses that are on the property are currently allowed under that zoning. The city has issued approval for the composting up to 1,500 cubic yards, and they are within that amount.
Can you
the
talk
reason-
more in your microphone? I
Oh.
can barely hear you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So sorry. What I was saying is that the R80 zoning does allow agricultural use, including accessory composting, and the city has approved accessory composting up to 1,500 cubic yards. However, that's not what we're here to discuss today. And Ms. Neighbors and I agree that this should be decided on the merits that are appropriate here. My clients do not consent to vacation of the right-of-way and request disapproval and immediate dismissal of this petition. The commission's decision today sets a precedent throughout the city about whether neighbors are able to petition an existing street that is in use and despite injury to the adjacent property owners, get it approved from the city planning department and this body. So this is a very important decision that's being made here today. Unfortunately, the staff's recommendation is against the law. You have the power to correct that course today. The approval criteria under the code 88-560 are simply not met. but the city has misled you to look at in their staff report the future development plans, the MPD that my client is working on and that is on track to be submitted in the next few weeks. So they have spent great time and expense to develop a plan for their property that will address some of the neighbors' concerns. We've heard those concerns about the traffic through the MPD process, which will come before you within the next few months. I agree with Ms. Neighbors. That plan is irrelevant to our discussion today, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I've also submitted written comments. Sorry, I've also submitted written comments in your packets. So please consider those in the interest of time. But today, your decision should stay focused on Fremont Avenue as it exists in the public records and as it exists today. It's a real life gravel road. It was the purpose, you asked about this, the purpose of that road was to access the north parcel because it was originally planned to be a 60-home development, a residential development. When my clients purchased it in 2010, they rezoned to residential agricultural. And so the use has changed, but the access point has not. And it is in use constantly, as the photographs show. But the way that they have depicted the disregard for neighbors and safety is just simply untrue. The CPC, we need to stay focused on the legal standard here. The CPC cannot approve a vacation that causes unreasonable injury to private rights or public loss or inconvenience. Here, this vacation would clearly do both. There is no more unreasonable injury than taking away access to someone's home and livelihood. My clients have relied on the use of Fremont Avenue every day for 14 years and must be able to continually do so. Next slide. So I gave you a map. The staff report has also improperly relied on the MPD to say that there is another legal access to a right-of-way. Just because it fronts Bennington does not mean that there is a currently developed access. There is no other existing physically feasible safe access to the north property's home, which is shown on that map that I gave you by a yellow circle. On the slide, it's the green circle. And the central developed portion of the property, which includes their parking lot, where vehicles are parked off of the public streets and on their private property. It's also direct access to the business components of the development of the property. As you can see, the property is very large. It's 13 acres in size. And there are a lot of different functions going on, but the primary access point is Fremont Avenue. To cut off this accent would cause immediate and permanent damage to my client's individual and business rights, even including a potentially unconstitutional taking of vested rights in their property. The city's attempts to strong-arm them into building a separate access road at this point, when we are so close to having the master plan development, are really just wrong and create an unreasonable burden. Next slide, please. The fire department has, since signing the consents, which were sent around in March, we have had a meeting. We had a meeting in April, the pre-application meeting with all of the departments. And the fire department in that meeting said that Bennington is actually too far away for them to have meaningful access for fire protection for the home, for the business aspects, and especially if the MPD is passed and the site is developed in the future, they will need both points of access. I provided that email from Mike Schrader in your packet, and also I've provided it to the city planning department. So my understanding from that meeting and from conversations that you will hear about from our architect, Jeremy Knoll of BNIM, is that even if that alternate access is approved and developed in the future, Fremont Avenue needs to stay open for emergency access. City planning seems to have ignored those comments, and the vacation in this instance would actually result in a violation of 88-405 on that basis. I want to talk quickly about the timing. So Brooke and Dan, who are the owners, and you'll hear from them individually, their legal use of Fremont Avenue started in 2010 when they rezoned the property to residential agriculture. It predates any of the current petitioner's ownership interests by more than a decade.
Yeah, we're gonna need to wrap it up here.
Okay, thank you. The city has approved 3 building permits using Fremont Avenue to access the site and has acknowledged the right-of-way. Unfortunately, some of the neighbors have just misunderstood the purpose of this street and the legal use. They believe it's illegal to use it. It's not. These neighbors have used intimidation tactics, including physically blocking. Next slide, please. They have physically blocking with illegally parked vehicles, illegal dumping. As you can see, this is the middle of the street. And we need this continued harassment to stop between the parties. Adding this petition itself is continued harassment, which is now bolstered by the city's illegal recommendation to approve without conditions. It needs to stop here today with a clear message that use of the right-of-way is allowed and will be continued in the future. Thank you so much for your time, and we are asking that you disapprove the petition with no conditions, even against the staff's recommendation. Thank you so much.
Chair Corral, can I ask
Yeah.
a couple questions?
Okay.
In the MPD that's in the works, what will the access be? Or will there be additional access off of Bennington?
One of the proposals is to build a potential private drive from the Bennington side along the south edge of the property, but it's still not, approved. We don't know if it's possible because of utility consents and things like that.
Is there any potential MPD that you all are going to put forth that does not include access off of Bennington?
That's a good question. I think it's a circular issue, right? If the access from Fremont Avenue is taken away, it would defeat the things I'm saying today to say that we are promising to do that no matter what, because I just don't know if it's possible. I'm not sure if I'm understanding the question.
I think you did. And then I want to be clear that there could still be a vacationing without prohibiting fire access. So I don't want to, and I guess I say that as a question. Is there a way? So I'm interpreting that when we vacation a street, there are different ways that it can be vacation with different easements, et cetera. Am I missing something? Because I certainly don't want to do something that's illegal, but I don't feel that would be illegal to vacation a street while still allowing an easement for the fire department to access a parcel.
Yeah, thank you. I'll clarify. The issue is that the standards that are required for approval are not met, right? The standard is that there is no unreasonable injury to private rights and no public inconvenience, and that is not met. There's not an existing access that's safe, that is physically feasible at this time, and the decision should be made based on what exists today. So the injury to the north property owners' property rights is the thing that makes it illegal, right? It does not meet the criteria.
And what would a reasonable amount of time be to allow that property owner to create access off of Bennington?
I really can't say. The MPD process, as you guys know, takes a while. So we are just at the point of submitting the application. It has to go through committees, it has to go through approvals, it has to be approved by council, and then there would be time needed to acquire funding for the private driveway off of Bennington, and then actually building. So I'm not probably the best person to speak to that. Jeremy Knoll, who's our BNIM architect, could probably answer that a little better, perhaps.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I would suggest that as whenever the MPD comes through and you're going through that process, so you do have some time spent with the residents here. I mean, because it seems like there's been no coordination or communication with them either. They thought it was a small urban farm used by local residents or that, and now it's become a much greater business where you got a lot of truck traffic and other things going up and down the street, which they understand it to be a residential street. So I'd hope that there'd be some kind of discussion with them on what they're up against.
There definitely has, and there definitely is a plan for community engagement and discussion. We've been meeting with city manager's office. We've been meeting with the council people.
Well, that's not the local people that actually
Right.
live there. That's,
Yes.
you need to deal with the people that actually live there and will experience this every single day.
Yes.
And it doesn't sound like any of that has occurred.
It has. We have held community meetings as recently as Monday. We held a meeting. We've held private, sessions to kind of give pre-information. But again, the application has not been submitted yet, so it's not
And
totally
I-
final.
I want to personally add that I don't like the characterization that the city hasn't been helpful. I can think of nothing more helpful than having the city manager's office personally on this project. I know they've been working hard on it. And to have 2 6-month extensions from 2 different groups, I think is fantastic. I think that the operation is needed for the city. I think it's been tremendous. I think they should be afforded extra leniency because no one else is providing the services that they're providing. But I don't like the characterization that the city hasn't been an advocate or helpful because I think the city is trying very hard to do what's right for a lot of different stakeholders.
Thank you. I agree. The city has been very involved. I was just very surprised to see the recommendation for approval of this vacation of right-of-way without condition when we are in the middle of the process of creating the MPD. So that was what that characterization is about. And my apologies for making it seem like it was different than that.
So staff, one other question, why weren't these provided in the staff report?
What are you talking about?
Like,
The
were these
documents?
documents not submitted to staff when this was applied for the vacation?
You're talking about the NPD or the materials?
Just materials from,
They-
from the north property?
From the north property?
How long have they known about this process?
They were on the petition to.
I was told that I was able to introduce them today. We didn't find out about the staff's recommendation until last Friday.
Right, but I mean, generally, like, the way this works, right, is something set out, and we've gone through how many other cases today where there's been testimony from groups of people provided so that we can review it, understand. So I think looking at like documentation that's pages long, reasonably being able to review any of this is difficult to do day of, for me at least.
Yeah.
I just, with all this additional information, I don't know that I have the, yeah.
Is the additional information that you received, is it regarding the right of way or is it the MPD? Is it associated with this BZA or is it the street access? What's in that packet? Because like I said, I didn't want you guys to get bogged down in this.
Well,
This
so-
is their specialty.
Sure, so from the information which hasn't been reviewed fully, right? It's referring to that Fremont Avenue. So that's it's not the rest of the plan. We don't have anything else. I mean, has staff been able to review this at all or no?
I mean, this is a 3-page letter from a lawyer, so it needs a
Yeah,
little time to
we-
review.
Exactly.
It's essentially my statement, just a little bit embellished, a little bit more because I was limited on time. Most of those materials are actually from the BZA hearing, and so the planning staff has had access to them through that process. The map that you have is part of that. The letter from the neighbor who has been harassed and felt unsafe, submitting a letter of support by the neighbors is the last thing in your packet. And then the written statement of Jeremy Knoll, who's the BNIM architect, was included. He'll be speaking that aloud in just a few minutes. I think that's everything I put in your packet.
So it appears to me that only 3 pages is what you guys need to look over, or did I miss something? And surely we can do that and come to a decision today.
I don't think I'm able to make a decision today.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not able to make a decision today either, but, anybody else want to speak public testimony? Yeah, come on.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucinda Carr. I live 6407 East 55th Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm here because we've been battling since 21, literally. They always put it out 6 months. You need to do. The city manager told the farm over a year ago, I need this report. every time the report's supposed to be made, it's getting a 6 month extension. They gave him another 6 month extension. And the report is still not here. They're working on it. You met with the city manager and said, okay, he said, this is what I need. Mr. Attorney, the report is not here. I can put up with, when I'm a master gardener. That means that I taught 3,000 hours of gardening in Jackson County. That's what I had to do in order to become a master gardener. So when I moved to this neighborhood and saw that they had a garden coming in and you could recycle things, I was so excited. Didn't mind when they first came in and we had traffic, but this traffic 2 years ago, my neighbor and I counted 182 cars in one day. I'm on a dead-end street. I'm on a dead-end street. I need help. I can put up with the bees because the bees pollinate. I can put up with the chickens. I taught embryology. But the hogs, come on now. What kind of urban stuff y'all got going here? I'm sorry. Let me shut it down. I think I made my message clear. Please, we need help today. We need you to move on it today. They've been postponing. We need your help today. And thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Good afternoon. My name is Bernice Norwood. I reside at 6401 55th Street. And we are talking about safety a lot in this meeting. We were talking about them having the right to make a living with a profit. The neighbors there also have a right to have a home and live safe for their children, for themselves. We also have a right to be able to walk outside of our house and not be confronted with possible accidents. They showed a picture of some lumber outside of my trailer right there. That lumber, the picture that he took, I watched him take that picture. It's on this young lady's property. He's on her property taking that picture.
Right.
He's not up by the fence. He's 50 yards away.
Mm-hmm.
This is 2 days after the storm. I think we were allowed to put lumber there until it got moved. But it's been used as a method, as if we are being bad neighbors.
Right.
He was given access to that gate. The gate that they drive through was a fence. They cut the fence open. The gravel on that road did not exist. They put the gravel there. That was a green space. They've destroyed everything in that area. And they're continuing to destroy it, just like an invasive fish. If you don't get rid of it, it would consume everything. And this is only a matter of time. We haven't talked about the future. If they got 280 cars now, what's next year?
Yeah.
They are eating up a middle-class neighborhood where the average age is 55 and up with grandkids. He has a right to raise his child, provide money. We also have that same right. We're already there. That's why people bought that property. Most of the people there has been over 30 years. When he bought that property, there was no access there. He got permission as a favor. They built, in the last 30 days, they built a building and called the fire department to say they need access for fire. That was in the last 30 days since the city has gave them the chance to promote themselves. We did this over and over, 6 months, and they're constantly progressing. Every 6 months they progress. Then they bring it in front of the board, and here we are. We're finna be set back again. We waited all day here. We all have jobs. I've been here all day. I have to make a living as well. If he go on Benton, he can get access to his property. and then we can move forward what we have to do next. Let's end this today. It serves no purpose.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Hurrier. My partner and I own the 13-acre parcel at 5500 Bennington Avenue, which borders Fremont Avenue to the north. The right-of-way that we're discussing today. I will not be able to address all of your questions and concerns in the time that I have, but I'm more than happy and available to answer any questions that you have. As my lawyer demonstrated, Fremont Avenue is the only existing vehicle access that connects the infrastructure of our farm and home to a public street. Our 13-acre parcel houses two businesses, Herbivore Urban Farm and Compost Collective KC. Herbivore is Kansas City's largest, most enduring urban farm, providing nutrient-dense organic produce, eggs, and meat to hundreds of families throughout the metro area. The farm is nationally recognized to be an extremely well-run regenerative farm of exceptional quality. It's actually in college textbooks, so it's the textbook example of urban farming. Herbivore, Compost Collective KC is the region's only residential composting services, providing curbside service for food waste recycling to over 3,000 customers. A vacation of Fremont Avenue would effectively shut down operations for both of these businesses, cutting off all vehicle access to critical infrastructure. It's very simple. If we can't access public roads to bring produce out or customers in, we can't sell the food that we grow. If we can't bring materials into the farm, we can't compost the community's food waste. Those functions generate all of our revenue. This vacation would kill the jobs of Compost Collective's 15 employees, as well as 9 paid positions at Herbivore Farm. That's 24 jobs gone. In 2023, Compost Collective KC's operating expenses totaled $579,000. Those are expenses. Herbivore's expenses exceeded $194,000. That's nearly $800,000 of economic activity generated annually for Kansas City's economy, providing substantial tax revenue from sales, payroll, income, and property taxes to our local governments. And while that activity is significant, it's a struggle to keep these businesses profitable. Our investments in this parcel are significant and ongoing, and furthermore, most of Herbivore's customers carry full season subscriptions that will go unfulfilled if there is no access to the farm. Clearly, this right-of-way vacation creates significant burdens and substantial private injury to me, my family, my employees, and my customers. While most of our neighbors support our business, we have a few have raised concerns about increased traffic at 55th Terrace. Those complaints are heard, and we are working to address them in both the immediate and long term.
All right, can you wrap it up here?
I will.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
we're past time.
In the short term, we have reduced the number of customers coming to the farm for weekly produce pickups by adding an off-site location in the Northland. We've reduced traffic by over 20%. Many of our customers are pooling their pickups so that they're delivering the produce to other customers that are further away, further reducing the traffic. And lastly, we've addressed this issue in our master plan development that is supposed to be submitted by the 17th of June. Ms. Nanoski is fully aware of that timeline. The access from Bennington Avenue would be a $250,000 burden on us. That improvement estimated by our architects, they are estimating that it's a $250,000 project. It's a huge burden on us. So I urge you to reject this right-of-way vacation and avoid injury to my business and family. Thank you very much.
Chair Crowell, can I ask a question? Really appreciate and admire what you do for Kansas City and the community with your work. You said you were looking at part of the long-term plan would be mitigating the traffic issue. And I know you haven't submitted an MPD yet, but what is the solution shaping up to be?
Sure. There's a number of solutions that are possible. So I think an access from Bennington Avenue may be possible, but we have to procure funding. As I said, it's an extremely expensive process. And right now, this is something that I can't do in the immediate term because the city is denying us additional permits. So I can't actually build that road until I can get a permit to build it. So until our BZA hearing and everything is cleared up, I can't can't, as far as I know, I can't get that access built.
So long-term, you're looking at access off of Bennington.
I would love to do that, but as my lawyer stated, there is a safety issue, and I think that there is reason to keep Fremont Avenue. In addition to that, I think that we can also address traffic issues by potentially delivering produce instead of having people pick it up. And that's a logistical issue that we have to figure out. Go out on compost collective trucks and then be delivered, and
And then I
that'd be a
just want to
great
make
thing.
sure I'm understanding everything. So I imagine the $250,000 investment would be if it was a paved road.
And it has to be a paved road for fire truck access.
And because then, as you were saying, you're not allowed to build the road yet. You're not actually trying to build the road yet because you,
No.
right?
No, we
Okay.
can't. Yeah, I'm not trying to build the road because we're not allowed to build the road, as far as I know.
Well, it sounded like capital was the main constraint, not.
Oh,
not
for
the-
sure, but I mean, we could potentially start a gravel road, but again, it wouldn't carry fire trucks and it wouldn't meet code.
Got it. Thanks.
Yeah.
So doesn't the existing, isn't that gravel, the existing road gravel?
The existing road is gravel. I actually petitioned the city to improve this road and actually pave it to a formal street. Back in February of 2023, I made that request. And so, we tried to deal with this issue.
Gotcha. But just, sorry, to add, to what, Enders was saying, so would Bennington be your prime access if you got what you guys wanted?
Yeah, if we could get the funding and get the approvals necessary, we would love to have it be our primary access.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Anybody else? No.
Okay.
Well, I can't, if you leave, then I don't have a quorum. I gotta finish the meeting.
Chairman?
have to go.
Mr. Chairman, if I could. I would like to make a clarification on an R80 zone district. You can have if you have over 3 acres, you can have a gravel driveway as long as the first 25 feet are paved.
Okay.
So like, you want me to go ahead and motion to continue? 'Cause we have to.
I'm sorry,
We have to.
I don't have any other option here because I won't have a quorum to finish out the meeting. I got a council or commissioner that has to leave. So that leaves us with only 3, and there's nothing I can do to
Right, yeah, you're gonna
finish
have
that.
to adjourn.
So my apologies. So with that, because we have an established quorum and I'm not here at the next meeting, it'll be July 3rd, which is a great day to have a meeting before we can get back together.
So Chair Crowell, I move to continue docket item number 12 to July 3rd
You might as well go ahead and add 13, 14 on there
and 13 and 14.
to July 3rd.
Second.
So I got a motion and a second to reconvene and talk about docket item number 12 on July 3rd, as well as continue docket items 13 and 14 to the next meeting, correct?
Can I add
So-
something for the record, just to, I just wanted to respond to the fact that we were invited to meetings. I have received
Is there a
no
motion?
invitations.
Okay.
No. Hold on real quick. We have to have you motion for
vote
the
real quick.
continuance.
Can you take, so the cases for 13 and 14 would be scheduled for the next meeting,
Yes.
and we'd have to reconvene 12 on July 3rd. So,
Arkin,
Aye.
Crowell,
aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Okay, so motion carries to continue finishing up docket item 12 to July 3, and docket items 13 and 14 will be heard at the next meeting, the 18th. Thank you, everybody. Sorry for a long day, and this is what we have to do. My apologies.
I'm gonna. Well. Yeah.
We didn't have elections that time.
I vote like.
No, I didn't know. I mean, if I'd have known that, we would have.